Let that be a lesson to any who defy me.
Prologue. It apparently rarely happened. It was a story told to scare young wolves, but I never actually thought it was true. After an alpha had given up looking for their mate, and they needed a Luna to help run the pack, they would organize an event known as the Whipping. Female volunteers from packs around the country would put themselves forward if they wished to be in with the chance of becoming a Luna. There would always be at least a few volunteers from each pack, due to wolves being so power-hungry. These she-wolves would be whipped in front of all the packs, again and again, until their backs were raw from the ordeal. The last female remaining would be given the title of Luna, due to the alpha only wanting the strongest wolf to help run his pack. Most wolves gave up and quit as they couldn't take the pain, but some headstrong females would go until they collapsed from the strain. It was an ugly tradition from years ago. I had never heard of one happening in this day and age, until that day. Until I met him. On the day of the whipping. Chapter 1. "It's happening," mumbled my father as he flipped over the letter in front of him, scanning it slowly, a nervous glint hidden in his eyes. "What is?" I asked, picking at my lips. "When?" asked my mother, wrapping her arms around herself worriedly. "Tonight. They're already on their way. All packs participating will already be nearby." Shaking his head, my father slammed down the letter on the kitchen counter, breathing heavily. "I haven't heard of one of these happening since my great-grandfather was a child. What kind of sick alpha still does this?" "Does what?" I asked, furrowing my dark brows. "The whipping." I started to nervously fiddle with my fingers and subconsciously chewed on my bottom lip. "Like the actual whipping?" "Oh." My mother glanced at me, tucking my chestnut brown hair behind my ears. "I never wanted one of my children to witness one of these, but all over 18s must attend." I swallowed nervously. I had a sensitive soul. Watching the whipping wasn't something I had ever worried about. My mother and father had told me it no longer happened. "There is no way in hell you are volunteering, Elisa." I stepped back at my father's sudden outburst. "Obviously not. I would never volunteer for something as sick as this." My father sighed in relief, pushing his hair back off his forehead. "Good. My child is not going through something like that just to become a Luna of a pack she doesn't know anything about." I nodded. Becoming a Luna had never been an interest of mine. I was happy where I was, having the friends and family I had, and living the life I had. However, I knew watching something like this would stay with me for the rest of my life. Our pack was rather small, so I knew that the volunteer would be someone I knew and most likely liked. "What if there are multiple volunteers?" I asked. "The alpha picks one out of all the volunteers. Only one wolf per pack is allowed. Who do you think is going to volunteer?" My mother and father both shrugged. "It's hard to tell. Nobody expected this, so it's never been spoken about. Speaking of that, I've got to get over to Jamin Place. No doubt he will be calling a council meeting any second now," said my father as he kissed my mother's forehead. "Okay, see you later," I said as he rushed out the door, heading down towards the alpha's house. My father was part of the pack council. Our pack was fair and relaxed. Alpha Jamin wanted some members of the pack who didn't have high ranks to join him in making decisions. That way, he could get the opinion of everybody. I knew other packs didn't have it so well. Some alphas ran their pack using fear. There was a clear line nobody stepped over, and if they did, they would get killed. Alpha Jamin had never killed. He said he would only ever banish a wolf, but never kill unnecessarily. Other alphas called him weak and spineless, but I just knew Jamin had pride. He wanted to be respected because his pack thought he was a great leader, not because they were afraid of him. Our pack was small and close-knit. We were minuscule compared to some packs that had hundreds and hundreds of members. We probably had about 60 at most. "Go get dressed in something nice, Elisa. We want to represent our pack well," said my mother. "For who? Who's hosting this?" "Alpha Loran Black." I shook my head, furrowing my brows. "I don't understand. Why can't we just say no? What gives this alpha the power over all the others to host such an event?" "It's how it is, Elisa. In order to keep the bloodline going, alphas have to mate with someone eventually." My mother sounded sad, as if she knew what she was saying was wrong. But the truth was the truth, and I needed to hear it. "Why like this? Why can't he just pick some random wolf to mate with? Why put all these wolves through this pain and suffering?" "Alphas don't want the weak, Elisa. They want a wolf who is strong both mentally and physically, and this is the way they test it." My mother's voice was growing harsher, and I could see her eyes start to shift from her usual light blue to a smoky gray. "Mom, what happens if nobody volunteers?" I question. My mother turned to me, her eyes now a rich black. She stared at me for a few seconds, her lip quivering, before she finally spoke. Then the wolf will be chosen at random. Chapter 2. Just be good, Elisa. Be polite. Don't make anyone upset. The last thing we need is a scene. I zoned out as my father babbled on about how I should present myself. I already knew what I was going to do. I was to keep my head down, stay quiet, and wait until this was all over. I had decided I wasn't going to look, not even sneak a peek. I did not want images of wolves being whipped lingering in my brain for the rest of my existence. I couldn't help but let my mind wander as we all made our way to the clearing just outside our land. Who would be volunteering? Surely it would only be a single she-wolf, a young one without children. There were about 30 females in my pack, and around 20 of them were elders or mothers. I shivered, knowing that one of the volunteers would be a friend, someone that I had grown up with. Bending around the corner, my mouth hung open as we reached the clearing. Usually empty and filled with nothing but howling winds and dust, it was now fully packed. It was almost impossible to squeeze past anyone. Due to my short stature, it was hard for me to see, which I was grateful for. However, I knew I would still be able to hear. I twiddled with the hem of the black blouse nervously, just hoping that this event would be short and snappy. "Is everybody here?" boomed a loud voice. "Good. I am Beta Harn. The Alpha is running a little late, but he's ordered me to get the event started, and he will be here soon." Each pack must now present their volunteers. About a dozen she-wolves made their way into the middle of the clearing, all wearing either floaty dresses or smart blouses and jeans. However, we all knew those outfits would soon be ripped and raw from the ordeal. I squinted my eyes, craning my neck in an attempt to identify the females in the middle, but I didn't recognize anyone. I turned to my father, who was staring, his eyes wide. Hushed whispers filled our side of the clearing as each female announced their pack, some of them being declined and sent back into the crowd due to multiple volunteers from the same pack. The last female spoke, announcing her pack name with pride. She smiled out to the crowd, her pearly whites beaming. You could tell she had been waiting for this moment her entire life. "Well, the Bluestone pack, I assume we are missing someone?" Beta Harn asked, a smirk playing at his lips as he turned to my alpha Jamin. Jamin sighed, stepping forward. "Nobody has put themselves forwards, I'm afraid." Beta Harn chuckled. "Oh, a weak pack, I see. What do you think makes you exempt from this event, Alpha Hughes?" Jamin shook his head. "I do not consider us exempt. The fact of the matter is, nobody has volunteered. It is your decision what you do with this information. Well, you know what happens when nobody volunteers. The Alpha selects one of you at random. But since he isn't here right now, I'll have to do the honor." "No," mumbled my father, gripping onto my hand. "All unmated females aged between 18 and 25 step forward," yelled Beta Harn. My father yanked me back, gritting his teeth. "You are not going up there. Davis, you will get everyone killed. There's a chance she may not get chosen. Release your daughter now," growled Alpha Jamin, his eyes holding regret as they flickered to mine. My father growled lowly, releasing my hand as my mother held her hand to her mouth in fear. Shaking, I slowly started to squeeze past people, making my way into the middle of the clearing where 4 other girls stood. 4 girls I had grown up with. 4 girls who were my friends. I kept my gaze stuck to the ground, refusing to look up and meet eyes with Beta Harn. What gave anyone this right? Why was this the method used to test for strength? I'm not sure which one of you Alpha would choose himself, but I'll just have to guess. I know he has a thing for petite brunettes. My head shot up, and my face was met with Beta Harn's. He was smiling wickedly as he ushered the other 4 girls back into the crowd. "Let's hope you survive this, honey. You're a pretty one." My hands started to tremble, and I scanned the crowd for the eyes of my mother and father, but all I could see were thousands of pairs of eyes staring back at me. I am sure you are all aware of the rules, but, since one of these hasn't happened around here for a while, let me all refresh your memory. Beta Harn gripped tightly onto a whip, playing around with it in his hands as if it were a toy. "Each she-wolf will kneel down on the floor and will be whipped by one of us," he said as he gestured towards members of his pack. "And the last female who hasn't either quit or collapsed will be crowned the Luna of our pack. However, each wolf must receive at least 5 strikes of the whip before quitting. Once a female has endured the event and has not succeeded, she may never volunteer again." I gasped. I had to be whipped before quitting. I was holding on to the hope that I could have just quit straight away. Tears started to rim my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. If I cried, I knew it would only make them whip me harder. That was the type of sick monsters they were. "Let's begin." My shoulders were grabbed, and I was pushed down until my knees hit the floor. I knew I was about to experience pure torture. I was about to feel the most pain I've ever felt in my life. There was no doubt I would quit after 5 strikes. I did not want to leave my family and become a Luna for this sick and twisted pack. I looked behind me to see a tall, black-haired man, smiling at me. He gripped a long whip that I could see was already stained. Bile rose to my throat, and I squeezed my eyes shut tightly, just waiting for it to be over. "One!" yelled Beta Harn. Then I felt it. The whip slashed my skin, and I knew it had instantly drawn blood. Shock spread throughout my body as the stinging and burning sensation rippled through me. I screamed out in pain, gritting my teeth, trying not to look weak. I heard other screams and yells, some from the she-wolves and some from the crowd. I was certain this was an unappealing sight to behold. 2. Again, pain ripped through me, and black spots in my vision started to appear. Blinking them away, I regained my composure. 3 more to go. I could do this. My back was in agony, but was numb at the same time. Tears poured down my face like a waterfall, and I placed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the thundering clap of the whip making contact with my skin. "Just to let everyone know, the Alpha has arrived." I didn't dare look up. I couldn't lose my concentration. I couldn't lose my composure. 3. I kept my teeth gritted as I gazed up just as I was struck again, and through blurry eyes, I saw a figure standing a few meters in front of me. I wiped my eyes, glaring at this man, knowing it was his fault. He was the one who did this. He was the one who organized this. He was the reason I was feeling this pain. He was the reason some of these she-wolves would most likely be struggling in a couple of hours. Snarling under my breath, I raised my head entirely, glaring at the man in front of me, until his gaze locked with mine. Suddenly, my snarl was no longer present, and I found myself furrowing my brows in confusion, staring at this man in front of me. He was staring back, angrily. His dark features struck me, and I felt a small gasp escape my lips. What was going on? He was tall, tanned. He had dark brown hair that was wet from sweat, as well as his stubble that dotted his face. His hazel eyes seemed to hold mine for a long time before either of us had clocked what was happening. The pain seemed to subside for a second as my heart rate increased, and all I could seem to focus on was this man in front of me. For in that moment, nothing else mattered. 4. I sucked in and squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the 4th strike, but it never came. I heard the screams around me, so I knew the other wolves had been struck, but I had not. I opened my eyes, peering behind me to see the man who had once been whipping me, pinned to the ground by him. After multiple punches to the face, the man was let go by the Alpha. "The event is over. Go home, everyone." His voice held so much power. Everyone immediately started to scurry away until the clearing was almost empty. Was he wanting to whip us privately? Did he want to be able to do it himself? Alpha Loran shook with anger as he grabbed his beta by the neck, lifting him until his face turned red. "What the hell is this all about? You weren't going to wait for me?" "You said not to, Alpha," choked Beta Harn as he was dropped to the floor. The stinging of my back was becoming more unbearable, and I rolled over, grunting in pain. Clearly, my grunt had been heard by Alpha Loran as he came rushing over. He tore off the loose bits of my shirt that were sticking to my wounds, not that there was much of it left anyway. Luckily, the front was still intact, saving me some modesty. "Doctor, now," boomed Alpha Loran, wiping my face free from dust and dirt, my face which was now staring back at his with furrowed brows, shock overwhelming me. Chapter 3. After being lifted into Lauren's arms, we made our way through the forest and out of the clearing. The contact was sending tingles throughout my body, almost distracting me from the searing pain I was feeling. I could feel blood dribbling down my spine from my deep wounds, and my vision continued to be disturbed by various black spots. "Where is your village?" bellowed Loran before I moved my limp hands, pointing in a vague direction. Not really caring. Loran took off, his pack members following him, just a footstep behind. I could see their confused faces, glancing at each other worriedly. "Elisa!" I heard my mother yell as we reached my house. Loran's grip on me tightened, and I hissed out in pain as his fingertips brushed my bare back. "What have you done to her?" My father's firm and bold voice echoed throughout the village, and although I had my eyes closed, I knew his face would have been a mask of pure fury and worry. "She needs your pack doctor immediately," said Loran calmly, obviously not liking the disrespect from my father. "Yes, I think that is quite obvious. Give her to me and get the hell out of our territory." I opened my eyes to see my raging father reaching for me, attempting to pull me out of Loran's arms, but failing, His grip only tightened. "I would watch your tone with me. You wouldn't want to see me upset," hissed Loran. "Look at what has happened to my daughter because of you. She didn't ask for this, and she certainly didn't want to become your Luna." My father's words were enraging Loran, and I could feel his entire body shaking, his skin becoming hotter. I could feel the heat radiating off of him, and his musky smell danced around me, making me feel woozy. He looked confused, cocking his eyebrows at my father, looking as if he wanted to say something. "Alpha, the pack doctor is here." I craned my neck to see Ellen, our pack doctor, marching towards us, her face a mask of concern. "Bring her inside," she stated as she walked past us and into my house. I was gently placed down on our small couch, with my back facing upwards. Ellen, my mother, my father, Loran, and his pack members crowded around me, all gazing down at me with their brows furrowed. "I need a bucket of water and a clean cloth," ordered Ellen, as she started to fiddle with the appliances inside her medical kit. I squeezed my eyes shut, balling my hands into fists, waiting for the pain. Loran crouched down in front of me, wiping the hair out of my face that was stuck to me due to sweat. I glared at him, not knowing how to feel. He had done this. I was in this position because of him, but I knew I was not chosen for the event by him. Instead, I was selected by his beta. "Alpha Black, I think it is time you leave," came a voice from behind everyone. Alpha Jamin parted the small crowd, looking at me sadly. "You brought the event to an end. There is no reason for you to be here anymore." Alpha Jamin's voice sounded harsh and annoyed. I could tell he was angry that he couldn't put a stop to what had happened, and he was regretful that one of his friend's daughters had to go through something like this. "I am not leaving," announced Loran, standing up and crossing his arms, looking intimidating. I hissed in pain as Ellen gently glided a damp cloth over my back, wiping away as much blood as she could. Gritting my teeth, I shoved my face into the couch in order to stop myself from screaming out in pain. "The event is over. You have done enough damage here. Leave my territory," ordered Alpha Jamin, and I heard Loran sigh, and I could only imagine him biting his lip in angst, not knowing what to do. "I will come back. I will come to check on her and see if she is all right in a day or so." With that, I heard the door slam, and I knew by the lack of warmth I was feeling that he had gone. I lifted my head up, trying to ignore the searing burn as Ellen worked on my back. Alpha Jamin looked at me, shaking his head, running his fingers through his almost gray hair. "I cannot apologize enough, Elisa. There was nothing I could do. The whipping is an old tradition, and although frowned upon by most, some packs still swear by it. It was out of my control. I could not refuse to take part." I forced a smile, not wanting Jamin to feel guilty for something he could not control. "It's not your fault." "No, it's not. It's his fault," yelled my father, throwing his hands up in the air. "What even made him stop the event? He put all of this together to just stop it for nothing. Elisa went through all of this pain for nothing. Jamin, he cannot be allowed back onto this territory." Jamin shook his head. "If he wants to come back, he will have to announce himself. However, if he doesn't and we attack, there is no way any of us would survive. His pack is 10 times bigger than ours. We would be greatly outnumbered." "Why is he coming back, Elisa?" asked my mother calmly as she crouched down in front of me, stroking my hair softly. She glinted in my eye as if she knew what I was going to say, and I could see it wasn't what she wanted. I sighed, dropping my gaze. No, he's not," wailed my mother, burying her face in her hands. I tried to reach out to her, but she pulled away. "No, Elisa, tell me." I chewed on my lip nervously, not wanting to say it. My parents wouldn't allow this. They wouldn't allow me to be mated to someone as monstrous as this. They wouldn't allow me to leave with him and go to his pack. They wouldn't allow me to become their Luna. Did I even want to? I felt an emptiness inside my chest now that Loran had left. I wanted him to come back, but I was also glad he was gone. He was a sick person to even think about hosting this event. All he seemed to care about was power. He wanted a strong female to be by his side. Was I actually her? Yes, he's my mate. Chapter 4. I lay in my bed, trying not to move to keep the bandages on my back intact. Ellen had disinfected them and wrapped them up, saying that they should be healed in several days, but I knew they would leave dramatic scars, and I wasn't happy about it. I rested my head in my hands, sighing deeply. My parents hadn't spoken to me. They hadn't even come into my room. I had heard them downstairs, yelling at each other, but I couldn't quite hear what they were saying. I was guessing I didn't want to, though. I hadn't heard them for a few hours, so I assumed they had left to go somewhere, probably to talk to Jamin. I peered out of the window, focusing on how bright the moon was, causing my room to almost glow as if it were filled with 1,000 glowworms. It had been exactly 17 hours since Loran had left. I knew deep inside that I was yearning for him, but my head was telling me something else. I knew what he did was wrong, and I needed an explanation. I wouldn't be satisfied with any less. I pushed my chestnut-colored hair behind my ears, wanting to put it up into a ponytail, but knowing that moving to get something to tie it up with would be too painful. Suddenly, my head shot up from the noise of my door being pushed open, and my chocolate-brown eyes were met with glowing hazel ones. I stayed completely still, my body almost frozen in time. As the host of the eyes moved closer and closer to me, I let out a disappointing sigh, not wanting to look into those glowing orbs any longer. They seemed to mesmerize me, reel me in as if I was his prey. "Loran, what are you doing here?" I asked, pushing more of my hair back behind my ears, flicking it away. Loran studied me, his gaze drifting down my body before coming up again, finally settling on what he could see of the bandages underneath my pajama top. His eyes changed from hazel to a smoky gray before he closed them, breathed deeply, and then reopened them, only for them to return to their standard color again. He reached over to my dresser, grabbed something, and then passed it to me, keeping our fingertips from touching. "Here." I looked down in my hand to see one of my hair ties. Loran smiled sadly. "It looked as if it were bothering you." I nodded as a thank you as I craned my neck, bringing all of my hair onto the top of my head and securing it with the hair tie. "Are you going to answer me? I asked you what you were doing here?" "Elisa, I told you I would come back for you." I shook my head, furrowing my brows. "How did you get in?" "Jamin allowed me to enter your territory and your door was unlocked. Your parents aren't home." "They aren't too happy, Loran." Loran's mouth was set in a firm line as he looked down, as if embarrassed. "I'm not too happy with myself, Elisa." The way my name rolled off his tongue sent shivers throughout my body, but I pushed the feelings back. "Why? Just tell me why, Loran. That tradition is old. It's disgusting, and you know how packs feel about it. Why bring it back? For what? For power? For control? You know no pack can refuse to participate. That's why it was forgotten long ago. Why be the bad guy?" Loran balled up his fists, gritting his teeth. "Because I am the bad guy." "Elisa." I rolled my eyes, not liking the pathetic excuse. "No. I want a real answer. Why? Why couldn't you just find a Luna like everybody else? Or just wait for your mate?" "I've been waiting, Elisa. I'm 25 years old and unmated. I need an heir before it's too late. I can't be running the pack during old age when I'm weaker. I need someone to take over for me so the pack stays strong. It's how packs work." "No, Loran, it's how you work," I snarled, shaking my head. "You have to understand, I was doing this for the future of my pack." Loran's body was shaking, and I could tell he wanted to shift, but was restraining himself. "What would have happened if you had mated with someone else and then found me?" I yelled. "Of course I would have left her." "No, because I wouldn't want someone who would mate with someone else. I wouldn't want you." Loran grunted angrily, obviously not liking my choice of wording. "I didn't choose anyone else though, did I? And you can talk, saying you wouldn't want me if I had mated with someone else, but you volunteered for the whipping Elisa. You didn't know if I was your mate or not, but you were willing to become a Luna of a pack you'd never met." My eyes went wide, my mouth dropping open. "You really don't get it, do you, Loran? I didn't volunteer. Nobody from my pack did, so I was chosen at random by your beta. I was forced to do this, against my own will." Loran stared at me, squinting his eyes, trying to comprehend what I had just said. I could feel the anger radiating off of him, and he stepped back, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he swung his fist and landed a punch at the wall, causing a large hole to appear. "I'm going to kill him." I shook my head, defeated. "Why, Loran? Why kill him for something you did? For something you decided? You knew the rules. You knew what happened if nobody volunteered, and now just because I turned out to be your mate, it's someone else's fault?" "No, Loran," I cut him off. "You did this to yourself, you did this to me, and you did this to us." Chapter 5. Loran glared at me angrily, balling his fists, opening his mouth as if to say something, but closed it again, looking frustrated. I observed my room, trying to find anything to look at other than Loran. I didn't know how to feel. One side of me wanted to find out everything about him, and the other side just wanted him to leave and never come back. My life was fine before he came along. I had lived 20 fulfilling years without him. What made me suddenly need him? The bond. I knew it was strong. It was pulling us together, and neither one of us could stop it. Neither one of us could leave and forget. It was always going to be there. The agonizing silence was suddenly interrupted by the opening of my front door, and I could hear the voices of my parents. I looked at Loran, who didn't budge. Instead, he closed his eyes, sighing. "Why did it have to happen this way?" he whispered to himself, scrunching up his nose in distaste. Then, my door flung open, and standing in the doorway was my less than pleased father. I thought I could smell something. "Good evening, Mr. Bennett. What are you doing in my daughter's room?" My father's voice was like venom, sending a chill down my spine. "Your alpha allowed me onto the territory." Loran's voice held a slight arrogant tone, and I could tell he was smirking at my father. "Why, you little—" Loran was then grabbed by my father, who shoved him back, sending Loran flying into my wall. I screamed, covering my mouth with my hands. Loran growled, pushing himself up off the ground. "You shouldn't have done that," he snarled, leaping at my father and grabbing him by the throat. Loran lifted him, slamming him against the wall. I could see my father's face turning a deep shade of beetroot, and I screamed again, but they seemed to fall upon deaf ears, as Loran only held him tighter. Pushing myself up out of my bed, ignoring the objections from my body, I grabbed Loran's free arm, yanking it back, tugging as hard as I could. Obviously, it did nothing. The tingling sensation I felt shooting up my arm was hard to ignore, and I could tell by Loran's reaction that he could feel it too. His muscles tensed underneath my hand, and I heard him swallow, clearing his throat. "Loran, let go of him now!" I yelled, flailing my hands in the air, unsure of what to do. Loran's eyes met mine, his holding anger and fury, mine, holding fear and terror. After seeing my reaction, Loran released my father, dropping him to the floor, still keeping his gaze locked with mine. "You're crazy!" yelled my father, grabbing my arm and pulling me behind him. "Elisa, get away from him. He's a monster." I bit my lip, furrowing my brows. My father wasn't wrong. Loran was a monster. He wasn't going to change. This was who he was. This was who he would always be. "Loran, you need to leave," I whispered, dropping my head in defeat. "I came to see if you were all right, Elisa. I wanted to check up on you. I didn't mean for this to happen, any of it." Loran's voice sounded weak, as if he was going to crack any second. I didn't dare look up, knowing his eyes would be holding a mournful expression I couldn't handle right now. "Please, come with me to my pack for a day. I would just like to show you around. I want you to get to know me." My father scoffed, rolling his eyes. "There is no way she's—" "Fine," I interrupted. "I'll come to your pack for a few hours at most. I won't stay. I will have a look around, and then I will leave and come back home." This was the clarification I needed. I needed to see his pack, to see how he runs it. Then, it would be easier for me to tell him to never come back. I would finally see him in his element. I would finally see the real him, and I would see how fearful his pack is of him. It would further prove to me how much of a monster Alpha Loran Black was. My father turned to me, looking at me as if I were crazy. Maybe I was, but this was something I felt I needed to do for my own peace of mind. "Dad, it's okay. I need to do this. Please let me." "He'll kill you." "I would never do that," snarled Loran, glaring at my father. "Just a few hours. It wouldn't be until I was fully healed anyway," I pleaded, avoiding eye contact with Loran. Suddenly, Loran's eyes went wide, and he reached out for my hand in worry. "You're back, Elisa. You need to get back into bed." I sighed, plopping myself on the edge of my bed, not wanting to get into it fully in case something were to kick off again. "Dad, I am an adult, remember? I can make my own decisions." "Not when the decision risks your life. Mr. Bennett, Elisa will be safe and fully protected. There is no risk of her getting harmed again." Loran dropped his gaze, sadness masking his face. He pushed his dark hair off his face, his expression becoming troubled. "I will come with you," announced my father, crossing his arms. Loran huffed, letting out a soft chuckle as he gazed at my father, clearly unimpressed. I shook my head, frowning. "No, Dad, please don't. You really don't need to." "Well, how do I know he isn't planning something sinister? He might keep you prisoner on his land and never let you come home. He might keep you chained and locked up, never to see sunlight again." Loran turned to my father, a serious expression taking over. "Mr. Bennett, I promise you none of that will happen, and if it does, I give you permission to gather all neighboring packs and all enter my territory, then you may kill me." Chapter 6. "If I call you, I want you to pick up straight away," my mother worried, as she smoothed down my hair, giving me a less than convincing smile. "Mom, I'll be fine. I'll be back tonight," I reassured her. My father stood beside the door, his arms crossed, his face like stone. I still don't agree with this. I know, but I can make my own decisions. I promise I'll be back without a scratch. You better, said my father, raising his eyebrows questionably. And remember what will happen if you don't come back. Yes, Dad, a full-blown war, I got it, I mumbled jokingly, almost rolling my eyes. My mother let out a chuckle, rubbing my arms up and down. Okay, you better head off. I smiled, waving goodbye as I strolled out of the door, carrying my bag of clothes to change into after I shifted. A few days had passed, and my back was fully healed, although some impressive scars did remain, which made me feel extremely self-conscious. I knew they would be there for the rest of my life. They would be a constant reminder of what had happened. They would be a continual reminder of him. Even after I told him I wouldn't be seeing him ever again, he would always be there, marked on my body. However, the scars were proof that I had been a part of the whipping before, meaning I would never have to do it again. I was now safe from it, excluded. But I knew it should never have happened in the first place. Although other packs were probably fearful of Loran's pack now, they also frowned upon them. They would now be seen as a pack nobody would want to ally with, which to me seemed more like self-sabotage. Shaking away the thoughts, I continued to walk, reminding myself why I was doing this. This would make it easier for me. This would restore everything to the way it was before. I would feel little for Loran after seeing what kind of alpha he was, then it would be easy for me to leave and tell him never to come back. Loran had told me he would meet me at the border of my territory, not wanting to come in and cause another argument, which I was grateful for. Making my way through the forest, I rounded the corner to see him standing there, shirtless and in only a pair of ripped shorts. His chest, muscles, and abs caught me off guard for a second, and I caught myself staring. Loran gazed at me oddly, raising his eyebrows at me. Hi, I mumbled, fiddling with my fingers awkwardly, not knowing what to do with my body. Loran clearly ignored my embarrassed demeanor, taking a few steps closer to me. My land is about a 30-minute journey away if we run. Want to do that? Or we can get a car. Running is fine, I said, holding up my bag of clothes, showing him I was prepared. Loran chuckled. Okay, follow me. Loran leaped down the hill, his body morphing into a large, dark brown wolf. He turned to me, his hazel eyes glowing even brighter. After a few seconds, I followed, much less gracefully, and jumped down the hill, allowing my body to morph into my plain gray wolf. I picked up my bag in my mouth, trotting alongside Loran as we made our way through the forest. As we ran, I couldn't help but steal a few glances at him, his dark brown wolf mesmerizing me. His fur was so thick and luscious looking, and he had one white splodge dotted on his left ear, making him appear less menacing and almost cute. However, I shook the thoughts away, knowing I shouldn't be thinking these sorts of things about Loran when I was just on my way to his cult-like pack, where I was sure people got tortured daily for doing silly things, such as talking back. It sent a shiver down my spine, knowing that I was mated to the alpha of a pack like this, and I was expected to help run such a devilish pack. There was no way I would. I considered myself to be a nice girl with good morals. If I were destined to become a Luna of a pack, I wanted to run it just like my alpha Jamin. He was respected and powerful, but he cared for every pack member and would risk his life for them. We were one big family. We were a team. I didn't like the thought of leaving my pack, and I had already decided I wouldn't. Not for anybody. I had already told Loran I would only be staying for a few hours. I wanted to be shown around, and that was it. I didn't want to be introduced as anything to anyone, especially not their Luna, because that would never happen. Although I told him it was because they would then expect me to stay, they wouldn't accept the fact that their Luna was living within another pack. Loran had said he wanted me to get to know him, and I was sure I would after seeing his pack. Eventually, Loran came to a standstill, and he turned to me, nodding, signaling that we were near his territory. I nodded in return, making my way behind a tree and shifting back into my human form, quickly pulling on the tank top and denim shorts I had in my bag. I walked out from behind the tree to see Loran in his human form, wearing nothing but a pair of black sports shorts. I tried to avert my eyes, focusing on his face only, but my body was longing for me to look down and take him all in. I couldn't deny Loran was beautiful, but I had to keep reminding myself what had happened and what he had done to me and everyone else. This way. Loran waved me forward, pushing his way through the shrubs until we were standing on the side of a cobble path. I looked around to see multiple brick houses scattered around, and many people, all walking around and looking busy. As we walked through the village, everyone nodded at Loran, smiling, seeming not to really notice me, which I was glad about. I bit my lip nervously as we followed the cobble path, rounding a corner and making our way past a couple of large trees. Loran put his hand out in front of me, stopping me. "This is my house," he stated, pointing ahead. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't what I saw in front of me. His house was small, delicate-looking. It was made of brick, and the door was a pretty pale blue color. Tulips were planted on either side of the door, adding another splash of color to the vibrant village. This place was stunning, and I couldn't help but furrow my brows. Was I shocked? Was I disappointed? "My mother designed it," said Loran as he rolled his eyes playfully. "It's nice," I said, still gazing around in amazement. "Elisa, I want you to meet my mother." Chapter 7. "Loran, we spoke about this. I said I didn't want to be introduced to anyone." I shook my head, frustrated that Loran had ignored my requests. "Please, Elisa. I tried getting her out of the house for the day, but she's babysitting for my sister," Loran pleaded, furrowing his brows sadly. I shouldn't have come. I specifically said I didn't want to be introduced to anyone. I didn't want to get to know anyone. I wanted to see the pure evil pack Loran was running with my own eyes, and then leave, never to return. I glared into Lauren's eyes, rolling my eyes. "Fine, but just a quick introduction. Don't tell her who I am." Loren's face fell, and he bit his lip, nodding, composing himself. "I wasn't going to. It's okay." Loran pushed the door open, holding it for me, offering an awkward smile as a thank you. I stepped into the house. It wasn't what I was expecting. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Was I expecting the walls to be painted black and cobwebs dangling from every corner of the ceiling? Was I expecting blood-stained tiles and a creepy old wooden rocking chair moving on its own in the corner? It wasn't what I got. Instead, the inside of the house was decorated to perfection. It didn't have everything perfectly placed, and it was busy with furniture and accessories, but it looked lived in and personal. It was cute and rustic, which I liked. The curtains were a majestic blue color, and the walls were painted a pale yellow. Everything was colorful, almost to the point of being tacky, but not quite crossing that line. "My mother likes to collect," whispered Loran, obviously noticing me taking in the crazy amount of collectibles mounted on the walls and sitting on the tables. "She lives with you?" I asked. Loran nodded, guiding me through to the kitchen, which was decorated just as beautifully. I rounded the corner to see a petite, red-haired woman at the stove, slaving away. Loran coughed, grabbing the woman's attention, and she turned, startled. "Oh my goodness, Loran, I didn't hear you come in. Who's this?" This is Elisa." I smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to do, but the woman rushed up to us, beaming. "Nice to meet you. I'm Diana. Are you a newbie here?" "No, Mom, she's from another pack. She's just visiting." Loran's voice was quiet and emotionless, and I noticed how he stiffened next to me. "Oh, well, I'm making lasagna, so if you guys want any." "It's fine, don't worry about it," said Loran, pulling his mom in for a one-shoulder hug. "Let's go, I'll show you around." Loran guided me through the house, showing me every single room and explaining how he and his mother had spent months decorating it. "It's small, but it's comfortable, and my mom loves it, that's the main thing. I'm not here the majority of the time anyway, so it's practically hers." I smiled, a genuine smile. Loran clearly loved his mother, and I respected that, as not all sons did. He seemed to really appreciate her, causing my insides to flutter. I had always been a family-oriented person, and it made me happy that Loran was too. However, it was unexpected. I had expected him to have no family at all. We walked back into the kitchen, to now be joined by a little girl, who seemed to be about 5 years old. "Hey, how you doing, Squirt?" asked Loran as he scooped the young girl up in his arms, brushing her curly brunette pigtails out of her face. She laughed, beaming up at Loran as she poked at his cheeks playfully. I gazed in shock, my lips parting in amazement at the sight before me. I did not think of Loran being a kid's person, but I guess I was wrong. "Elisa, this is Millie, my niece," Loran announced proudly, stepping closer to me so I could say hello. "Hi," I smiled, not knowing what to say. I had never had much experience with children. I had no siblings, and our pack was small, meaning babies didn't come around too often. Millie giggled, covering her eyes with her tiny hands. "Don't be shy, Millie, she's nice," said Loran. Diana laughed, shaking her head. "You are a silly one, Millie." Lauren set her down, allowing Millie to run back to her collection of stuffed animals, which she had been playing with before they entered. "All right, Mom, we're going out for a bit. I'll be back later." Loran's mother nodded in understanding, waving goodbye to me nicely as we exited the house. "That was interesting," I stated, causing Loran's face to fall. Why? Didn't you like them? No, of course I did, it wasn't that. I guess I wasn't expecting such a family? I was aware that what I had said sounded rude and obnoxious because, really, I didn't know Loran at all. But he had given me a pretty awful first impression, and that's all I had to go off. Loran laughed, obviously understanding what I had meant. Family is important to me, Elisa. It's important to all of us. I nodded, unsure of how to reply without sounding rude, so I settled for silence. Let's go for a walk. Loran grabbed my hand softly, pulling me down the path through the village. I tried my best to ignore the tingling sensation that my fingertips were feeling, but the longer Loran was holding my hand, the more intense it got. I eventually pulled it away, not wanting to let this go too far whilst I was here. We ended up at a wooden bench, the village just in sight, but it was a nice and private area. Blossom trees shaded us from the warmth of the hot sun, and of course, made the place look even more beautiful. A large lake was positioned next to us, with ducks and frogs happily wallowing away in the deep, clear water. The grass was a stunning emerald green, and budding flowers were dotted around us, adding yet another splash of color to this spring-like paradise. I couldn't help but compare this place to my land. Everything here looked so clean and fresh. The village was bustling with people paroling, landscaping, running, laughing, training, creating, and building. It was almost magical. I had never seen a pack so independent. They seemed to live as if no one else existed. I perched on the edge of the wooden bench, taking everything in and breathing in the fresh air, the wind carrying scents of fresh flowers and blossom. "Do you like it here?" asked Loran, interrupting my relaxing thoughts. I sighed, unsure of what to say, but I knew the truth. Yes, I did. Yeah, I admitted, gazing into his glowing hazel eyes. I would really like you to come back again, Elisa. Loran's eyes held the truth, and I could tell he was pleased I had come today. This was nothing like I had expected. I had expected to be feeling eager to leave, but I didn't. I wanted to explore some more, to look around everywhere. His pack was much bigger than mine, and I was sure there was a lot more to see. My conflicting thoughts were confusing me, causing me to lose focus. I knew this was so wrong, but it just felt so right. My family wouldn't allow it after everything that had happened, but maybe they could forgive and forget. But could I? Chapter 8. Loran settled down on the small wooden bench next to me, breathing deeply and turning to me. I never expected my mate to be so beautiful. It was barely a whisper, but the words caused my eardrums to ring and throb, as if someone had just hit a gong right next to me. I smiled, awkwardly. This is not where I wanted this day to go. Loran wasn't supposed to compliment me, and his pack certainly wasn't meant to be nice. "Why did you organize the whipping?" I blurted out without thinking. Loran's eyes went wide for a second before he leaned forward, perching his elbows on his knees, scratching at his stubble nervously. "I don't know what you want me to say, Elisa. I've already told you why it was organized, and I'm sorry." I shook my head, knowing Loran would never answer anything other than that, because it was the truth, but I still couldn't understand what would possess someone to do that, and I knew I was never going to be able to understand. If I was ever going to move on from this, I knew I would have to let go of all the questions as to why Loran would have done it. Dwelling on it would get me nowhere. I pushed my long chestnut hair out of my face, standing up, trying to change the subject. "What else is there to see?" Loran smiled, standing with me, running his hands through his dark hair. "I know something that I think you'll love." Loran guided me through the small forest of blossom trees, jumping over miniature rivers that led down to the lake, located behind the bench. He would offer me his hand whenever we would encounter the flowing waters, but I ignored it each time, wanting to show him I was more than capable. Eventually, we came to a large oak tree, the most enormous tree I had ever seen in my life. Actually, that was hung with what seemed like thousands of lanterns. As the sun began to set and darkness quickly approached, the lanterns shone brightly, almost blinding me. The large oak tree swung along with the wind, as if it were gently dancing, and when my gaze dropped down towards the base of the tree, I noticed it had been hollowed out. Inside was a small stool, a table, and a string of fairy lights. I stepped closer in amazement, analyzing the small cavern to see a few photos nailed into the inside of the bark. 2 young, smiling boys were present in every photo, and by the glow of the hazel eyes, I could tell one of them was Loran. "That's Geordie, my older brother," said Loran, suddenly realizing he was right behind me. "You two look so alike." Loran laughed, smiling sadly. He was supposed to be the alpha. I took over for him since there was no else left. I turned, furrowing my brows. What do you mean? He died a few years back. Gazing into Laurent's eyes, although still hazel, they held sadness and heartache, and I could tell by his now tense demeanor that he was uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I whispered, dropping my gaze. I had never been good at comforting people. I knew that saying sorry meant and did nothing, but it was the only thing I could bring myself to say. He and I built this, actually. I like to come here and just think. I nodded in understanding, not wanting to ask any questions in case Laurent didn't feel comfortable. I had never lost anyone before, so I couldn't tell him I knew how he felt, but I felt myself wanting to do and say anything to distract him and make him feel more at ease. I didn't know if he had a father in the picture or not, but again, it felt too rude to ask. Anyway, we should get going. Your parents will probably be wanting you home before it gets completely dark, said Laurent, laughing, the glowing lanterns causing shining reflections in his already luminous eyes. Sometimes they treat me like a child, I grunted, slightly rolling my eyes. Taking one last look at the magnificent glowing timber in front of me, taking it all in. I turned to follow Laurent down through the blossom tree forest, back towards the village. As we walked, I kept noticing Laurent stealing glances at me, and whenever I would catch him, he would smile, flashing his pearly whites. I didn't know what this boy was doing, but it was creating an unsettling feeling in me. I liked it, but I knew it was wrong. My brain felt scrambled, and the thought of seeing myself telling Laurent I never wanted to see him again after today was slowly drifting further and further away into the back of my mind, to be forever forgotten. Do you want to shift? We can cut past the village and onto the trail to get to yours? Asked Laurent, allowing his body to morph into his large dark brown wolf. He politely turned, allowing me to get changed and stuff my clothes into my bag before I also shifted. We walked this time, me, just following Laurent's lead, but I had a suspicion it was because he wanted to spend as long as possible with me. I didn't mind. I found it calming, and tranquility flowed through me as I took in the setting sun, causing colors of sunflower yellow and blushing pink to shift throughout the sky. I was always a lover of sunsets. They relaxed me and reminded me that tomorrow is another day, and better things can always come of it. I couldn't help but feel panic flood through my veins as I imagined that this was going to be the last time I would ever see Laurent. Did I want that? Did I want this to be my last memory of him? Was I entirely sure this was what I wanted, or was I just not sure what I wanted? I didn't wish to Laurent, but I also did. Shaking the thought away, I decided to pick up the pace, just wanting to be home and in my own bed where I would be able to contemplate things properly. And when we eventually reached the border to my territory, I was relieved. I shifted into my small human form, pulling on my tank top and denim shorts as quickly as I could, while he also shifted, pulling on the shorts he was carrying. Laurent, My words failed me, and I was left standing there mid-sentence, looking like a bit of a fool. Laurent raised his eyebrows, urging me to continue, but I couldn't. I couldn't say it. I couldn't tell Laurent I wanted him to leave and never come back. I couldn't tell him I never wanted to see him again. I couldn't tell him I hated him, because I knew I would be lying. I wasn't sure what I was feeling for him, but it was something strange. I was intrigued by him, and I wanted to find out more. I hope we can see each other again soon, Elisa. I understand that your family and pack will never accept me, but hopefully you can. I peered at him through thick lashes, forcing a smile. I'll see you soon, Laurent. I know what Laurent wanted me to say, but I couldn't give him an answer. He was patient with me, and he didn't seem upset that I had seemed to ignore his comment. He smiled at me, reaching out for my hand and taking it in his. He brought it to his lips slowly, pressing a soft kiss to my knuckle before letting go, stepping back and shifting into his wolf, disappearing within the depths of the forest. I stood there, almost frozen as I allowed the tingles make their way from my hand, up my arm, and down my spine. I closed my eyes, trying to breathe slowly as I shook my head, attempting to push all of my thoughts and feelings away, but I knew it wasn't going to work. Feeling a small sense of bliss, I made my way towards my house, watching as the tingles slowly started to dissolve and diminish until they were completely gone. I rounded the corner to see my small brick house, with my father and Alpha Jamin outside, who instantly turned to me as soon as they heard me approaching. "You're back," stated my father glumly, taking in my dazed expression. "What happened? How horrible was it on a scale of 1 to 10? I laughed at my father's stupid joke, rolling my eyes. It was fine. I didn't want to tell them. I didn't know what to tell them. What was I supposed to say? That I had a great time getting to know the Alpha who organized an event where I was brutally whipped against my will? I still didn't know Laurent. I knew that. However, It was the feeling of wanting to get to know him that was scaring me. And I knew, frankly, it would scare my parents even more. "We will talk about this all later. There's someone you need to meet first," said my father, leading me into the house where I saw my mother, sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee, laughing with a young man. "This is Theon. He's Jamin nephew. He used to visit sometimes back when you were both kids, but he hasn't been here in years. You two used to love to play together." Theon turned to me, smiling, flashing his white teeth. I nodded in acknowledgement, smiling awkwardly. Theon had light brown hair, just like Jamin before it started to turn gray. But he had emerald green eyes which stood out against his tanned complexion. His nose was dotted with a small line of faint freckles, and he stood taller than anybody here, towering over us all. I hadn't seen him since he was about 7 years old, but he almost looked the same, just now more muscular and charming. "Hey, I'm Theon." Chapter 9. "Well, Theon, I'm sure you want to be shown around since this place has changed quite a bit since you were little, so, Elisa?" questioned Alpha Jamin, causing my head to snap up. We had already spent the past hour on the couches talking, me not contributing a whole lot, of course. Theon was charismatic and bubbly, already making my own mother laugh more than I'd ever made her, and I could see by her wide smile that she meant it. I could see why. He was funny, cracking jokes left, right, and center, some of them even making me chuckle. However, I couldn't indulge myself in the conversation, probably appearing rather rude, but my mind was elsewhere. No matter how many times I tried to stop it, it just kept wandering back to Loran, and I couldn't help but wonder what he was doing right now. Was he thinking about me just like I was thinking about him? I wanted to see him again. I know I did, but I needed some time. I needed some time to allow everything to sink in. I had never been overly interested in the whole mate concept. I knew some girls couldn't wait to find theirs, but I didn't like the idea of being drawn to someone just because the universe said I should be. I wanted to find the right person for me by making my own decisions. I sighed, shifting my gaze from Alpha Jamin to Theon and then back to Jamin. "Fine, let's go." I stood up, waiting for Theon to join me before walking out the door and making my way slowly down the path towards the village, with Theon jogging up behind me to catch up. "So..." Theon trailed off awkwardly, kicking at the ground as he walked with his hands in his jeans pockets. "How long are you here for then?" I asked. Theon shrugged. "As long as I want, I guess. Jamin said I can join the pack eventually if I like it." "What's wrong with your old pack?" "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just my mom. She kicked me out the house." Theon laughed, shaking his head slightly. "Why?" "Just being a general nuisance. She doesn't have much of a tolerance, especially with all the kids she has." "This is the campfire area. There are a few of them around, but this is the biggest one," I said, motioning towards a large fire pit placed at the end of the path, away from all of the houses. Multiple logs were scattered around it, making it a perfect place to sit and talk all night. I had done that on multiple occasions during the summer months. "I'm guessing by the size of the pack there aren't many crazy wild parties?" I scoffed, turning to Theon, amused. "No, there aren't many crazy wild parties. Are you even old enough to drink?" "Not legally, no, but all 20-year-olds drink anyway. I'm the same age as you, remember?" I laughed, knowing he was right. Walking past the fire pit, I led Theon down the steep hill, towards our fishing lake, being careful not to slip on the now damp ground. He stopped, taking a seat on the swampy grass, dangling his bare feet over the edge, allowing the cold water to come into contact with just the tip of his toes. I joined him, ensuring I was sitting at a suitable distance away from him so it wouldn't feel awkward. It was quiet here, away from the noisy village filled with people. "My uncle told me you were out seeing your mate, and about what he did." Theon trailed off, not sure of what to say next, nervously running his hands through his light brown hair. "I'm sorry. I don't want you to think that I was trying to pry, or that Jamin was being spiteful in telling me. He just wanted me to be updated since I'll be living here for a bit." I shook my head, dismissing his concern. My entire pack, along with all neighboring packs, had seen Loran stop the event. They had seen the way he had reacted when he saw me, so I guessed everyone knew by now. However, I wasn't going to make a big deal of it. I didn't want question after question. I wanted to be able to figure it all out in my own head, without the opinions of others. "It's fine." Theon laughed, turning to me with a smile. "I'll say, you sure are a beast. I heard you took that whip like a boss." I smiled, rolling my eyes. I didn't like to be reminded of the whipping, but I knew I got off lightly, luckily, because I was Loran's mate. "What can I say?" "I'm tough," I laughed, In all seriousness though, Elisa, that tradition is sick, and no one has any respect for any alpha that abides by it. Theon was now looking at me, his emerald eyes fixated on my chocolate brown ones. I knew that his opinion was going to be the same as everyone else's. I knew what people would say, and I was trying not to care, but I did. I knew I felt the same as Theon. The tradition was sick, and my respect for Loran was sparse. I know, it really sucks, I mumbled, tucking my long hair behind my ears. Are you staying with Jamin then? I asked, trying to change the subject. For the moment, yeah. Theon and I sat there for around 30 minutes, taking in the surroundings and allowing ourselves to breathe in the crisp air. He told me about his 3 sisters and 4 brothers, which I was amazed by, and how hard it was to leave them behind when his mom kicked him out. Theon was easy to talk to, and I found myself feeling comfortable with him. Although I was still wary about what I said, I felt at ease knowing he was the nephew of Alpha Jamin, meaning he came from a respectable family that had been brought up with morals and manners. Do you think you'll return to your pack? Theon shrugged. I don't know. I don't want to be treated like a kid anymore. I want my own independence, and this pack seems pretty cool. You think I'm cool? I joked, widening my eyes for effect. Theon laughed, shaking his head. Well, I think I've seen enough for one day. Should we head back? Jumping to my feet, I nodded, brushing off my now muddy denim shorts. The walk back was quiet and comfortable. It had just started to spit with rain, so Theon and I walked a little faster, and I tried my best not to slip on the now slippery cobblestoned pavement. Luckily, saving myself some embarrassment, I didn't. I looked up at the darkening sky, gray clouds hovering just above my small house as we approached it. Alpha Jamin lingered outside, clearly waiting for us, and when he saw us, he waved Theon over. Hurry up, Theon, I'm starving. Theon rolled his eyes, turning to me. Well, I'll see you around, Elisa. I smiled at him as Theon jogged after his uncle, and I was left in the now pouring rain just outside my front door, dreading taking a foot inside. I knew what was about to happen. I would be bombarded with questions, and I wasn't ready for them. I didn't know any of the answers myself. Chapter 10. I puffed out all of the air I was storing in my cheeks like a chipmunk, and forced myself to push the door open. I walked in, dripping wet, causing a large puddle of rainwater to form on the old wooden floorboards, as I stared awkwardly at my parents, who were sitting on the couch in silence. My mother turned to me, her mouth set in a grim line. How was it? She asked, seeming almost fearful. My father's piercing gaze made me uncomfortable. His dark brown eyes bored into mine, trying to read me. It was fine, I mumbled, dropping eye contact. I had to prepare myself for their outburst. I knew it was going to happen no matter what I said. They didn't like Loran. They didn't want me to be mated to such a monster. Fine? Probed my father, raising his eyebrows questionably. I shook my head, shrugging. Yeah, it was fine. I was telling the truth. It was fine. I enjoyed seeing where Loran lived, and it was nothing like what I was expecting. It had changed my perspective on him. I still had little respect for him, and I wasn't sure how I felt about him. But I knew I didn't hate him. I know I was intrigued, and wouldn't be able to live with myself if I told him I never wanted to see him again, because it would have been a lie. How could it have been fine? My father's voice rose. My mother looked at me worriedly as my eyes started to fill with tears. I didn't know what to think anymore. How could I expect them to answer me when I was torn myself? I didn't know how I felt, and I was scared. This had all happened so quickly, and the warm feelings I was feeling towards Loran were causing me a great deal of stress. You weren't there, you wouldn't understand. I growled through gritted teeth. I was fed up with being told how to feel. Elisa, we do understand. I know how it feels when you meet your mate, but he isn't a good person and— You don't know that, I yelled, the tears finally falling. You don't know anything. Stop telling me what to do. I have my own thoughts and feelings and I'm going to make my own decisions. So he's got inside your head, huh? He's told you how sorry he is and how long he's waited to find you? He's told you he would never have organized anything if he knew you were his mate? Laughed my father, shaking his head. He's a liar, Elisa. This is what they do. They suck you in, chew you up, and then spit you out. I'm not allowing this to happen to you. You will never see that monster again. I stood there, completely frozen, gobsmacked by my father's sudden outburst. In all my 20 years, I had never heard him yell like that. I had never seen him so angry. His face was beet red, and his hands were balled up into fists, his chest visibly moving up and down due to his heavy breathing. I finally recomposed myself, huffed and spun on my heel, sprinting out of the door and out into the pouring rain. Elisa! Yelled my mother worriedly as she stood in the doorway, tears dribbling down her cheeks. I ran as fast as I could, rage boiling in my blood, adrenaline empowering me. I couldn't believe them. They were my parents, but they couldn't control me like this. I wasn't a child anymore. I was an adult, and I didn't care what they said. I was going to make my own decisions for myself, not theirs. I slowed down to a jog when I saw the path that led down to Alpha Jamin House. I bit my lip nervously before turning down it, making my way towards it. I wanted to talk to Jamin. His advice was always the best, and he remained remarkably calm. He never lashed out or lost control. He would be able to talk some sense into this situation. I knocked on the large wooden door, admiring the carvings of snakes and bears. I had only ever been to Alpha Jamin House a few times. He liked to keep it private and have his own space with his family, which I respected, but I had to talk to him. I didn't want to go back into my house. I knew what would happen. The argument would be never-ending. After a couple of seconds, Alpha Jamin opened the door, his eyes widening when he saw my soaking wet and shaking form. "Elisa, come in." I forced a smile, stepping in, feeling guilty about showing up unannounced. "What can I help you with?" he asked, settling down on the expensive-looking cream couch, gesturing for me to do the same. "Are you sure?" I asked, worried about soaking it through. Alpha Jamin nodded, his face laced with concern. "It's unlike you to be acting so quiet. Is there anything I can do?" I perched myself on the edge of the couch, not wanting to settle into it fully. I pushed my now stringy chestnut hair out of my face. The rainwater caused it to stick to my flushed cheeks. I don't know what to do. My parents now hate me, but these feelings are too confusing. They aren't something I can just push aside. Jamin nodded in understanding, scratching at his chin. "I understand. Feelings towards a mate are always strong, and I understand you are under a lot of pressure right now. But Elisa, as much as I do not agree with what Alpha Black has done, you must do what you feel is right. If you do not know what is right, that's okay. Just take your time." I smiled gratefully. "Thank you. Your parents don't hate you. How could they? They're just being parents and they are worried about you. You're their only child and they don't want to see you hurt. I know if I was in their position I would be worried about losing you too." A small chuckle left my lips. I didn't know how lucky I was to be part of this pack. I didn't want to have to go. I loved it here, and I wanted this to be my home forever. I was proud to be part of the Blue Stone Pack. You know you are welcome here, and if you like, you can stay here tonight, if going back to your house is a bit too much right now. There's a spare bedroom I can get sorted for you. Thank you so much, Jamin. Jamin nodded, standing up. I'll go get it ready for you. You can go and take a shower if you'd like. It's the first door on the right when you get to the top of the stairs. I made my way up the stairs, trying not to slip on the polished floorboards, but I failed. Tumbling up the stairs, I cursed to myself quietly as I pushed myself back up onto my feet, only to be met by a smiling and slightly freckled face. "Whoa there, you look," mumbled Theon, holding back his amusement. "Just don't," I laughed, shaking my head. "What are you doing here?" he asked, leaning back against the wall and crossing his arms over his muscly chest. "It's a long story." "Is it?" he questioned, raising his eyebrows. "Or do you just not want to tell me?" I squinted my eyes at Theon's grinning form. "Fine. My parents don't want me to see Loran again, so I ran out, and now I'm here. See? Wasn't so long, was it?" "Funny," I said sarcastically, throwing just as much sass back at him. My gaze drifted down to Theon's long-sleeved black top and gray jogging bottoms, which were covered in paint stains. I raised my eyebrows at him, nodding down at his messy-looking clothes. "Oh, I was painting," Theon mumbled, dropping his gaze and scratching his head nervously. "Your room?" I asked. Theon laughed, shaking his head. "No." "Oh, can I see?" I said, excited. Theon hadn't struck me as an overly artistic person, but when he reluctantly led me into his room, I was blown away. Covering his walls were all sorts of paintings, all kinds of sizes and all sorts of colors. Each canvas displayed something different, each with meaning and a clear artistic vision. The splashes of color mesmerized me, drawing me in, causing me to look even deeper into the picture, only to discover more small details that added to the meaning of the painting. I looked at his current unfinished project. A woman was half-painted, her long blonde hair flowing down the canvas. Her beautiful blue eyes had been colored in, using tiny flecks of green and amber to add a realistic effect. And her pale pink skin had incredible shading, creating shadowing in all the right places. The brightness in her eyes caused a reflection off the light, sending rays of light to dance across the page. It wasn't even a completed piece, and I was already stunned by it. It's my mom, Theon whispered as I continued to analyze his painting. Theon, these are amazing. Theon looked down, kicking the floor with his hands in his pockets. They're all right. I just couldn't leave them all behind. I had never seen anything so spectacular in my life. Theon had a God-given talent, and he was hiding it from everyone. No, they're incredible. Theon raised his head, smiling, his emerald green eyes peering right into my dark chocolate brown ones. Thank you. Chapter 11. I brought another forkful of pancakes into my mouth, savoring the taste as I looked at Theon, who was smirking at me from across the table. You know, you eat like a pig, he laughed, shoveling in an entire piece of toast. I shook my head, laughing. You can talk. Yesterday had been confusing and emotional, but I was glad to have gotten some sleep, away from my own home. I felt awake and fresh, and although I was anxious to see my parents again, I knew I couldn't stay hidden in Jamin House forever. However, the idea sounded pretty tempting. Do you two want anything else? Asked Jamin, walking into the large dining room. No, thank you, Jamin. I appreciate breakfast. You really didn't have to, I said, smiling and gathering my dirty plate and cutlery together, heading over to the sink to wash them up. Oh, but I really did. Theon can't last 10 minutes without food. I was making some anyway, laughed Jamin, nudging me aside and taking the spoon and bowl from my hands. I'll do these. You need to go and talk to your parents. I nodded, knowing it had to be done. I'm nervous. Jamin smiled. Just be honest. Tell them everything you're thinking and feeling right now. If you need me, you can always pop over again, or give me a call. Thank you so much, I said before making my way back into the dining room. You're leaving? Asked Theon, slightly pouting his lip like a child. Yeah, I need to go talk to my parents. What is there to say? Do you really think they'll let you see Loran again after what he did? Questioned Theon, clear annoyance in his voice. I shook my head, dropping eye contact. I don't know. I don't even know what I feel right now, but I need to talk to them. I'll see you soon, and maybe soon you can teach me how to paint. Theon beamed, nodding his head. Yeah, I'd like that. Flashing him one last grin, I turned and made my way out of the front door, gazing up at the shining sun. I was glad the weather had taken a turn, and the gloomy gray rain clouds had disappeared. It definitely helped me feel more positive. As I strolled my way down the path, I allowed my mind to wander to last night with Theon. I couldn't believe he had such a talent. Did Jamin know? Did his mother know? These were all things I had forgotten to ask him, but I had enjoyed sitting in silence as I watched him finish his masterpiece. The way he seemed so at home and at ease, he was in his element when he was painting. I used to feel at home and at ease before all of this happened. I used to read every night, and since everything had happened, I hadn't even picked up a book. I didn't want to forget who I was and where I was going in life. Just because I had found my mate didn't mean I had to give up all my hopes and dreams. I wanted to be more than just a Luna of a pack. I wanted to make something of myself. As I approached my house, I took a deep breath, readying myself. I was going to be cool, calm, and collected. I wasn't going to shout or cry. I wanted to approach this maturely. As I pushed the front door open, the scent of musk hit me, wafting up my nostrils. I squinted my eyes, confused, gazing around the living room, but no one was there. Mom? Dad? I called, shutting the door behind me. In here! Yelled my mother as she peered her head around the corner, forcing a smile. I wanted to talk to you guys, I said as I rounded the corner, cracking my knuckles in preparation, a habit I was yet to break. So did we, mumbled my father, frowning. I scanned the dining room to see my mother, my father, and... Loran? I whispered, my eyes widening in shock. He sat on the opposite side of the table to my parents, wearing a long-sleeved gray top and black jeans. His almost black hair was styled nicely, and he had let his stubble grow a little more, making him appear even more rugged. His hazel eyes bored into mine, and he smiled, flashing a row of perfect white teeth. He decided to show up with no warning, growled my father, glaring at me. Dad, I didn't invite him, I mumbled, chewing on my nails nervously. It's true. Elisa didn't invite me, Mr. Bennett. I just wanted to stop by. Lauren's tone was casual and genuine, no sense of sarcasm or bitterness, which I was grateful for. You can't just barge yourself onto our territory. Actually, I can. Your alpha has said as long as I come alone, I am welcome onto your territory, announced Loran, standing up and making his way over to me, taking my hand in his, forcing my father's eyes to turn a stormy shade of gray. My hand tingled, and I gulped, not liking the way my parents were analyzing me. Let's go. I'd like to talk to you, said Loran, pulling me out of the house. "Where are we going?" I asked, looking back through the window to see my mother's face in her hands. I pushed the regret and guilt aside, turning my attention towards my mate, who was now making his way down the path towards the forest. "I just wanted to get out of earshot. I didn't think you would want anyone eavesdropping," said Loran, stopping just next to a large oak tree, leaning on it, and pushing his hands into his jeans pockets. I nodded, forcing a half-smile. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Loran shrugged. "I didn't really have a way to tell you. I don't have your number, so I thought I'd just show up." "Oh, well, my parents didn't look very pleased." "No, but your mother was at least kind enough to let me in after I apologized for everything that had happened." Loran laughed, obviously avoiding mentioning my father. "My mother liked you." My eyes widened and I opened my mouth in shock, not sure of what to say. Did his mother know who I was? Loran rolled his eyes, holding his hands up defensively. "Don't worry, I didn't tell her anything. She just said you seemed sweet. She was very nice." Loran laughed, sending my tummy into a frenzy of butterflies. His laugh was infectious, and I couldn't help but notice the tensing of his jaw when his mouth opened, causing his sharp jawline to become even more pronounced. "Elisa, I need to tell you something," he mumbled, dropping his gaze. I waited, my hands slightly shaking and my body starting to come out in a sweat. Was he going to tell me this was going to be the last time he would see me? Was he going to tell me I had to come and be the Luna of his pack, and I was never going to see my family again? Was he going to tell me, "Elisa, I'm organizing another whipping. Chapter 12. "You're what?" I stammered as I took a step back, my chocolate-brown eyes bulging wide. Loran held my gaze, reading me, anxiously chewing on his tongue before dropping his gaze. "I knew you'd be upset." "Upset?" I exploded, gritting my teeth together as hard as I could to stop myself from screaming. "Upset is most definitely an understatement, Loran. I don't understand. Why would you do this again? You know how I feel about this, how everyone feels about this. You're going to put everyone through this again. For what? What reason is there? I'm not good enough for you? You want a stronger mate? Get over yourself." Loran's hazel eyes held remorse and anguish, and I could tell by his deeply furrowed brows that he wasn't enjoying my reaction. I took another step back, my broken heart pulsating fast inside of my chest, causing it to move up and down visibly. "You know, you shouldn't apologize for things you're just going to do again." I spun on my heel, but Loran grabbed my wrist softly, his eyes pleading with mine. "Elisa, please just let me explain. I'm done with you, Loran." I spat as I yanked my wrist away, giving him one last glare before I took off running in the direction of Alpha Jamin House. I let tears pour down my cheeks as I pushed myself to run faster. I knew Loran wasn't following me, but I wanted to get as far away from that man as possible. He wasn't going to do this. I wasn't going to let him. He was sick and cruel, and everything everyone said about him was true. I had tried to deny it, but there was no use now. He was a monster. I was mated to a monster. As I approached Alpha Jamin front door, I tried to steady my breathing by leaning down and placing my hands on my knees, sucking in as much of the fresh air that I could, but it wasn't helping. I was still a mess. I let out a small sob, burying my face in my hands, unsure of what I was even going to say to Jamin. Another sob racked my body as I let out a scream in anger and frustration. Everything was so built up inside of me, and, in that very moment, it all came out. I suddenly felt a soft pair of arms pull me to a chest, and my head snapped up to see Theon's concerned face, his eyes scanning me for any injuries. "Elisa, what happened? What's wrong?" "Everyone was right," I sobbed, burying my face into his thin t-shirt, no doubt making it damp instantly from my uncontrollable tears. "He's horrible. I hate him." "Loran?" whispered Theon, rubbing my pack softly, trying to calm me. "What did he do?" I pulled away, brushing my brunette hair away from my tear-stained cheeks, trying to control my rapid breathing. Theon's emerald green eyes gazed into my dark brown ones in worry as he held onto my shoulders, crouching down so he was at my height. "I need to know what he did." I nodded, wiping another tear away with the palm of my hand, not caring about how much of a mess I was looking right now. My emotions were overwhelming, and there was no hiding them anymore, especially not from Theon. "He's organizing another whipping." Theon instantly let go of me, his mouth hanging open in shock as he took several steps back, running his hands through his soft brown hair in angst. "I don't know why," I mumbled, fiddling with my fingers as more tears threatened. I knew he didn't get a chance to explain himself, but I didn't want to hear it. I knew no explanation would be good enough. There was no reason to organize another monstrous event, especially since I thought he actually liked me. "Where is he?" grunted Theon as he scanned the perimeter, his eyes now filled with hate and rage. "Theon, I started before I was interrupted. "Right here." Loran slowly stalked towards us, his hands in his pockets to show he wasn't about to try anything crazy, which only angered Theon even more. "You come over here all cocky, huh?" probed Theon as he marched up to Loran, stopping just inches in front of him, their noses nearly touching. "Theon, don't," I pleaded. "I think you should get out of my face, kid," threatened Loran, his gravelly voice carrying a more than intimidating tone. Theon laughed, shaking his head. "You think you're such a big guy. Well, newsflash, you're a coward. A sick, sadistic." Theon was interrupted by a fist making contact with his face, the sound of the impact causing my ears to ring and my stomach to turn. "Stop!" I yelled, running over to Theon to take a look at his now bleeding nose, but he waved me away, his eyes fixated on Loran's now shaking form. "Is that it?" jeered Theon, flashing his pearly white teeth. "I wouldn't taunt me," growled Loran, shaking his head in fury. "You can't even explain why you're organizing another whipping? You instantly just turn to violence to solve all your problems. That really says what kind of man you are, Loran." I furrowed my brows and bit on my lip nervously, not liking the sight in front of me. I knew all of this jeering and taunting wasn't going to end well, but could you really stop two furious, testosterone-filled men when in a heated fight? Both wanted to win, and neither would back down. "Do you enjoy watching young women get tortured, Loran? Is that it? Do you get some sick kick out of it?" mumbled Theon, taking a threatening step forward. Loran's face was a mask of pure hatred, and his eyes, which were usually a glowing hazel, were now pitch black. He was shaking, and his fists were clenched so hard they were starting to turn white. I could see he was trying to restrain himself from shifting and seriously harming Theon. He knew what would happen if he did that. There would be an uproar. "Still going to just stand there? You should." Before Theon could finish his sentence, he was on the floor, being pinned down by Loran. I gasped, taking a few steps closer to let Loran know I was still present and watching. "You want to know why I'm organizing it again?" yelled Loran, his grip tightening on Theon's shirt as he shoved him further into the dirt. "It's to protect her. It will protect her." Using his knees, Theon kicked Loran off him, sending him stumbling backward into the mud. "How would doing something like this be protecting her?" asked Theon, shaking his head and brushing off his jeans. I took a step closer to Loran, who gazed up at me sadly. "I don't care what you have to say, Loran. I don't want to know how this is going to apparently protect me, because it's not. This is going to hurt my family and I in ways you can't imagine. But I don't think you even care about that. You want another whipping? Fine, so be it. But I will be volunteering, and will ensure that no one else from my pack does." Chapter 13. It had been 2 weeks since Loran had left my territory without saying a word. I saw the regret and disappointment in his eyes as he pulled himself off the ground, turned, and just walked away. Part of me had wanted to run after him, but I knew I couldn't. He had come to my house, announced he was organizing another whipping, punched my friend, and then left, without another word. It was all I had thought about. I didn't understand, and I was afraid I never would. Would I be able to live with myself not knowing what he meant? My heart and Wolf longed to see Loran again, and deep down, I was hoping his Wolf was feeling the same. "Well, you two look like you're having fun," laughed my mother as she walked into the kitchen, gazing at Theon and me as we stood by the oven, covered in flour. "He threw it first," I said, flicking Theon on the forehead, causing him to laugh and scrunch his nose up dramatically. My mother shook her head, laughing. Who would have thought I had 2 20-year-olds standing in my kitchen? "Being an adult is boring, Magda," said Theon, flashing a cheeky grin. I shook my head, hiding my smile. My mother and Theon were on a first-name basis, meaning Theon had definitely been spending way too much time at my house. I would almost completely forget about Loran when Theon was around. He brought me to tears with laughter daily, but he was mature and serious when he needed to be. I had never had a friend like him. I was more than grateful for Theon coming into my life, especially during this challenging time. "We'll clean it up, don't worry, Mom," I said, waving her away, leaving Theon and me alone in the messy kitchen. "Maybe we're not the best chefs in the world, but I can tell these cupcakes are going to be bomb," cheered Theon, gazing down at my smiling face. I found myself gazing back into his deep, emerald green eyes, getting lost in the algae-colored orbs. Theon smiled softly, wiping off a smudge of flour from my forehead. I cleared my throat awkwardly, dropping my gaze and turning towards one of the kitchen cupboards. Pulling it open, I took out a dustpan and brush, passing it to Theon. Cleaning time. Theon was wonderful. It was a fact I couldn't deny, but I wasn't sure what was going on in my mind, and I knew better than to add to the mix with another guy. I hated how I couldn't stop thinking about Loran. I wanted to forget, but I couldn't. There was always something pulling me back, making me ask questions that I didn't really like the answers to. You going to help, or are you just going to stand there? Asked Theon, waving his hand right in front of my face in an attempt to pull me out of my daydream. Oh, yeah, I answered, grabbing the dustpan and brush from him, avoiding his gaze. Do you think Loran is going to come back? My jaw clenched at the question, the brush falling from my hands and clattering to the floor. This was the last thing I wanted to talk about. I shook my head, biting at my lip nervously. I don't know. What do you think he meant? About protecting you? Theon's questions were the same as the ones I had been asking myself over and over in my head for the past 2 weeks, and now I was being reminded of them again. It seemed I couldn't escape. I have no idea, I mumbled, running my floury hands through my hair, making it even dirtier. Do you think... You know what? I have to go. I interrupted, quickly untying my apron and throwing it onto the kitchen counter before making my way out the front door. But this is your house, Theon yelled after me in confusion. It's fine, just go home when you're ready. There's something I have to do. I yelled back, giving him a quick smile before pushing myself into a jog, making my way towards the forest. I couldn't spend the next however long trying to drive myself crazy with possible answers to my questions. I needed to know the truth, and I knew who I needed to hear it from. I continued to run in human form, knowing I couldn't shift because I hadn't brought any spare clothes with me, but I didn't mind. I hadn't been on a proper run in a while, and I enjoyed the feeling of adrenaline searing through my body, creating the feeling of almost floating through the forest. I racked my brain, thinking of all of the questions I wanted to ask Loran, hoping he would be willing to answer them. I wasn't too sure how I was going to approach this and what I was going to say, but I knew it needed to be done for my own sanity. I ignored the burning sensation in my chest as I continued to run, hopping over old tree stumps and logs, reveling in the feeling of the wind through my long, thick hair. I had forgotten how free I felt in the forest, remembering how it used to be my favorite place for reading and writing before all of this happened. As I approached the border to Lauren's territory, I stopped to take a deep breath, trying to steady my breathing, but before I took another step, the noise of a twig snapping behind me echoed through my ears, causing me to spin around in shock instantly. Nothing. Furrowing my brows, I turned back around and continued towards Loran's territory, taking slow and steady steps, trying to make as little noise as possible. The bushes beside me swayed vigorously, and I knew it wasn't from the wind. Panic struck me, and I stumbled backward, feeling helpless in my human form. Hello? Just as I was about to shift into my wolf for my own protection, a loud growl vibrated the ground from behind me, and I spun on my heels, holding back a scream as best I knew. Elisa? In front of me stood a tall man, clad in nothing but a pair of denim shorts and a large, dark gray wolf. You know my name? I asked, taken aback. The man nodded. We heard somebody approaching, so we came out to investigate. Didn't expect to see you here, though. You're part of Loran's pack? The man smiled, flashing a row of white teeth. You mean the Dark Moon Pack? The best pack to ever grace the planet? Of course. I huffed with laughter, rolling my eyes. I came to see Loran. We wouldn't expect you for any other reason, Elisa. Please follow us, the man said as they led me through the remainder of the forest, pulling back heavy shrubbing, allowing me to walk through without getting hit. How do you know my name? I asked, biting my nails nervously. Loran's a good friend of ours. He needs someone he can vent to, but don't worry, the secret is safe with us. I nodded as a thank you, appreciating the fact that they weren't going to tell anyone that Loran and I were mates. However, I couldn't help but wonder how many people Loran had told. Were there other people in his pack that he had told? What would his answer have been when everyone asked him why he did what he did at the whipping? Surely people weren't going just to let that go like it was nothing. Once we approached the clearing, my vision was met once again by the beautiful village of the Dark Moon Pack. I had forgotten how vibrant and bustling it was, and it seemed to amaze me all over again, but I shook the thoughts aside. I was here for answers, and I intended to find them. I wasn't going to get distracted. He's just over there, said the man next to me, pointing over at a group of men all using heavy metal equipment to chop up several large logs. Loran was shirtless, his body glistening with sweat, as sweat dripped down him in the hot, shining sun. I gulped, trying to ignore the butterflies in my stomach as he lifted the large log, plopping it over his shoulder, and carrying it over to the pile. It looked so effortless for him, as if it were child's play. Once Loran noticed me approaching, his eyes went wide, and he swiveled past several people, trying to reach me as fast as he could. His eyes shone with pure joy, and he beamed, flashing his beautiful, white teeth. "Elisa, I didn't know you were coming. Well, you seem to like to show up on my territory unannounced. I figured it was my turn." Loran seemed to appreciate my sarcastic comment, laughing and shaking his head in amusement. "I'm sorry I haven't come by," he explained. "After everything that happened, I just figured you needed some time. I was waiting for you to come to me, but I've been getting pretty antsy." I nodded, not really wanting to hear his excuses. "I came for answers, Loran. I've been going crazy the past 2 weeks, and I have some questions I need you to answer." Loran nodded, smirking at me as he looked me up and down, laughing, raising his eyebrows. I squinted my eyes, confused, but then gasped, quickly wiping away as much flour off my face and body as I could, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. "All right, well, let's go somewhere a little more private. It's too busy here. We can go to my place." I nodded. Loran was right. It was far too busy here, and I really didn't like the idea of anyone listening in on our conversation. We were just getting the materials ready to build a new house. A couple has just had a baby, so we're making them a place of their own, so they don't have to live with their parents anymore, said Loran, pulling off his dirty gloves and stuffing them into the pockets of his shorts. "You help with that stuff?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. "Of course," shrugged Loran, as if it were no big deal. As we walked up the cobbled path towards Loran's house, I couldn't help but wonder why Loran was out chopping wood with everyone else. Many alphas would be in their offices, doing everything they could to avoid the hard work. As an alpha, he wasn't expected to do any of the manual labor, but Loran seemed to really put a lot of effort into this pack, and I couldn't help but admire that. The sight of Loran's house brought back butterflies in my stomach, and I remembered how I'd felt when I had first seen it. As Loran opened the door for me, waving me in, I heard some shuffling coming from around the corner. "Hi, honey," called his mother, causing Loran to curse under his breath. "I'm sorry. They weren't here when I left earlier. I didn't think anyone would be in." Loran seemed genuinely apologetic, and I smiled at him, showing him it was okay. "Lauren!" screamed Millie as she dashed up to Loran, clawing at his legs in excitement. Her brunette pigtails bounced with every step she took, and her rosy cheeks blushed even more when Loran came into sight. "Hey!" exclaimed Loran, lifting her up into his arms and giving her a quick kiss on the cheek, causing me to smile. "Elisa!" Millie squealed, poking at my lip playfully. "Oh, you remember my name?" I asked quietly, raising my eyebrows in confusion. "Well, it's not often Loran brings home a girl," interrupted Diana, Loran's mother, as she rounded the corner with her arms crossed, a smile plastered on her face. "Mom," Loran warned, widening his eyes at his mother. Diana laughed, taking Millie from her son's arms. "Come on, Millie, let's give these two their privacy." Chapter 14. "Okay, hit me," said Loran as he plopped down on the couch, leaning his elbows on his knees as he scratched his stubble nervously. "Okay, but I want the truth. I want real answers this time. I don't want excuses," I huffed, crossing my arms. Loran nodded, encouraging me to continue. "Why are you organizing another whipping?" I grunted, knowing that going in with the toughest question first was a bit risky, but it was the answer I wanted the most out of all of them. Loran buried his face in his hands, huffing. "Do you really have to ask me that?" "Yes," I announced, glaring. "Elisa, I don't need anyone else's opinion right now on the matter. I'm trying to figure out what to do, and you're just making it harder for me by asking this." "Wow, that's your answer?" I laughed in disbelief. "You said you would answer my questions." Loran gazed at me, his lips set in a firm line. He obviously wasn't going to be spilling anything today. "Just forget it," I mumbled as I pushed myself up off the opposite couch, taking a few steps towards the door. However, Loran reached out and grasped my arm, sending tiny tingles through it. "Please don't leave. I'll answer." I pulled my arm away, not enjoying the physical contact in this situation. I pushed away the warm thoughts of Loran that were now invading my mind, wanting to be angry at him. "Okay, so why?" I asked, nervously fiddling with my fingers as I placed myself on the edge of the couch. Loran shook his head, puffing out all the air he had collected in his cheeks in angst. "My father had a lot of blood on his hands, Elisa. When he died, it then got transferred to Jordy, and when Jordy died, it then got transferred to me." I shook my head, my eyes slightly squinted. "I don't understand." Loran sighed, running his hands through his dark hair. My father wasn't the best guy. He looked after his family and pack, don't get me wrong, but he saw no value in other people's lives. He killed for the fun of it, and it's come back to haunt him. Or come back to haunt you, I whispered. Laurent nodded. People want revenge, Elisa. My father is dead, and so is my older brother. So who's the next best person for them all to target? I furrowed my brows, not understanding what it all had to do with organizing another whipping. People would jump at the chance to take this pack down, but they've been waiting. They've been waiting for the right time, and what is my biggest weakness? You. I stared at Laurent, my lips parted in shock. I've been told multiple times the day I find my mate is the day this pack will be destroyed. After years of no mate showing up, I organized the first whipping because I didn't want to find you. I decided it was for the best. I wanted someone to have children with so my bloodline could continue, but someone that I wouldn't be attached to so they couldn't be used against me. Then I found you. The room was filled with silence, but this silence sounded deafening. A million thoughts were racing through my head, and I didn't know what to think or feel. I was feeling every emotion imaginable. So you're organizing another whipping because you found me? No. Well, yes, mumbled Laurent as he moved towards me, crouching down in front of me, gazing up with his hazel eyes, holding an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. I wanted to organize another whipping to make people think I hadn't found my mate. People were starting to suspect and ask questions after what happened at the first event, and I wanted to keep you safe. What were you going to say to them about why you stopped the first event? Everyone saw you attack your beta after he whipped me, I whispered, finally letting the salty tears dribble down my now flushed cheeks. I was just going to make something up. I was going to say I was unhappy with the choice of girl my beta made, or that I didn't want him to start the event until I got there. I was still thinking about that part. Any children of yours would become a target too, Lauren, I mumbled. Laurent nodded, slightly shaking his head. I know, but we are a private pack. My children would have been kept a secret until they were all old enough and strong enough to defend themselves, and then one of them would take over the pack for me. Laurent reached forward, cupping my cheeks, wiping away the waterfall of tears. What would you do with the winner of the second whipping? Would you take her as your Luna? I didn't want to know the answer, and the idea that Laurent was going to choose someone else over me put a strain on my heart, causing my chest to feel tight. No, of course not. I was going to explain everything in private to her afterwards. She would have just lived within the pack like everyone else, but she wouldn't become the Luna. She would be safe, though. I didn't think anyone would have tried to hurt her, because they would know she's not my real mate. I've thought about hosting the whipping in private, and just pretending that it went ahead so no one had to get hurt, and then pick one of the girls at random. But there would just be too many complications and questions asked. I wouldn't be able to trust the other girls not to say anything. It wouldn't work. You don't actually think that the girl would accept being told she wasn't going to become the Luna after going through with the whipping? I scoffed, shaking my head. Laurent shrugged, chewing on his bottom lip. She would have to. I would keep her here against her will if it meant keeping you safe. I was really having trouble understanding his feelings for me, or if he had any at all. The organization of the second whipping had made me feel as if I wasn't good enough for him, and I felt a little better knowing that it was really for my protection, nothing else. I shook my head, running my hands through my hair in frustration. It doesn't seem like you put in any effort to find me. You could have visited neighboring packs to see if anyone there was your mate. Laurent shook his head. I asked Elisa. I asked every pack I could think of, but all of them denied my request to visit. They obviously didn't trust me around them, knowing who my father was. Forcing my way onto their territory would just start unnecessary wars, so I just gave up searching for you. I sighed, taking in all of the information, feeling my head throb. I have never regretted anything more in my life, Elisa. I wish I had met you under different circumstances, said Laurent as he softly caressed my cheek with the pad of his thumb. I know this is all very upsetting for you, so I'll think about changing my decision. I will try and come up with some other options, but please remember, I am trying to keep you and my pack safe. I nodded in understanding, pulling away from Laurent's hand as I wiped away the remaining tears. Standing up, I stretched my arms out in front of me, sighing loudly. Laurent stood up from his crouching position, studying me to ensure I was all right. It felt good to know the truth, and I felt like Laurent had really opened up to me. I still didn't know an awful lot about him, but this had really felt like the first step. Walking over to one of his living room walls, I studied the number of beautifully framed photographs placed upon it. You look so happy, I said, pointing at a photo of Laurent and Jordy. Laurent laughed, shoving his hands in his pockets and making his way over to the wall. Yeah, Jordy was a funny guy. Who's this? I asked, pointing to another photograph of Loran and Jordy, but this one featured a girl. The girl was clinging onto Jordy's shoulder, mid-laugh, flashing her perfect white teeth, her long brunette locks floating in the wind. Is that his mate? Is that his mate? No, said Loran, reaching over me and pointing at another photo that included Jordy, but this photo had a blonde girl in it. That's his mate, Emile. Oh, I mumbled, gazing between the photos. That, said Loran as he pointed back to the brunette girl, is Joan. She was Jordy's ex, but a good friend of ours. His ex? I asked. Loran nodded. Yeah, they were together for a while, but then Jordy met Emile, and there was no way he could choose anyone over his mate. They were supposed to be the next Alpha and Luna of the pack, but, yeah. Where are Emile and Joan now? Loran looked at me, his mouth set in a firm line. Joan left after Jordy died. She was heartbroken, and Emile couldn't live life without him. I turned to Loran, gazing into his hazel eyes to check for any signs that he was uncomfortable, but he smiled, showing me he was all right. How did he die? I asked, knowing that the question may have been out of line, but I really wanted Lauren to open up to me. He died unexpectedly. He went to sleep one night, and he never woke up. Loran dropped his gaze, chewing on his lip. I'm sorry. He was really stressed about becoming the Alpha, so the doctor put it down to that. We never really got any answers. I nodded, knowing that terrible things like this happened daily, and it was unfair, but there was nothing anybody could do. It hurt to see Loran so withdrawn, and I was starting to feel guilty about asking him so many questions. However, I was happy to finally see the honest Loran, even if it meant the hurt and emotional Loran. Chapter 15. After a few minutes of relaxing silence, Loran took my hand, leading me back into the kitchen, but I made sure to pull away from him before any eyes landed on us, not wanting to cause any questions to be asked. As we rounded the corner, I noticed a tall woman had now occupied the kitchen, grabbing a handful of cutlery as she neatly set the small wooden table, pushing her black bob out of her face as she reached over. Her stormy gray eyes snapped up to Loran and me, raising her eyebrows slightly as she looked me up and down, her brows furrowing. Loran smiled awkwardly, shoving his hands in the pockets of his shorts. Elisa, this is my much older sister, Heath. Heath laughed at the emphasis Loran put on the word much, and strolled over to me, taking my hand in hers, shaking it firmly. Nice to meet you. I smiled, shaking her hand back, unsure of what to say. I didn't know what she knew, but she was eyeing me up oddly, smiling to herself slightly as she turned, taking a seat at the table next to Millie. Dinner is up. Elisa, will you stay for some food? Asked Diana, setting a huge pot in the center of the table, smiling at me joyfully. I hesitated, but I didn't want to come across as rude. I found myself wanting Diana and Heath to like me, and ducking out certainly wouldn't help in that department. Sure. I took a seat next to Lauren as the food was dished out, feeling restless, fidgeting subconsciously. So when did you two meet? I know when I met my mate. We aren't, I trailed off, interrupting Heath. Heath paused, her fork full of food hovering just in front of her plump lips as she eyeballed Loran, who was focusing intently on his plate, his mouth set in a firm line. Oh, I just assumed. My mistake, replied Heath, dropping her gaze as she looked down at her plate, biting her lip. Diana coughed awkwardly, clapping her hands together. So, Elisa, what's your pack like? They're great, small, but it's how I like it. I nodded, taking another bite from my fork. Alpha Jamin Hughes, right? Asked Heath, raising her eyebrows. Yeah, I nodded. Well, I've heard great things. I'm sure he's a fabulous alpha, said Diana, offering me a cheerful smile. Almost as great as you, Loran, spoke Heath, causing Loran's head to snap up. What? He asked, furrowing his brows. Heath laughed. Oh, please, don't be so modest. Elisa should know how much your pack loves you. I've seen it. They all seem pretty respectful of him, I added, offering Loran a small smile. Not to mention the women, said Heath, raising her eyebrows at me. Heath? What? Questioned Loran, dropping his fork down on the plate, causing a clattering noise to echo throughout the kitchen. Oh yeah, all the women swoon over Loran. They love him, jeered Heath, smiling at me. I didn't know what she was getting at, but I was becoming frustrated with the conversation, gulping multiple times awkwardly. And when we go out where humans roam, they just can't get enough of him. He's like a girl magnet, laughed Heath, clearly enjoying my reaction. The grip on my fork tightened, and I felt my breathing quicken. All the talk about Loran and other women was sending shivers down my spine, shivers that I wasn't enjoying. I didn't know what I was feeling because I didn't even know how I felt about Loran, but I knew I wasn't happy with the direction this conversation was heading. I definitely did not want to hear about Loran's run-ins with women in the past. It caused a pang in my chest that I couldn't describe, but it was almost as if I could feel my heart drop. "Heath, drop it," growled Loran, who glared at his sister, his hazel eyes glowing brighter than normal before a stormy gray misted over them. Heath shrugged, offering her daughter another spoonful of food. "Just being truthful, Loran." The next 10 minutes were filled with the sound of Millie's babbling and forks scraping against the china plates. A few generic questions were asked and answered, but it felt awkward. The silence eventually became deafening. I had wanted to make a good impression, but things hadn't really gone to plan, and I sighed, annoyed with how everything had played out. Suddenly, the silence was taken over by the blasting ringing of Laurent's phone. He pulled it out of his pocket and gazed at it before pushing his chair back and standing up. "I've got to take this. I'll be a few minutes." My gaze lingered on Laurent as he walked out of the front door, nervous to be left alone with his mother and sister, afraid something awkward would be brought up again. "Well, I'm going to go and get Millie cleaned up. I'll help with the dishes after," announced Diana, lifting a giggling and food-covered Millie up before making her way up the stairs. Heath pushed her chair back, gathering all of the plates in one of her hands, dropping them into the sink as she started to fill it with warm water. "I can help," I said, making my way over to her. "What do you think you're playing at, huh?" growled Heath, pushing me up against the counter, her face just inches from mine. "You think I didn't notice how you reacted? I'm not an idiot." I stared at her with wide eyes as I tried my best to step sideways, but Heath's arm stopped me. "I'm stronger than you, so don't even try it. Loran is only alpha because I turned it down, but he has been waiting for his mate, and whatever game you're playing by pretending you're not it is really starting to get on my nerves," spat Heath, her brows pulling together angrily. "We've had a lot of heartache in this family, and Loran doesn't need any more of it, so don't play with him, got it?" I slowly nodded, my lips slightly parted in shock. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I wanted to push her off of me and scream, telling her all that Loran had done, but I guessed that she already knew. I knew Loran was trying to make amends, but was she aware that he was organizing another whipping? Was she aware that he also didn't want people to know that I was his mate? I felt as if she was jumping to conclusions before getting to know the entire story, but I didn't want to cause a scene. Frankly, this woman scared me, and the look she was giving me was making me feel extremely uneasy. It was as if she was considering doing me serious harm then and there. There were definitely some more answers I needed from Loran. Chapter 16. I stood awkwardly in the middle of the kitchen, not wanting to go anywhere near Heath in case of a repeat of her unusual outburst. She was scrubbing at the dishes angrily, clattering them down on the drying rack with much more strength than necessary. I glanced to my right to see Loran making his way back into the kitchen, shoving his phone into the pocket of his shorts. "Sorry, my beta was just updating me on some pack business." I nodded, avoiding eye contact, not wanting to talk in case it would set off Heath. "Do you need help with the dishes?" asked Loran, grabbing a tea towel, but Heath snatched it from him, throwing it back on the counter. "No, Mom is going to help me after Millie's bath." Heath's tone was glum and gloomy, and I could tell Loran was taken aback by his sister's aggravation. "Okay, well, we're gonna head out." Heath nodded, chewing the inside of her mouth as she focused on scrubbing the plate in front of her. "Please tell Diana I said thank you for dinner," I said, chewing on my lip. Heath scoffed, shaking her head whilst she laughed to herself, causing Loran to glance at her in confusion. We made our way out of the house, stepping down from the porch onto the gravel path. "She knows we're mates," mumbled Loran, dragging me down the path and away from the house quickly. "Yeah, she does," I replied, running my hands through my dark hair. "What does this mean? Is she going to tell everyone?" Loran shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose in stress. "I'll make sure she doesn't. I don't want the whole pack to know, or things could just start to get messy. I need to figure out what I'm doing first." "Why don't you just throw a party?" I said cheerfully, smiling. Loran raised his brows, gazing at me questionably. "What?" "You know, one of those parties where packs all come together so that people can find their mates. Why don't you just hold one of those, and that way, people will still think you're mateless, and nobody needs to get hurt." In my head, it was a great plan, and I was annoyed at myself for not mentioning it earlier, but Loran shook his head, his mouth set in a firm line. "Inviting a bunch of packs who despise us onto my territory and giving them the upper hand? Something tells me that wouldn't go too well, Elisa. It's way too risky. Besides, People would find it suspicious that I stopped the first whipping and never organized another one. It would be way too obvious that I had found my mate. I nodded, understanding what he meant. It would just be a perfect chance for them to strike, and it was a silly suggestion of mine. I was upset with myself that I couldn't seem to think of a way around all of this, and it seemed that neither could Loran. We're running out of time. They could be planning their attack as we speak, because I stopped the first whipping. I've made it so obvious, growled Loran, his hands balling into fists, causing multiple people around us to turn and look curiously. Shh, Loran, let's go over here, I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the forest away from the busy village, settling myself on an old log, but Loran refused to sit, pacing up and down on the freshly cut grass. We need to do something about this quickly. Elisa, the whipping is the only way. I shook my head, pushing myself up and walking over to Loran, stopping right in front of him. Loran, that isn't an option. Loran growled, glaring at me. Elisa, it's the only option. I crossed my arms, furrowing my brows. Although I was much shorter than Loran, I still tried my best to intimidate him, knowing that it probably wasn't working one bit. I was serious about what I said about volunteering. Loran chuckled to himself, shaking his head. You've already been a part of the whipping. You aren't allowed to do it again. The rules state that a wolf must receive a minimum of 5 lashes from the whip for them to count. Plus, you stopped the event, making it void, so anyone who was part of the last event can take part again. I would really brush up on the rules, Loran, seeing as you're so intent on organizing a second one. I spoke with a cocky tone, knowing it would get to Loran, which is what I wanted. He had to know I was serious about volunteering. I would not let anyone else in my pack go through it for no reason. If Loran wanted to organize another whipping, he would have to watch his own mate be whipped, possibly to the brink of death. Loran growled, his body shaking in anger. But just as he was about to open his mouth to shout at me probably, a guard came running up to us, breathing heavily. Alpha Loran, there are 3 men at our border. They have said they are here to talk to you. I haven't granted them access as I thought you would want to talk to them first, to see who they were. Loran nodded, turning his back on me, making his way quickly through the busy village towards the forest on the opposite side. I followed him, making sure to keep my distance so nobody around us would notice. I had to squeeze my way past people, whereas they all just seemed to part for Loran, allowing him through, as if he were parting the Red Sea. I knew if I became Luna here, I would probably receive the same treatment, but did I want that? I was rather happy going unnoticed and just blending in with the crowd. Once we had made our way through the village, I scurried after Loran towards the trees, pushing through the leaves and bramble in order to keep up with him. Slow down. I yelled after him, causing him to turn around and scowl at me. You shouldn't be following me, he stated, turning back around and stopping just after a large oak tree. You didn't tell me not to, I replied, making my way to his side. Show yourselves. You say you want to talk? I need to know who you are, boomed Loran into the forest, scanning it for any sign of movement. After a few moments, the bushes swayed, and out walked my father, Theon, and Alpha Jamin. Dad? I mumbled, staring at them all in shock. What were they doing here? Why had they decided to show up? I glared at Theon, knowing he must have told them about me leaving. Theon held his hands up defensively, taking a step forward, causing Loran to growl. I had to tell them, Elisa. You just disappeared and I was worried. You've taken my daughter without permission, growled my father, taking a threatening step forward. I came here on my own, Dad. Loran didn't even know I was coming, I stated. I wouldn't attempt to enter my territory, Mr. Bennett. You haven't been granted permission, warned Loran. Why would you want to come and see him, Elisa? He's not good for you, said my father, giving me a pleading look. She's an adult. She can make her own decisions, said Loran, letting out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. You've taken my only child away from me. She belongs in our pack, and that's where she will remain. She will not be running off to become a Luna of some pack she's never heard of. She will never leave to be a Luna. Ever. I scoffed, looking between my father and Loran in disbelief. Dad, why are you saying that? I glanced at Theon for help, but he avoided my gaze, settling it on an irritated Loran instead. Dad, is that what this is all about? I asked him, taking a few steps forward. It never mattered who my mate was, did it? Loran could have been the most perfect mate in the entire world, and you still would have brainwashed me into thinking that I didn't want it. For what? Just because you don't want your only child to leave? To move on? To grow? Elisa, I was just thinking of you and... No, Dad, you were thinking of yourself. You were willing to hold me back from my life just to keep yourself happy. I yelled, my eyes welling up with tears. It didn't matter who my mate was to my father, because he didn't want me to have one. He never had. Ever since I was little, he had told me how most mates were controlling and brought nothing but trouble. He was always going to try to change my mind. It just helped him out that Loran had severely messed up in the beginning. You can all leave. I'm not coming home. Chapter 17. My father's face turned to a picture of despair in front of me as he fell to his knees, shaking his head. Please, Elisa, I can't allow you to stay with him. I can't risk losing you. I dropped my gaze, feeling ashamed that my actions had led to my father's breakdown, but I knew what he had done was wrong. I knew he was trying to protect me, but he had to let his only child grow and learn from her own experiences. I couldn't and wouldn't be wrapped up in cotton wool for my whole life. I was free to make my own decisions, and I couldn't stay in a house with my parents, knowing that they had planned to imprint negative thoughts towards my mate in my head before I had even met him. You can stay with Jamin. You don't have to stay here, said Theon, looking at his uncle with pleading eyes. I shook my head, my mouth set in a firm line. I'm not a child anymore, Theon. I can't rely on Jamin to do everything for me. This is something I need to do. I will come back, I promise. Theon frowned at me, chewing on his lip as if he was desperately thinking of something to say that would change my mind. Jamin, we cannot allow this, my father growled, standing up. I'm sorry, Davis, but there is nothing I can do. Elisa has chosen to go willingly. This is out of our hands now, spoke Alpha Jamin, placing his hand firmly on my father's shoulder in comfort. Theon gave me one last pleading look before turning around and following my Alpha and father back into the forest. I watched them disappear in sadness, not knowing when I would see them again. I knew it would be soon, but the fact that my parents wanted to keep me all to themselves was hard for me to swallow. I turned to Loran, who was gazing at me through thick lashes. I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to say it. I just sort of blurted it out. I know I didn't even ask, and I don't have clothes or a toothbrush or anything. I can find somewhere else to stay. I just really can't face going back to my pack right now and... Loran chuckled, taking a few steps closer to me. It would be an honor for you to stay. I smiled, unsure of what to say, feeling slightly overwhelmed by his proximity. Thank you. Loran took hold of my hand, causing tingling throughout my arm. He led me back through the forest towards the village, but he stopped to scan the many houses scattered around. I'm just trying to think of somewhere you can stay. I would offer you to stay at my house, but I don't think you'd like that. Plus, Heath will be staying over late, and she doesn't seem in the best of moods right now. I shook my head, scrunching up my nose. Although Lauren's house was comfortable and cute, I didn't want to intrude on him or his mother, especially as the house was already small. I also didn't want his mother to suspect anything, although I was sure Heath had probably already said something to her by now. I know, mumbled Loran to himself as he began to walk again, releasing my hand before anyone could see. He flashed me a quick smile, letting me know he wanted me to follow him. I walked behind him, noticing how many of the young females who gawked at him would turn and stare, offering him flirtatious smiles and nods, sending a pang of jealousy throughout my body. Heath was right. Wherever Loran went, girls were always watching. He was beautiful, and power radiated from him, making him appear even more attractive, if that were even possible. Shaking the thoughts out of my head, I continued to plod after Loran as he rounded a corner and led me down a slim cobble path, surrounded by large, blooming blossom trees. Before us stood a large brick house, topped with a painted red roof. This was my brother's house. No one has stayed here since he died, but we don't have any spare houses at the moment, said Loran as he pushed the front door open, inviting me in. I shook my head, holding my hands up. Oh no, Loran. I can't stay here. Honestly, I can just get a hotel or something. No, I really would like you to stay here, Elisa. I can't think of a better person to open up this house again to. I stepped inside, gawking at the beautiful and expensive-looking decorative interior. It was so different from Loran's house, which was unique, quirky, and filled with intriguing trinkets and collectibles. This house appeared polished and pristine. Everything seemed to have a specific place, and all the colors and furniture were well coordinated. Emile was really into interior design. It was her passion. She designed this entire house and we built it from scratch, said Loran. It's amazing. Come on, I'll show you upstairs. I followed Loran up the carpeted stairs, noticing how glossy and smooth the banister was against my fingertips. Every wall was decorated with a beautiful piece of art, all framed with gold. I couldn't help but wonder how much Theon would like it here, and how he would be mesmerized by the sheer number of artistic pieces. I wasn't even an artist, and even I couldn't help but admire everyone. Loran opened a large wooden door, allowing me to step in first. My eyes were greeted with the largest bedroom I had ever seen. The walls were painted a champagne color, and every piece of furniture was a deep mahogany brown. The huge, king-size bed was fitted with royal blue sheets, and a sparkling large mirror was placed along the entirety of the side wall. "Don't worry, everything has been cleaned and changed since. You know," mumbled Loran, offering me a smile. "A lot of their old stuff has been packed away, so you don't have to feel like you're intruding or anything. Loran, are you sure I can stay here? I really feel like I shouldn't." "There's no other purpose for it," shrugged Loran. "We might as well put a house as beautiful as this to good use. Plus, you're just as beautiful, so you fit right in." I laughed at Loran's corny compliment, smiling up at him as I shook my head. Loran gazed down at me, clearing his throat awkwardly. "I can't organize another whipping if I know you're going to volunteer. I can't watch you go through that again. I will try and think of another way, but if I can't come up with anything, the whipping really does seem like my only option, but I can't allow you to volunteer." "How do you know these packs are really going to do something, Loran? Have they not just forgotten about it?" I asked. Loran shook his head. "No, Elisa. What my father did to those packs aren't things they can just forget. He took people's mates away from them and ambushed packs for no reason, just because he wanted to appear powerful, to keep his own pack and family safe. He liked to use fear to control people. And now you have to pay for it. It's so unfair. Life is unfair, but as the alpha, I have a duty to keep my pack safe, and of course you," Loran said, taking a few steps towards me until I was backed up against the wall. "I can take care of myself, you know." Loran nodded, biting his lip and chuckling. "Oh, trust me, I know, but it doesn't mean I can't help." Loran was a few inches from me, his minty fresh breath fanning my face softly, sending warmth to spread throughout my body. I gazed into his shining hazel eyes, unsure of what I was feeling. My heart was racing, and my breathing was quickening as each second ticked by. I couldn't help but think back to what Heath had said at the dinner table, and my brain wandered how many girls had been in this very position right now with Loran. The thought annoyed me, causing a sinking feeling to form in my stomach. About what Heath said. Is it true?" Loran smiled, rolling his eyes. "Heath likes to tease me about it. Yes, it's true. I get a lot of attention, but honestly, none of it means anything. It never has. It's not something I pay attention to." "So?" I mumbled awkwardly, not wanting actually to ask the questions I was wondering. I didn't want to come across as if I was prying, or even worse, jealous. "If you're trying to ask me if I've ever had a girlfriend, the answer is no. I've never had time. Sure, there have been childhood crushes and a few drunken kisses, but nothing much more than that," said Loran, raising his eyebrows at me, searching for any type of reaction. I forced back a smile, not wanting to come across as if I cared too much. I knew that the past was the past, and anything that had happened before me was really none of my business, but I was happy he had waited for me, even if he had found me when searching for a Luna. "And you?" asked Loran. "The same as you said," I mumbled, feeling embarrassed, even though I knew that Lauren and I were in the same boat when it came to past romances. Loran smiled, obviously sensing how nervous I was. His gaze traveled down to my lips, before flickering his eyes back up to my chocolate brown ones. After a few more seconds, he stepped away, chuckling to himself. "I'll go make us some hot drinks before bed," he said, as he made his way out of the room. "Wait, you're staying here?" I called after him, confused. "Yup," he replied, popping the P at the end, and I could tell he was cheekily smiling to himself. Oh God, Chapter 18. I slowly padded my way down the stairs, wandering into the kitchen to see a still, shirtless Loran pouring a frothy brown liquid into 2 cups. He turned to me, offering me a cup, which I took gladly, and offered him a smile. I took a whiff of the steaming hot chocolate, inhaling the sweet aroma of cocoa. I watched Loran as he took a sip from his cup, my gaze traveling from his chin down to his tanned, bare chest, but I gulped, averting my eyes. "Do you not own a shirt?" I asked, raising my eyebrows and smirking. Loran laughed, shaking his head. "If you want me to cover up, all you need to do is say the word." Loran knew I wouldn't. He knew I wouldn't ask him to put on a shirt, because deep down I was enjoying the view, and I was frustrated at myself for it. "Do they know?" asked Loran, his glowing hazel eyes boring into mine. "What? Your father and your alpha, do they know I'm considering organizing another whipping?" asked Loran, running his hands through his dark, tousled hair. I shook my head. No, only Theon and I know. I swore him to secrecy. I'm hoping he won't blab, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, spoke Loran, nodding. I would prefer people didn't know until my mind is made up. I'm not too sure how people would react. They'd react the same way they did with the first whipping. Most would be taken aback and frightened, but they have no choice. They can't not take part, I said, dropping my gaze, focusing on the glistening tile floor. I know you didn't have a choice, whispered Loran, taking a few steps closer to me, his breath fanning my face. I wish those weren't the rules, Elisa. I wish I hadn't have been running late. Then, I would have found you before the event started. I wish I didn't have to watch my own beta whip you. I have a lot of wishes, but I can't take back time. If I could change it, I would. I wanted a strong and powerful Luna, someone who was ready for the position, because I knew how hated my pack was. I needed someone who could handle all of that, but I didn't know that all I really needed was you. You're not power-hungry. You're not itching to become a Luna, but you're compassionate and sympathetic. You're loyal and kind-hearted, and that makes you stronger than any woman who would have been willing to take 1,000 whips. I gazed up at Loran, my mouth slightly hanging open in shock. I had never heard someone speak so highly of me, not in all of my 20 years. I could tell by the look in his eyes that he meant it. He had meant every single word. His face inched closer to mine, scanning my expression to check I wasn't feeling uncomfortable. I was drawn to Loran, and knowing that he thought I was strong empowered me, causing the feelings inside me to blossom and spread throughout my body. He took another step closer to me, my eyes fluttering down to his soft, plump lips as I slowly inched towards him, letting my eyes gently close. Just as our lips were about to touch, a banging noise came from behind the front door, causing me to jump back in fear, almost throwing my cup up in the air. It's Heath. I sent her a message to come and bring some stuff for you, mumbled Loran, averting his gaze to the floor, coughing awkwardly as he took a step back from me. I'll be in the living room picking a movie. I nodded, watching as Loran hurried out of the kitchen, running his hands through his hair in annoyance. Sighing, I made my way to the front door after setting my cup down, pulling it open to see Heath standing in front of me, her face a picture of impatience. She shoved a large bag towards me, raising her eyes at me questionably until I took it from her hands. You're oddly small, so I got the shortest things I could find. Lauren asked me to put some toiletries in there too. Thank you, I said, smiling slightly, feeling awkward. Why are you staying here? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. There weren't any other houses, so... No, Heath interrupted. I don't mean the house. I mean the pack. Why are you staying here? Have you finally accepted what Loran is to you? I widened my eyes at Heath's harsh tone, attempting to avoid her intense stare. Heath, look, I said, stepping outside and closing the door behind me, giving us more privacy. You can't tell anyone about Loran and I. There you go again, scoffed Heath, shaking her head. Why are you even here, Elisa? If you aren't going to accept Lauren, then you might as well leave, because I know what girls like you do. You ruin people like my brother. I shook my head, furrowing my brows. No, he doesn't want people to know either. He's trying to protect me. What? Asked Heath, raising her eyebrows. He's trying to keep me safe. He knows what other packs will do when they find out he has a mate. Well, I think he's already made it pretty clear, Elisa. Do you think people are stupid? Do you both honestly think that people think nothing of what happened at the whipping? He stopped the entire event and then attacked his own beta for whipping you. You would really have to be a fool to think that people didn't catch on to that, Elisa. But, no, Heath interrupted. You're really just going to spend the rest of your life hiding away, pretending that Loran isn't your mate? Those packs want revenge, Elisa. They'll be willing to wait decades for Loran to find his mate, as long as it means they get what they want. But eventually, it'll come to a point where they don't care if Loran doesn't have a mate. They'll find another way to destroy this pack, so you can either stay here hiding away like a coward, or you can stand up as Loran's mate and take it when it comes. Loran was going to organize another whipping to deter people from thinking he had a mate. I spoke, chewing on my lip nervously. People will die either way, no matter what you decide, so if you're trying to think of a way to save lives here, I would just give up if I were you, spat Heath, shaking her head at me. Just know that lives will be lost no matter what happens. There's no one-way ticket out of this, Elisa. People are going to die because of what my father did. Another whipping may buy you some time, but you'll always be on edge. You'll always be wondering when they're going to strike. Do you really want to be spending the next 30 years of your life like that? At least if you let the world know now. You know the attack will happen soon, and we can prepare. We can fight for our pack. I glared at Heath, angry that I was taking the blame for Loran's idea that I had been attempting to convince him to drop. I knew Loran wasn't going to announce to everyone that I was his mate. He wanted to keep me and his pack as safe as possible, and the only other option was the whipping. He was going to go through with it, whether I agreed or not, so I knew what I needed to do. Heath shrugged. It's your call. I can't tell you two what to do, but whatever you decide, you'll have to live with it for the rest of your lives, so I hope you don't get too much blood on your hands. For Loran's sake. I watched as Heath turned, walking away, her face a mask of disappointment. She was right. I didn't want blood on my hands. I didn't want to be the reason for anyone's death. Nobody was going to die, and I was going to make sure of that. I let the tears that were begging to escape finally dribble down my cheeks as I tried to control my breathing, hoping Loran wouldn't hear me. Wiping my eyes, I opened the front door, making my way into the living room to see Loran sitting on the couch, his face masked with concern. Elisa, what's wrong? He asked, pushing himself up off the couch. Okay, I whispered, closing my eyes. Organize another whipping. Chapter 19. Loran was shocked after my little announcement, but he quickly composed himself and agreed, planning to send out the letters tomorrow morning. He had asked me to watch a movie with him, but I wasn't in the best frame of mind, so I excused myself to bed. He allowed me to sleep in the main bedroom whilst he slept in the spare room on an air mattress. I felt bad, but he insisted. Morning, said Loran, smiling at me as I groggily made my way down the stairs, dressed in a set of Heath's pink stripy pajamas. Hi, I yawned, pulling my messy hair into a quick bun on the top of my head. Loran laughed, shaking his head. So I need to rush out to organize sending out the letters. I called some of the packs last night to let them know, just to get the word out faster, but I still need to make a few more. Okay, I mumbled, taking a seat on one of the kitchen bar stools, avoiding eye contact with my mate, not wanting him to see right through me. I'm going to tell everyone that another whipping will take place a week from now, in the same location as the last one. I know this is hard for you, but this is going to work, Elisa. It will keep you and the pack safe. You'll stay here whilst the event is happening, said Loran, offering me a sad smile. My eyes widened, but I quickly composed myself, shaking my head. Why do you have to lock me away? I can't risk you feeling all guilty and volunteering for you, Pack. I shook my head, sighing. Loran, I'm not going to volunteer, I promise, I whispered, trying to come across as convincing as possible. Loran smirked, shaking his head at me. I don't believe you. Do you really think I could go through that again, Loran? I seriously think I would die. If this is what is going to keep the pack safe, then fine, just do it. But I would like to watch now that I've given you permission to go forward with the plan. Loran raised his eyebrows at me, muttering to himself and running his hands through his hair. We'll talk about it. I nodded, dropping my gaze, swallowing harshly, not wanting to push it today and seem overly keen, in case I gave myself away. I've made you some breakfast, said Loran, as he passed me a plate of eggs and toast. I'll be at my house. You can either stay here for a while and I'll come back after I'm done, or you can come to mine after you've finished your breakfast. Thank you. I'll probably stay here for a bit and then come over to yours after, if that's okay? I asked, taking a bite of the toast. Loran nodded. Yeah, that's fine. Do you remember your way there? Yeah, I said, as Loran made his way to the door, giving me one last smile before exiting. I continued to eat, shoveling it in now that I knew no one was watching. I embraced the sound of silence, immensely enjoying the tranquility. However, it wasn't long before my thoughts were brought back to the whipping and what I had decided to do. I had only hoped that Loran would allow me to come, but I was starting to doubt it, and I was worried that the event would go ahead while I was locked away. I wouldn't allow my own pack to go through it. I wouldn't be able to live with the guilt. I knew nobody would volunteer. We weren't that type of pack, meaning somebody would get chosen at random because of me if Loran didn't allow me to go. I knew what I was going to do, but I knew Loran couldn't find out. He would stop me. He wouldn't have allowed me to come to the event if he knew what I was planning to do. However, I knew he couldn't stop me if I did it in front of everyone. That would only give us away, and the whole point of the whipping was to trick people into thinking Loran didn't have a mate. So he would be left with the choice of allowing everyone to find out we were mates, or watching me get whipped. I hoped it would be the first option. Suddenly, I was brought out of my daydream by a loud knock on the front door, almost causing me to drop the piece of toast I was munching on. I had a feeling it was going to be Heath, wanting her stuff back, but I really didn't have the energy for her today. I was not in the mood. I swung the door open, preparing myself to get yelled at, but my eyes went wide when I saw who was standing in front of me. Theon? I whispered, my mouth hanging open, Quick! They're looking for me! Let me inside! Begged Theon, pushing past me and slamming the door shut, pressing his sweaty body up against it. What the hell are you doing here? How did you get past the border without anyone catching you? I asked, staring at him angrily. Theon shook his head, swallowing loudly. Your father distracted them whilst I ran, but they saw me and chased me. I think I lost them, though. How did you know where I was? I asked, shaking my head. Water! I need water! Gurgled Theon dramatically as he ran over to the faucet, drinking straight from it like an animal. Theon, answer me! I yelled. Be quiet. He shushed, pulling the curtains shut. I saw someone eating like a pig through the window, so I knew it must have been you. Very funny, I said as I rolled my eyes. Seriously, you're going to get yourself killed. Go back. Theon shook his head, peeping through the curtains suspiciously. No way, it's so boring without you. Plus, I don't like the way we left things. I needed to see you. I've only been gone one night. Theon shrugged. Can't blame me for missing you. Where's my father? You said he was the distraction? What if they hurt him? I asked worriedly. Don't worry, he was way ahead of them by the time they figured out something was up. He'll make it back to your territory in no time without a scratch. Does Alpha Jamin know you're here? Theon shook his head. No. Your father and I thought of this on our own after Jamin decided he wasn't going to get involved anymore, but he'll figure out I'm gone soon enough. You have to go back, I growled, shaking my head. No, Elisa, I'm staying, announced Theon, crossing his arms over his chest. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Theon. That's not how it works. You can't just decide you're going to stay here. Elisa, I just want to make sure you're okay. I know what your father has done has hurt you, but please don't leave the pack because of it. I shook my head, closing my eyes in frustration. I told you I was going to come back. I need time away from everything, Theon. It's too much right now. You need time away from me? Asked Theon, sadness flooding his eyes, a smirk making its way onto his face as he chuckled. Stop making me feel sorry for you, I laughed. My brain feels crushed right now. Everything is confusing me. I just want to make sure you're safe here. Your parents are really worried about you, mumbled Theon, dropping his gaze. I'm taking you to Loran, I said, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him out the front door. You're still in your pajamas, joked Theon, pulling his arm out of my grip. I stared at him, my expression blank. Wait, you're serious? Why? Asked Theon, his brows furrowing. Trespassing is something that gets people killed, Theon. I don't want that. We're going to go and apologize and ask for forgiveness, and then you'll leave, I said as I gripped Theon's arm again, tugging him down the gravel path. I'll just leave now then. We know what happened last time Loran and I were within 3 feet of each other. I shook my head. They'll have this place surrounded by now. You'll get yourself killed. Loran can get them to stand down and let you leave. I'm not afraid of them, Elisa, said Theon, pulling us both to a stop, his frustrated eyes boring into mine. Why are you acting so stupid? I growled, throwing my hands up in the air. I didn't need help. I didn't need saving. I just wanted to be left alone to think until all these thoughts and feelings passed. I was trying to do what I thought was right, but everybody kept trying to drag me in different directions. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I just care about you, Elisa, and I couldn't sleep last night knowing that we left things the way we did. I didn't know if you were safe or happy. It was eating me up inside. Theon's voice was no longer soft and emotionless as he sighed, running his hands through his light brown hair in frustration. Please, Theon, if you care about me, go home, I said, sighing. Theon nodded, chewing on his bottom lip. Take me to Loran. I nodded, leading Theon down the gravel path, trying my best to walk at a normal speed in an attempt to blend in. Several guards walked past us, scanning the crowded village, but I would pull Theon behind me, trying to hide him within the swarm of people. Once we reached the path leading to Loran's home, Theon grabbed my hand, pulling me to face him. I'm sorry, said Theon, offering me a small smile before gently nudging me forward, encouraging me to walk on. I felt awkward, and I didn't like it. Theon was already one of my best friends. He was the one who helped me stay sane and had helped keep my emotions at bay. I didn't like being mad at him. I knocked on the door, taking a quick step back awkwardly as the door flew open, revealing a furious-looking Loran. I was told someone was trespassing, he growled, his eyes shifting to a stormy dark gray. I held my hands up defensively, stepping in front of Theon. Loran, he's come to apologize. He wanted to make sure I was okay. Please just let him leave. You expect me to allow him to trespass on my territory and get away with it? Asked Loran, taking a threatening step forward. Theon cleared his throat from behind me, stepping around me so he was closer to Loran. I wanted to ensure Elisa was safe. Of course she's safe. She doesn't need you checking up on her, growled Loran. Alpha, came a voice from behind us, and I turned to notice a guard sprinting up the path, his chest heaving. We've got an injured on the border. Chapter 20. My dad? I asked frantically, turning all my attention to the guard. It's a young female, he stated, pointing out into the forest. I suggest you come and take a look, Alpha. Loran nodded, stepping out of the house and walking past me, giving Theon a look of fury. You! Exclaimed the guard, marching up to Theon and grabbing him by the shoulder. We've been looking for you. Loran turned to look at us, his eyes flickering to my pleading ones for a split second before he sighed, shaking his head. Leave him, he's not a threat. Just show me the girl. The guard raised his eyebrows, puzzled, but followed Loran's orders and stepped away from Theon, leading Loran towards the forest. I waited a few seconds before following, hoping Loran wasn't going to object, but he seemed too intent on the situation even to notice Theon and me trailing behind him. What if it's dangerous? Whispered Theon, grabbing my hand and pulling me to a stop. I shook my head, smiling. Theon, it'll be fine. We can keep our distance. I just really want to see how Loran handles this. Theon nodded, gently nudging me forward. Okay, but we keep our distance. I wouldn't be able to face your dad knowing I arrived here and instantly got you killed. I rolled my eyes, continuing to stealthily follow Loran and the guard through the busy village, turning the corner towards the forest. So my father sent you here to babysit me? No, he wanted me to come and talk to you and just check you were doing all right, but I told him I was coming here for me, not him. I didn't like the way things were left, and I needed to talk to you. About what exactly? I asked, scanning the forest for Loran's form. My mother called me last night. She said she wants me to come back and she misses me. I turned to Theon, my brows furrowed. You're leaving? The thought of Theon leaving to go back to his old pack struck a chord in my heart, and it physically hurt. Theon was a close friend of mine, and I didn't want this to be our goodbye. I didn't want him to leave, knowing I would probably not see him again. I don't want to go back yet, but Jamin Pack is small, and you were the only good thing about it. But now you're gone. I feel like I don't really have a purpose there anymore, Lisa. Theon dropped his gaze, avoiding eye contact. I sighed, running my hands through my chestnut brown hair in frustration. I didn't want to lose Theon as a friend. Our friendship had only just started. It couldn't be over already. We'll figure something out. Theon gave me a sad smile, nodding slightly, and I turned, feeling a wave of sadness wash over me. I pushed the feelings aside, making my way through the forest, following the distant sound of Loran's voice. I had guessed he probably knew I was there, but he didn't seem bothered at all. He seemed to be ignoring me in front of his pack members, not wanting to cause a scene. Theon and I turned the corner, stumbling through the forest as it became more and more dense, letting us know we were reaching the border. But just as I was about to step around a large oak tree, I smashed into a hard chest. I looked up to see Loran, shaking his head at me as he held onto my arms, steadying me. Why are you following me? I want to see what's going on too, I stated, trying to peer around his large form. I don't want you leaving the territory if this girl is injured. It could mean there's something dangerous out there. Loran's voice was quiet, trying to keep the argument between us so nobody could hear. Don't you think I should be involved in things like this, Loran? I said quietly, raising my eyebrows as I walked past him. But he grabbed my arm, pulling me to a halt. Stop. You can stay here and watch from a distance, but do not leave the territory, ordered Loran, turning and walking around the large oak tree. Appeared around the tree to see a young girl on the floor, curled up, wailing out in pain. I gasped at the blood-stained grass as she screamed, trying to lash out at anyone who came near her. She was surrounded and probably felt very threatened. I could see the look of pure fear in her baby blue eyes as they flickered from one guard to another. Loran urged everyone to step back, and he crouched down next to the girl, studying her injuries. What happened? He asked softly. No, get away from me, don't hurt me. The young girl wailed, attempting to drag herself across the ground, away from the bundle of men looking down at her. I could tell she was in immense pain, and the serious wounds scattered all over her body were bleeding profusely. She needs a pack doctor now, I yelled, running out from behind the oak tree, making my way over to the young girl. Loran glared at me, his hazel eyes turning a stormy gray color. What are you doing? He growled. Elisa, come back, ordered Theon angrily, stepping out from behind the tree. I ignored both of them, crouching down next to the young girl, looking deep into her eyes. You're going to be okay. We're going to help you. The young girl gazed up at me, tears leaking from her eyes and sliding down her mud and tear-stained cheeks. "She needs your pack, doctor. We need to carry her," I exclaimed, looking over at the guards questionably, who were all giving me confused and astonished looks. "She's not coming into my territory," stated Loran, shaking his head. "Are you kidding?" asked Theon, making his way over to us. "Man, she's dying. We don't just let people into our territory. It's risky," said Loran, glaring at Theon, who was smiling at him cockily. "Theon is right, Loran. She'll be dead if we don't help her. Come on. Does she really look like a threat?" I asked with pleading eyes, looking down at the young girl who had now stopped trying to scramble away. Loran squinted, staring at me, running his hands through his dark hair. "Fine. Bring her to the pack, doctor." The guards all nodded, carefully hoisting the girl up, making sure not to touch any of her deep wounds. She squealed as she was lifted into the air, but I smiled at her, nodding at her, signaling to her that it was okay for her to trust these men. I watched as the guards quickly disappeared into the thick shrubs and nettles, making their way back to the pack, but before I could take a step forward, Loran grabbed my arm, pulling me back. "What was that?" Theon growled, stepping forward, clearly not liking Loran's tone. I placed my hand on Theon's chest, nudging him back, letting him know it was okay. "She was in distress, Loran," I stated expressionlessly. "You can't just do that, Elisa. My guards are now going to be wondering what that was about. They'll start asking questions." Loran ran his hand down his face, sighing. "Why can't your pack know about Elisa? Are you really that embarrassed of her?" sneered Theon. Loran took a threatening step forward, glaring into Theon's emerald eyes. "Don't start, kid." "Stop it. Let's just go back," I said, pushing my way past both of them and making my way through the forest. I ignored the presence of both of them behind me, not wanting to cause any more arguments. No matter what I tried to do, it seemed just always to be wrong. I couldn't do anything without judgment, and it was really starting to get to me. As I stumbled my way over logs and small ditches, I could hear Loran's and Theon's voices behind me, and I instantly knew they were talking about me. Was this going to be how I remembered Theon? It was all so much simpler when Loran and I didn't speak to each other. I loved spending every second of my day with Theon. He made me happy again. But Loran was my mate, and no matter what happened, I was always going to be drawn to him. I wasn't too sure how I felt about him just yet. It was very up and down, but I knew I didn't want him out of my life. I tried to get to know him, and I felt like I finally was. I shook my head, wiping the thoughts away as I exited the forest, waiting on the tree line for Loran and Theon, who were close behind. "Where did they take her?" I asked Loran once he emerged from the trees. "The pack hospital. This way." We strolled through the village, and I gazed over at Theon to see him in complete awe. The paths were bustling, and multiple stalls were set up with people selling food, clothes, and supplies. Blossom trees decorated every corner, and lanterns hung from them, twinkling, even in the daylight. I could tell Theon was amazed at how beautiful and well put together everything was here, and I was still getting used to it myself. As we turned the corner, I noticed a large white building, decorated with multiple red crosses. It was huge and insignificant compared to the tiny one-bedroom building we used as a hospital back in our pack. However, I knew there were plenty more wolves here that required medical attention. Everything needed to be extravagant. The double doors slid open as we made our way inside. It was surprisingly quiet, and the sound of mellow music filled the air, saving us from an awkward silence. "Elisa, I need to talk to you," Loran said, opening the door to a consultation room and holding it open for me. "I'll just wait here, I guess," said Theon awkwardly as he took a seat at reception, raising his eyebrows at me. I nodded at him, entering the room, gulping nervously at the thought of what Loran was about to say. Loran sighed, closing the door quietly behind him, pressing his back up against it and shaking his head at me. "What?" I mumbled, not liking the way Loran was analyzing me. "Elisa, I thought we were going to try and keep this quiet. If you do things like that, people are going to start to suspect." "Well, when someone's life is in the balance, I don't really think about things like that," I said, crossing my arms over my chest. "You need to think about the bigger picture. I know you don't want people to die, but you don't know that girl. You can't put everything at risk just because of someone else," growled Loran, taking a step closer to me. "Why can't you tell your pack, though? Surely them knowing isn't a problem," I asked. Loran nodded. "You're right, but this pack is big. News spreads fast. If I'm going to be hosting another whipping, I want everything to be as believable as possible, and if my own pack believe I'm doing it because I don't have a mate, it'll make it far more convincing." Nothing secret will get into the wrong hands. Plus, you said yourself you're not staying here full time. You're going back to your own pack, and we spoke about how my pack won't be happy with their Luna doing that. I nodded. I get it, but you haven't exactly told people why I'm here. They're going to wonder why you've just allowed some girl to move in for a while. I know. I'm still trying to figure out what to say about that. I dropped my gaze, analyzing the floor, letting my mind wander. You could always let Theon stay. What? Asked Loran, his jaw tensing slightly, making it appear even more prominent. Well, if you want a story, you could just say Theon and I are mates, and we're new to the pack. Then, after the whipping, you can come clean to your pack. Loran growled at my idea, clearly not liking it. Why would I let Theon stay here? It would keep male wolves away from me. If they think I have a mate, they won't come near me. I knew I was only saying this because I wanted Theon to stay. I didn't want Theon to return to Jamin pack and then decide he wanted to go home to his real pack because he and I had fallen out. Plus, I knew the idea of male wolves thinking I was already mated would ease Loran's mind. Loran's pack would certainly be confused when I volunteered for the whipping for my own pack, thinking that Theon was my mate and we were joining the Dark Moon pack together. But I knew it would all be cleared up rather quickly once Loran was left with no choice but to stop the whipping yet again and announce that he had actually found his mate. Loran sighed. I don't like it, but fine. It seems like the best option right now. Theon better not start acting like you're actually his mate, though. I shook my head, chuckling. He won't. Well, if you're going to pretend to be someone else's mate, there's something I need to do first. I didn't have time to react before Loran made his way over to me, grabbed my chin, and pressed his lips to mine. Chapter 21. I pulled back from the kiss, gazing up at Loran with wide eyes. Tingles erupted throughout my entire body, causing a pleasurable shiver to run down my spine. Loran smiled at me, his hand still holding my chin. He stepped back, flashing a row of pearly white teeth. I had imagined what my first kiss would be like with Lauren many times, but my imagination had never expected such bliss. Did you want go see her? Loran asked, nodding towards the door. Yeah, I'd like to see how she's doing. I answered, pulling the door open and walking out into the reception to see Theon lounging across one of the reception chairs, his eyes closed. I quietly walked past him, not wanting to disturb him, and made my way through to one of the hospital rooms. I opened the door to see a young girl lying in bed, motionless, covered in bandages and a soft, thin, white blanket. The doctor looked up at me, furrowing her brows. Alpha Loran sent me in to question her as she seemed more comfortable with me. I lied, causing the doctor to nod. How is she doing? How is she doing? Her injuries are pretty severe. It looks as if she was attacked. I've given her some medication to calm her down as she wouldn't let anyone touch her, so she'll be a little woozy for a little while. I nodded. That's fine. Alpha Loran suggested I question her in private if that's okay with you. If that's what Alpha Loran suggested, then yes, of course, replied the doctor before exiting the room, closing the door quietly behind her. I gazed at the young girl in front of me, scrunching up my nose at the sight of the blood staining her fresh bandages. Her injuries were severe, and I knew there was still a possibility she could slip away, but she was so young, and she had so much life ahead of her. She gazed at me, furrowing her brows in confusion as she looked around the room, trying to push herself up off the bed. No, it's okay, I said, placing my hand over hers. I'm not really here to question you. I just want to know what happened. What's your name? Rosanna Flores, she mumbled, her voice hoarse. That's a beautiful name. How old are you? I asked. 15, she replied, closing her eyes. What happened? Rosanna shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Rogues. What pack are you from? I don't have a pack. I'm all alone, she said, dropping her gaze. I shook my head, unable to contemplate how this young girl had been living alone. I wanted to ask her more, but I could tell she was becoming uncomfortable, and I didn't want her to start to panic. I decided to stop with the questions, allowing her some time to take in her surroundings. I'll leave you sleep. Try and listen to the doctor. She's just trying to help you. I left the room, giving Rosanna one last sympathetic look before exiting, making my way back to the reception. Loran had taken a seat opposite Theon, who was now sitting with his elbows on his knees, his head in his hands. Theon, are you okay? I asked, furrowing my brows. Theon's head snapped up and he rubbed his eyes, blinking multiple times. Oh, yeah, I'm just tired. I nodded, giving him a concerned look. Okay, I need to talk to you. Loran stood up, running his hands through his hair in aggravation, not liking what I was about to tell Theon. I'm gonna go back home. Elisa, I'll come and visit you later on. I nodded, my gaze lingering on Loran's back muscles through his shirt as he exited the building, causing me to sigh. I turned to Theon, smiling at him. Let's go and talk somewhere a little private. Theon nodded, guiding me out of the reception towards the corner of the room, leaning back up against the wall and shoving his hands in his pockets. So, what do you want to talk about? I took a deep breath, unsure of how Theon would take this news. I spoke to Loran. He said, you can stay. Theon raised his eyebrows, cocking his head to the side. Really? What did you have to do to make him agree to that? He laughed. I smiled, shaking my head. You need to pretend to be my mate. What? We're organizing another whipping because it really seems like the only option right now and I need... What? Theon stared at me, his mouth hanging open. I know it sounds crazy, but... Are you listening to yourself right now? Interrupted Theon, taking a step closer to me, his emerald eyes glaring into mine. What? I asked. Did you just tell me you're part of organizing another whipping? Are you actually insane? Theon's voice was harsh, and I took a step back, chewing on my lip nervously. Theon, if you just listen to what I have to say and... I growled, shaking my head. What happened to the girl who thought of that tradition and any wolf that abides by it as a disgrace? What happened to the girl who would rather die than live in a world where that tradition existed? Have you gone crazy? Has Loran actually brainwashed you that much that you now think this is something normal? It's not actually going to happen, Theon, I yelled, my face turning red. Just be quiet and listen to me for 1 second. I know Loran believes this is the only option, so he's going to go through with this no matter what I think. He thinks I agree with him. Theon furrowed his brows, gazing at me in confusion. Well, how are you going to stop it then? I'm going to volunteer for my pack. I know nobody else will. He won't allow me to be whipped, so he'll have no option but to stop the event again and let everyone know he's found his mate. Theon swallowed, his face turning white. What if he doesn't stop the event, Elisa? What if he just decides to let you go through with it for the sake of keeping you safe? You'll be whipped again. No, he won't let me volunteer. If he thinks there's a chance you might volunteer, he's not going to let you come to the event. I sighed, running my hands through my hair. I know, that's what I'm trying to convince him on right now. I'm willing to help in any way I can. Chapter 22. It had been 4 days since I had told Theon the truth. It had been 4 days since Theon and I had conjured up our plan to stop this deadly tradition in its tracks. Never again did I want someone to go through this. I was going to make sure of that. Theon and I had spent our time cooped up indoors, trying to evade the watchful eyes of the rest of the pack. We had bumped into a couple of people a few times, and they had questioned us, but Theon took the lead, introducing us as a mated new couple to the pack. I felt bad about Loran. I could see how uncomfortable he was whenever he saw Theon and me together, but I constantly reminded him it was just an act. I had clearly set a line with Theon that there would be no physical contact, such as holding hands or snuggling, even if we were trying to convince people. I missed Loran, hoping he wasn't feeling too upset with the fact that I was staying in Geordie's and Emil's old house with Theon, in separate rooms, of course. I had suggested to Loran that he could stay with us, but he declined, saying he wanted it to come across as real as possible to everyone. I was currently with Rosanna, helping her settle into her new home, a recently built cabin. I had convinced Lauren to allow her to stay for a while. She was a minor with nowhere to call home. She had no one. The joy in her eyes when I told her she could stay was overwhelming. I could have my bed over here, announced Rosanna, pointing to the middle of the room, squealing. I laughed, shaking my head. Have you ever had your own bedroom? Rosanna shook her head. No, I could afford to stay in hotels when I was lucky, but I can't believe I get to decorate my own room. I can't believe you're letting me have my very own house. Nobody has lived in this house yet, so you're the lucky first. We could paint the walls a different color too if you want. I'm thinking purple, smiled Rosanna, making her way over to me and pulling me into a hug. I never got to say thank you. The way you stood up to your alpha to save me was amazing. It must have been hard. Without you, I would probably be struggling. I pulled back, smiling down at Rosanna's small frame. I couldn't just let you die. Rosanna's eyes welled up with tears as she flashed her pearly white teeth. Sorry, she said, wiping at her eyes. I just didn't know there was someone out there who could actually care about me. I smiled, knowing that one day Rosanna would meet her mate and her life would be completely turned upside down. Then, she'd honestly know what being cared for and loved felt like. How's everything going? I turned towards the sound of the voice, seeing Loran standing in the doorway, his hands stretched out, grasping the top of it, allowing me a great view of his arms. Good. Her furniture is outside being built now, and whatever couldn't be made is out being purchased," I said, smiling at Loran. Loran beamed, giving me a quick wink. "Well, Rosanna, would you be okay here by yourself for a little while? I need Elisa to help with one of the other houses." Rosanna nodded. "Yeah, that's fine, Alpha." Smiling, I gave Rosanna a little wave goodbye as I followed Loran down the stairs and out of the house, making our way along the cobbled path. "So, you want help with another house?" I laughed. Loran shook his head, chuckling. I had to say something so it wasn't obvious. "Where's Theon?" "He went out for a run." Loran nodded. "Well, I'd like you to come to mine for a bit if that's okay." "Yeah, sure," I replied, making sure to step back from Loran as we made our way through the village, hoping it didn't look as if I was following him. The village was bustling, filled with people making, buying, and selling things. I could see a group of children playing on the grass, chasing floating butterflies around, laughing. A few people were working out, all with their earphones in, red-faced and sweaty. The soaring sun beamed down on the village, making it appear almost tropical, as multiple palm trees swayed in the breeze. I knew I would never get used to how beautiful and exotic this place was, and I could only imagine how stunning everything would be at night, knowing the lanterns would be sparkling, creating a clear path through the village, even in the dark. Once we approached Loran's pale blue front door, I turned to make sure nobody was watching, stepping in quickly so as not to arouse suspicion. I hated this whole pretending game, but I was doing it for Loran. He needed to believe I was entirely on board with this. I felt bad. I was lying to Loran, and I knew he was only organizing this whipping because he thought he was protecting me, but I couldn't let it go ahead. I didn't know how Loran would react to my plan. I had no doubt he would be fuming, and that was the reason Theon and I couldn't tell him. He would put a stop to it, and it would ruin everything. "Another whipping, huh?" I stepped out from behind Loran to see Heath standing in front of us, her dark bob pulled back into a stumpy ponytail. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest, and her eyebrows raised, a smirk plastered on her face. "I've got to give it to you, Bennett. You've got guts," she said, shaking her head. "Not now, Heath. What are you even doing here?" growled Loran, attempting to step past his sister, but she moved with him, blocking his path. "I'm just trying to have a civilized conversation, Loran. There's really no need to be so grumpy all the time." I stared at Heath's tall frame, my mouth set in a firm line. "I was wondering, Elisa, do you know which one of your friends is going to be volunteering?" she asked, smiling at me. I remained quiet, not wanting to say anything that would give away my plan. I knew no one would be getting whipped. I wouldn't let it get that far, but I didn't want them to know that. "Knock it off, Heath," growled Loran, pushing Heath aside, grabbing my hand and pulling me up the stairs. "Oh, and I want my pajamas back," yelled Heath from the bottom of the steps, and I could tell that smirk was still plastered on her face, sending annoyance rushing throughout my body. Loran guided me into a room, closing the door behind him, burying his face in his hands. "I'm sorry about her. I don't know why she's acting like this at her age." I nodded, letting Loran know it was all right, as I gazed around the room. Everything was blue, including the sheets on the giant king-size bed placed in the middle of the room. All over the walls were framed photos of family members, evoking a pang of sadness as I saw a smiling photograph of Loran and Geordie. "This is my room," mumbled Loran, dragging his hand down his face in frustration. I turned to him, cupping his face with my hands. "Don't worry about Heath. It's not your fault. You're not going to volunteer for your pack, are you?" questioned Loran, raising his brows at me. "I promise I won't," I said, nodding my head, watching as my mate cocked his, seeming unsure. Loran's gaze flickered to my lips before he pushed me against the wall, his mouth connecting with mine. I kissed him back, wrapping my arms around his neck. After a few more seconds, I pulled away, breathing heavily. "I want you to stay with me tonight," whispered Loran, pressing his forehead to mine. Chapter 23. I plopped my legs down on Loran's lap as we settled into his couch, switching on the television. "Are you hungry?" asked Loran, causing my stomach to rumble, realizing I hadn't eaten anything since that morning. I nodded. "Yeah, do you want me to make something?" "There's some cold pizza in the fridge if you want something quick." "If not, I can cook something," replied Loran, going to get up off the couch, but I put my hand out. "Yeah, pizza seems good. Don't worry, I'll get it," I said, making my way into the kitchen, humming to myself as I strolled. As I slid the glass door open, I noticed Heath sitting at the kitchen table, her eyes intently focused on her hands as she fiddled with her fingers. I continued to look at her as I made my way to the fridge, but she didn't look up. Millie waddled up to me, her pigtails bouncing with every step as she flashed her pearly white baby teeth at me. "Hello," she mumbled, grabbing onto the bottom of my jeans. "Hi, Millie. You look pretty today," I said, pointing at her fluffy pink and purple tutu as she twirled it. Millie smiled, nodding. "Mommy made it for me." Heath's head shot up, her stormy eyes meeting mine, flickering them to Millie as she gazed down at her sadly. "Well, it's beautiful," I said, smiling, my eyes meeting Heath's. "I want to see Loran," squealed Millie as she tottered out of the kitchen towards the living room where Loran was noisily watching TV. "You're a pretty good seamstress," I said to Heath, plopping the slices of pizza down on a plate, turning my back to her, knowing she would probably shrug me off or tell me to go away. "It's pretty much my only talent," replied Heath, causing me to turn to her, surprised she had spoken to me without her tone sounding rude or obnoxious. I raised my eyebrows at her, unsure of what to say or how to respond, standing there awkwardly. "I made those pajamas I gave you." My eyes widened, and I furrowed my brows. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I promise I'll give them back to you." Heath shook her hand, holding her hands up. "It's fine, I can just make some more. It looks like you're going to be needing some pajamas now anyway since you're staying here." I nodded, flashing Heath a small smile. Heath leaned back, pulling her black hair out of her ponytail, ruffling it up messily as she ran her hands through it. "So, you and Lauren look pretty cozy. What's that about?" I shrugged, feeling awkward. "Well, he is my mate." Heath raised her eyebrows, looking at me in surprise. "So you've accepted it now? Why try and hide it around you? You already know," I replied, taking a bite of my pizza. "Elisa, I just want the best for Loran. This family hasn't been that lucky in love. I just want one thing to turn out right for somebody." "What about your mate?" I asked, remembering Heath had mentioned him at the dinner table when I first met her. Heath's eyes turned gloomy as she dropped her gaze, bowing her head, avoiding eye contact. "He left after he found out I was pregnant with Millie." I bit my lip, shaking my head. "I'm sorry," I said, pulling a chair out and taking a seat opposite Heath. Heath shrugged, shaking her head. Turns out I wasn't his one and only. He didn't want to commit. He didn't want kids. So he left without any goodbyes. Just a stupid note. I studied Heath's face, and I could see the pain lingering behind her eyes. It was obviously a tricky thing for her to talk about. The usual emotions of rage and annoyance she held had now dissipated, morphing into grief and anguish. Millie will grow up without a father. She'll feel the exact same things I feel, and she'll have the same questions I have. Why wasn't I good enough for him? Why didn't he want me? These are thoughts I battle with every single day, and it kills me. Sometimes, it's hard to breathe. I couldn't do anything but listen to Heath. I didn't want to interrupt or ask questions. I didn't want to push her over the edge when she was clearly hurting. I don't want Loran to go through this. I want him to have a mate who loves and accepts him for who he is. I never want him to question why he wasn't good enough. I just want something to go right for at least one person in this family, said Heath, her stormy eyes boring into my dark chocolate brown ones. I nodded in understanding. I know. Loran and I haven't had the best start to all of this, and it's new to both of us. But I won't be like your mate. I won't do that. Heath nodded, wiping her sweaty palms on her jeans as she stood up. Good. Well, I think we should get going. I could tell Heath felt awkward about blurting out her feelings to me, and she was clearly in a hurry to leave as she gathered all her belongings, shoving her coat on as quickly as possible. Millie, she called, waiting impatiently by the front door. Loran rounded the corner. A giggling Millie cradled in his arms like a baby. You leaving? Asked Loran, settling Millie down on the floor carefully. Heath nodded, lifting Millie up into her arms. Yeah. Okay, bye, replied Loran, making his way back into the living room, clearly still a little annoyed with Heath's behavior earlier. Heath dropped her gaze, opening the front door and stepping out, but she quickly turned to me, flashing the tiniest of smiles. Thanks, Elisa. I smiled back as she quickly closed the door behind her, leaving me standing in the kitchen with an uplifting aura around me. I finally felt like Heath didn't actually hate me. She was just someone who was dealing with a lot and didn't know how to express her feelings. I was sure Loran had been listening to the entire conversation. Despite how loud the television was, Loran appeared around the corner, raising his eyebrows at me. You shouldn't eavesdrop. It's impolite, I said, shaking my head and laughing. Loran smiled, walking up behind me and wrapping his arms around me, causing me to melt into the warmth of his chest. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. She's been through a lot, I mumbled. She has. I try to help her out as much as possible. I built an amazing house for them, and I try and give her everything she wants. But it'll never take away the pain. I sighed, closing my eyes, turning around in Loran's arms so I was facing him. I know she's worried I'll break you. You definitely have the ability to, replied Loran, shaking his head and chuckling, flashing his pearly white teeth. I'm just hoping you won't. The last thing I want to do is hurt you. Loran leaned forward, pressing a lingering kiss on my forehead, sending tingles sparking throughout my body. I couldn't deny the feelings I had towards Loran. At first, I didn't know what to feel, and I had told myself I didn't want to feel anything, but I couldn't deny the mate bond. The situation was complex and invasive, stopping Loran and me from focusing entirely on each other, but I had to be thankful I had a mate who cared for me. Heath's story had really struck a chord. A knock at the door caused me to jump, furrowing my brows at Loran. Is that your mom? I asked. Loran shook his head. It shouldn't be. She said she was going to be staying at Heath's tonight. She might be back to collect some stuff. Loran pulled the door open, peering out into the darkness to see a very sweaty Theon standing in the doorway. Theon? What are you doing here? Oh good, Elisa's here, said Theon, motioning towards me. I got back from my run and you weren't at the house, so I was just checking you were here. You need to shower, I laughed, sniffing at the air. Yeah, I know, laughed Theon, wiping the sweat off his forehead. I haven't been on a run in ages. Can we go on one? I asked Loran excitedly, smiling up at him. I was just going to finish some paperwork whilst we watch TV, replied Loran, furrowing his brows. I'll go on one with you if you want, said Theon, causing Loran to squint his eyes. You've just been on one, replied Loran. Theon shrugged. I could work on my stamina. I don't mind going for a quick one whilst you do your paperwork. It'll be really quick, and then I'll come straight back here. I smiled, pleading with Loran with my eyes. Loran shook his head. Rosanna got attacked out there. It's dangerous, especially at night. We'll stay by the border. We'll literally be 10 minutes, I begged. Loran rolled his eyes. Fine. If you're not back in 10 minutes, I will come out looking for you myself. I could tell Loran wasn't happy about the situation, but he knew he couldn't keep me locked up in a house forever. I was itching to get out, even if it was for just a short period of time. Make sure nothing happens to her, growled Loran, turning to Theon, who raised his hands up defensively. She's safe with me, Theon replied, smiling at me as I made my way through the doorway and down onto the gravel path, waving at Loran as we walked towards the forest line. Let's see if you can keep up, big boy, I teased, morphing into my light gray wolf and sprinting off into the woods, gazing back to see Theon shift into his speckled black one, shaking his head at me as he chased me. We continued to run, leaping over ditches and logs, and challenging each other to see who could jump the furthest. The feeling of the evening breeze spiraling through my fur created an overwhelming sense of tranquility that flowed through me. Suddenly, Theon zoomed past me, encouraging me to push myself and run faster, the sound of my pads hitting the forest floor creating a steady thudding rhythm. I shook my head as I gained speed, coming up behind Theon, preparing myself to leap over him, taking him by surprise, but I never got the chance. Theon halted to a stop, skidding across the forest floor. I attempted to slow myself down behind him, bumping into him as I hooked my claws into the ground, trying to pull myself to a stop. Theon growled, staring at the two men who stood before us, their heads held high. We mean no harm. However, we ask you to shift, so we know no harm will come to us, one of the men announced, raising his eyebrows at Theon. It was hard to hear them over the sound of aggressive rushing water from the broad river beside us, but I could just about make out what they were saying, not liking the mysterious tone that was being used. Theon took a step forward, looking down at the men, baring his teeth. We don't want to fight. Please just hear what we have to say, but first again, we ask that you shift. I shook my head at one of the men as he pulled off his top, throwing it over to me. The other followed his lead, throwing his denim shorts over to Theon, leaving him standing there in a pair of boxers. If you're worried about your modesty, then take these. I glanced over at Theon, who nodded, morphing back into his human form and pulling on the denim shorts. Squinting my eyes at the two men who stood in front of me, I made my way over to a tree, shifted, and pulled on the extra-large top, thankful it flowed all the way down to my knees. What are you doing on the border of this territory? Asked Theon loudly, asserting himself greatly as I went to stand next to him, sure to keep him close. The two men in front of us laughed, and I glared at them, taking a step back, grabbing onto Theon's arm, alerting him that these guys were going to be trouble. But, before I could say anything, I was grabbed from behind and pulled away from Theon's side, helplessly watching as Theon was also caught and pushed down onto the floor, his face being shoved into the leaves and mud. I clawed at the arms around me, using my nails to scratch at the skin of my attacker, but it only made him tighten his grip around my waist, squeezing me until my ribs ached. "What are you doing?" I screamed as Theon was injected with a syringe, causing him to wail out in pain. "Wolfsbane, Elisa! It's Wolfsbane!" yelled Theon, grunting as he clutched at his side. "It'll keep you both weak and stop you from shifting," said the man in front of me, grabbing my arm and aggressively piercing my skin with the needle, injecting me. I cried, falling to the ground, attempting to crawl over to Theon, but I was grabbed and hauled away from his struggling body. "Let go of me," I wailed, kicking out in any direction I could as I was grappled, my hands and arms being pinned to the cold, dirty floor. I could feel the wolfsbane taking effect, and my muscles began to shut down, making any slight movement feel like I was lifting 10 tons in weight. I looked over at Theon, who was looking in my direction, his eyes barely open and his hands stretched out in pain, gripping at the dirt. The men were by his ankles, tying multiple knots in the thick rope they were securing around them. My eyes trailed down to the end of the rope, where a large boulder was connected. The rope was tightly wrapped around it multiple times, ensuring it was secure. I gasped, shaking my head. "What are you doing?" "Stop!" Suddenly, Theon was picked up by multiple men, walking past me and stopping just on the brink of the deep, wide, roaring river. "No, please stop!" I screamed, attempting to push myself up off the ground, only to crumble into a heap on the floor. Theon was released, and he flew through the air, landing with a loud splash in the water, sinking to the bottom of the riverbed. The boulder weighed him down, stopping him from being dragged along with the current, but he was unable to swim back up to the surface. The men turned, making their way over to me as they grabbed my ankles, wrapping them with thick rope just as they had with Theon's. I kicked and screamed, feeling my body disapprove of the large movements, causing fatigue to sweep through my entire body. "Get off me!" I wailed as they hoisted me up, making their way over to the riverbank. I gazed down into the murky water, the speed of the current creating a loud, rushing sound that caused my ears to ring. Suddenly, I was thrown. Time seemed to stand still for the seconds that I was in the air. It felt like a lifetime that I was up there, falling towards the water below. I was 20. I had barely lived. I hadn't got to do any of the things I wanted to do. I had never been a proper mate to Loran. I never got the chance to start a family. I never got the chance to reconcile things with my own family. In that moment, all I could feel was sorrow, because I knew that Theon and I would be found like this one day, and we would just be known as the 2 kids found in the river. I gasped, taking my last breath before hitting the ice-cold water, my body going into instant shock, and then I was fully submerged, drifting down to the bottom of the river, drifting down into the dark water. Chapter 24. Pain. It was all I could feel, physically and emotionally. The force of the water pushing against me was ripping at my skin, causing debris and dirt to scrape against me, a feeling of 1,000 tiny needles all puncturing me at once. The bleak and bitter water sent my body into pure shock, my organs feeling like they were being slowly frozen to death. I peered through the dirty water, accidentally inhaling a large gulp, causing me to flail in panic, the fear of drowning fully hitting me. I attempted to swim upwards, kicking as hard as I could, but the weight of the boulder holding me down was too much. With every move, my limbs grew weaker, and I could feel my muscles giving out, signaling to me that it was time to give up. My ears were ringing due to the pressure of the water, and my head was pounding, causing me to panic. Adrenaline rushed throughout my veins as I pulled at the rope secured around my ankle, but it was so thick and tightly tied that my shaking fingers couldn't get a good enough grip on it to pull it apart. With the frustration building, I slammed my fists against the boulder, yanking at the rope as hard as I could, but all that came of it was burns to my palms. My lungs were screaming. The feeling of them shrinking up inside me was terrifying, causing my heart to race. The water rushed past me, the only thing stopping me from getting dragged along being the huge boulder that was weighing me down. My body was exhausted, and my vision was beginning to blur even more, despite the debris-filled water already obstructing my sight. Peering carefully in front of me, I noticed a hand, and after a few more seconds of trying to make out the shapes, I could see a human body about 3 meters in front of me. Theon. His body was still and at peace, floating through the water, angling towards the current. I couldn't tell if he was unconscious or had just given up, allowing the water to defeat him. I flailed my limbs, trying to cause some movement in the water that Theon could see, but he didn't move. Fear struck through me, worried about the amount of water he was probably inhaling, knowing that he could already be dead. I frantically swam to the bottom of the riverbank. again, banging on the large boulder in anger, but I knew it wouldn't help in any way. I ran my hands along the riverbank, feeling for anything that could be of use, but all my hands could attain was dirt. I threw the dirt, yelling out under the water, creating a large amount of bubbles, but I continued to move and feel around, knowing that all kinds of things end up in rivers, and that I could find something to help me cut myself and Theon free. My chest was burning, and the searing pain was almost unbearable, but my adrenaline forced me to continue, egging me on. I dove my hands deep down into the dirt until eventually I felt something, causing a tiny glimmer of hope deep within me to blossom. I pulled out the object, brushing it off quickly and peering through the murky water to see a piece of glass in my hands. My eyes lit up, and I quickly grabbed the rope, hacking away at it. I continued to stare at the rope, frustration building up inside me when nothing happened. The glass was blunt. I threw it against the boulder with force, grabbing onto my head and squeezing it in anger, finally giving up. I relaxed my body, closed my eyes, and allowed myself to float within the water, refusing to put up a fight anymore. There was nothing I could do. This was how I would die. Regret instantly washed over me, and I felt guilty for everything I had ever done. I never got to say goodbye to my parents. I was going to die, and they would always remember me as their daughter who didn't want anything to do with them anymore. They would never know how much I still loved them, no matter how upset I was with them. Loran would have to find his drowned mate. I didn't want to imagine his face and all the pain he would go through. He would blame himself. I knew he would. He would never know how much I needed him in my life and how thankful I was for him. He loved and accepted me for who I was, and he always stood by my side. I opened my eyes, my brows furrowed, shaking my head. I wasn't going to let this happen. If I were going to die, I was going to die putting up a fight. I was going to fight until the end, because that is what someone who truly wanted to live would do. I swam back down towards the boulder, ignoring the protests from my muscles and chest, and started to feel around in the dirt again. Eventually, my hands fumbled across a small metal object, and after bringing it closer to my eyes, I could see it was a bottle cap. I attempted to cut the rope, moving my arm back and forth as quickly as I could in the freezing, forceful water. My limbs were screaming out at me, begging me to stop, but I ignored the numbness, pushing myself to go faster. Finally, I gazed down at the rope, squinting my eyes, to see that it had been split and was barely hanging on. I tugged on it, pulling upwards with as much force as I could muster, and eventually, the rope snapped, setting me free. I flailed upwards, trying to reach the surface of the water, but the fast-paced current of the river was dragging me along, sending me flying straight into Theon's lifeless body, causing the bottle cap to shoot out of my hand. I needed air. I could feel my head begin to tighten, and it felt like it was being slowly crushed, as if being squeezed. I used Theon's body to stop myself from being dragged along with the current, and I swam upwards, holding onto his hand, keeping myself in position. I gasped as I surfaced, the feeling of oxygen entering my lungs overwhelming me, causing me to cry out. I spluttered, water spewing out of my mouth and back into the river. I was stuck in the middle of the river, too far away from either side, knowing the current would sweep me away and drag me back underwater if I let go of Theon. I needed to get out so I could help him. There was no way he would survive any longer without air. "Elisa!" I heard a soft voice call out, and my eyes widened as I yelled out for help, flailing my one free arm to create splashes in the river. "Elisa!" The voice yelled out again, and I screamed, choking on water as my legs began to give up on me. I gazed up to see Rosanna's shocked face peering over the riverbank, her eyes wide in shock. "Loran! She's over here!" Rosanna disappeared for a bit, causing me to call out for her in desperation, but her face was soon replaced by Loran's as he looked down at me, his face a mask of pure fear. He dove in, frantically swimming over to me as he grabbed me, wrapping his arms around me, dragging me towards the riverbank, and hauling me up to Rosanna. I spluttered, attempting to speak, but no words would come out. Loran climbed out of the river, cupping my cheek softly as I lay in the dirt, panting heavily and trying to regain my composure. "What happened?" asked Loran frantically, shaking his head, his eyes assessing my entire body for any injuries. "Where's Theon?" asked Rosanna, looking around in concern, biting on her nails. I lifted a shaking finger, pointing down into the riverbank. "He's water." Loran furrowed his brows, gazing down at me in concern. "He's in the water, Loran," yelled Rosanna, covering her mouth in shock as her eyes welled up with tears, peering over to look down at the roaring river. Laurent's eyes widened, and he quickly stood up, diving back into the water. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, the searing pain in my chest turning into a dull ache as my body began to relax. Rosanna pushed my stringy, wet hair away from my forehead, gazing down at me, her lip wobbling. I turned my head to see Laurent dragging Theon's lifeless body over the edge of the riverbank, the boulder trailing across the ground along with him. Laurent plopped him down, lightly tapping him on the cheek. "Theon, wake up, man." I shook my head, my eyes welling up with tears. "No, he's not breathing." Chapter 25. I sat by Theon's side in the hospital room, his limp body wired up to every machine imaginable, the only sound echoing throughout the room being a faint beeping, signaling Theon's heart continued to beat, but barely. I gazed down at his scratched and bruised face, silently begging for him to open his eyes, but I knew it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. It had been a few days since the ordeal, and I was almost fully healed, but Theon's fate was unknown. Laurent had got him breathing again, whilst I cried next to him, Rosanna comforting me as I watched Theon scrape death. The doctor didn't know when he would wake up, or if he even would. She said his heart could give out at any moment. His body had been through too much. I spent my days sitting by my best friend, praying that he would open his eyes. All I wanted to see were those shining emerald green orbs just one more time. Laurent would visit me, begging me to sleep or eat, which I would reluctantly do, not wanting to be gone if Theon's body did eventually give up. I wanted to be able to say goodbye to him. I lifted my head to see Rosanna walk through the door, smiling sadly at me. "How are you doing?" I shook my head, biting at my lip, looking back towards Theon's lifeless body. "I just want him to wake up." Rosanna nodded, dropping her gaze. "It must be hard not knowing whether your mate is going to wake up or not." I furrowed my brows, confused, before my eyes widened and I composed myself, nodding. "Yeah, it is." Rosanna studied me questionably, raising her eyebrows at my delayed response. "I haven't seen you in a few days," I said, trying to change the subject. Rosanna nodded. "I thought you might want a little bit of time with him, and I've also been helping Alpha Laurent try and figure out who it was that did this to the both of you. He suspects it's the same rogues that attacked me." I nodded, agreeing. "That would make sense. I heard Laurent yelling for you that night. He sounded different. I knew something was wrong. I'm just sorry I didn't find you in time to save Theon." I raised my eyebrows at Rosanna, tears welling up in my eyes. "I mean, I know he's not dead, but he could be?" I finished, allowing the tears to fall, causing Rosanna to make her way over to me, engulfing me in a hug. "I just hope he will be okay, Elisa," she whispered as she squeezed me tighter. The whipping was fast approaching, and I wanted Theon by my side. I didn't want to do this alone. He was the one whom I needed support from the most. Rosanna pulled away, smiling sadly at me, pushing her curly brown locks behind her ears. "Alpha Laurent wants you to meet him at his house if that's okay. He said he wants to talk to you and then you must go home and sleep. It's late and you need some rest." I sighed, closing my eyes, but I nodded, knowing that for this plan to go well, I needed to be strong and well-rested, and if Theon wasn't going to be there to help me, then I was going to make him proud by ending this tradition myself. It was what he would have wanted. Giving Theon one last longing look, I exited the room, rubbing at my puffy and swollen eyes. I made my way out of the hospital and through the village, with Rosanna following closely behind me. The sound of my feet padding against the cobbled path gave me a headache, causing me to slow my pace. The village was mostly empty. Only a few people were wandering around, gazing up at the shining stars and packing away their remaining stock from their pop-up stores. The lanterns lit the path, twinkling brightly in the late-night sky, making me feel warm and cozy despite the harsh breeze drifting through the air. I rounded the corner, making my way up the path and stopping in front of Laurent's house, turning to see Rosanna had stopped just at the corner, checking to make sure I made it inside safely. I smiled softly as the door opened, revealing a very worried-looking Laurent, his brows furrowed and his mouth set in a firm line. Laurent made his way over to me, quickly engulfing me in a hug and planting a soft kiss on my forehead, causing me to gasp and pull away desperately. Laurent looked upset, looking down at me in surprise. "Rosanna's watching," I whispered, causing Laurent to scan his surroundings, squinting to make out a form in the dark. I turned to see Rosanna staring at us, her mouth hanging open and her eyes wide. Her gaze flickered from me to Laurent, and then back to me. She then shook her head, dropping her gaze. "Rosanna!" I called as she turned to walk away, clearly shocked by what she had just seen. "Rosanna, stop." called Loran, causing her to stop and turn to us. I slowly made my way over to her, Loran following closely behind. I took in her stiff form and the aggravated expression on her face. "Your mate is dying, Elisa, and you're doing this." I sighed, shaking my head, unsure of how to respond. Loran cleared his throat awkwardly, stepping forward. "Rosanna, it really isn't what it looks like. I will forever be grateful for what you did for me, but I had higher hopes for the both of you than this. You have truly lost my respect." Rosanna's voice was soft, but a harsh tinge could be heard, and I knew she was deeply saddened by what she had seen. "Rosanna, Theon isn't my mate," I whispered, causing her brows to furrow. "What?" she asked, confused. "Elisa and I are mates. I didn't want the pack to know until the next whipping was over. It's just too dangerous right now. There are too many people who want this pack gone," announced Loran, his eyes pleading with Rosanna's. Rosanna dropped her gaze, scratching her head in confusion. "So Theon isn't your mate?" I shook my head. "I care about him. He's my best friend, but Lauren is my mate." "Please, Rosanna, you can't tell anyone," pleaded Loran. "If you're doing this to keep Elisa safe, then I won't say anything," said Rosanna, sighing. "Thank you," I said, smiling sadly. Rosanna nodded, tucking her dark hair behind her ears. "It's late. I'm going to head home." I watched as Rosanna made her way around the corner, feeling guilty that I had lied to her, knowing she was upset and hurt by it. I felt Loran's arms wrap around me, and he pulled me to his chest, inhaling my scent deeply. "It's cold. Let's go inside." I nodded as we entered the house, suddenly feeling the warmth of the central heating grace my skin, causing me to sigh in bliss. However, before I could take a step towards the stairs, I was lifted into a strong pair of arms, and I squealed, looking up at Loran, who was gazing down at me. He carefully walked up the stairs and into his bedroom, gently plopping me down in the center of the bed. I smiled, taking in Loran's form as he stood at the foot of the bed, feeling grateful that I had him in my life. I had come too close to death. "Thank you," I said, locking my chocolate brown eyes with Loran's glowing hazel ones. "For what?" he asked, cocking his head. "Everything," I said, sitting up and crossing my legs. "Whilst I was down at the bottom of that river, I thought about so many things, and one of them was that I never got to tell you or show you how I really feel." Loran settled down on the edge of the bed right in front of me, cupping my cheek and rubbing it with the pad of his thumb gently, making sure to avoid the healing scratches. I never imagined having such a strong mate. I leaned into Loran's hand, breathing deeply, closing my eyes. Suddenly, I felt Loran press his soft, plump lips against mine, kissing me slowly. I smiled into this kiss, wrapping my arms around his neck, and he climbed over me, causing me to rest my head down on the pillow, Loran hovering above me, holding all of his own weight on his elbows. Loran trailed kisses down my neck, stopping just under my collarbone, causing me to sigh deeply, gripping onto the back of his neck. "You're so beautiful," whispered Loran, pulling back to gaze into my eyes, his hair now messy and his lips swollen. I stroked Loran's cheek softly, focusing on him with loving eyes, causing Loran's eyes to shift from their usual hazel to a stormy gray color. Loran brought his lips back to mine, running his hands up and down my body slowly, feeling every inch of me as I pressed myself up against his body, wanting closer contact. "I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with," mumbled Loran, kissing me on the forehead softly. I shook my head, laughing. "You don't have to worry about that. This was how it was supposed to be." This was the night Lauren and I fully accepted what we were to each other. Soulmates, Chapter 26. I fluttered my eyes open, blinking a few times to unblur my vision, looking around the room sleepily as I took in what had happened last night. I turned to see Loran snoring away next to me, his arm draped over my stomach protectively, pressing me against his warm chest. I smiled to myself, taking a deep breath and allowing myself to absorb the tranquil aura that filled the room. I felt like Loran and I had both accepted each other for what we were. And although I knew I was going to go against his orders tomorrow at the whipping, I knew it was what he wanted deep down. But I was too scared to take the risk. He knew the whipping was wrong, and I was going to remind him of that. I was going to show him there were other options. My thoughts turned to Theon, and a wave of sadness instantly rushed through me, causing me to sigh. I needed to go and see him. I scooted towards the edge of the bed, trying my hardest not to wake Loran up, easing his arm off my shoulder slowly, causing him to stir and turn in his sleep. I sighed, slipping on my old clothes and padding down the steps towards the kitchen. I was suddenly met with a set of stormy gray eyes, raising her eyebrows at me questionably as she sat at the table, chewing on her breakfast. "You're here early," said Heath, smirking, shaking her head. I didn't hear you come in," I said awkwardly, trying my best to avoid eye contact. "Millie wanted to see Loran," Heath replied. "He's still sleeping. He must be tired. Busy night?" asked Heath, laughing, causing me to almost choke on my own saliva. "I better get back to mine to get dressed and shower. I need to check on Theon," I said, ducking my head, making my way to the door. "So the whipping is tomorrow," announced Heath, stopping me in my tracks. I turned around, gazing at her awkwardly. "Yeah, it is. Tell me, Elisa, why organize another one?" she asked, taking another bite of her toast, her gray, stormy eyes boring into my chocolate brown ones. "It's just, I stuttered. Heath shook her head, closing her eyes and pinching the bridge of her nose. No, I opened up to you. Now it's your turn." She pushed her chair back, stood up and made her way over to me, towering over my small form. "Why organize another whipping?" I studied Heath's face, forcing myself not to blurt out the plan to stop the ugly tradition, not knowing whether she would snitch on me or not. I guess I just wanted to push the chance of an attack back. I felt guilty, knowing that my arrival would be the reason for the other packs then attacking. I wanted the packs to wait until they heard Loran had found his mate, and I was hoping they'd never find out. I knew they'd attack eventually, but I'd rather they attack later than sooner. I lied, avoiding eye contact, just wanting the conversation to be over. Heath studied me, squinting her eyes as she took in my expression. "Elisa, wouldn't you rather get the attack over with? And win? Our pack is strong. We train on the daily. If they want to fight, we can give them a fight." I nodded, secretly agreeing with Heath, but I knew I couldn't give anything away. I was supposed to take over this pack when Jordy died, but I didn't. I can never take that decision back. You and I are very different, Elisa. However, if it came down to the two of us, I think you could run this pack much better than I ever could. I'm loud and have natural leadership skills, but I lack emotion, compassion, and empathy. You, on the other hand, have so much potential, and you don't even see it. Your heart is bigger than I could have ever imagined. You proved that when you saved that little girl's life, when rogues attacked her, that is one of the best qualities a leader can have, a good heart. I took in a deep breath, feeling the color start to drain from my face. Heath looked at me sadly, shaking her head. "The whipping is happening, I know that, but to be a good leader, you need to be proud of the pack you're leading. Pride means many different things to many different people, but what pride means to me, Elisa, is not being afraid to show who you really are, no matter the consequences. I don't blame you for the choices you've made, because if I was in your position, maybe I would have made those same choices. But what this really is about is just doing what you know is right." I nodded up at Heath as she tucked her short black bob behind her ears. She nodded at the door, offering me a small smile. "Well, you should probably go and check on Theon. I'll let Lauren know when he wakes up." "Thank you," I said, turning and making my way out of the door. "Oh, and Elisa," called Heath, "trust your gut." I nodded, making my way down the bath in the autumnal rain, shaking my head and sighing deeply. Heath spoke sense. She seemed always to have everything sorted out in her mind. She always knew exactly what to do, and she never second-guessed it. I felt guilty that she was so disappointed in me, and I would be even more disappointed in myself if I couldn't convince Laurent to let me go to the whipping, causing it all to go ahead after all. I was brought out of my thoughts when I saw Rosanna walking towards me along the village path, her hair soaking wet from the pouring rain. "What are you doing out here?" I asked her, slightly raising my voice so she could hear me over the sound of the rain hitting the rocky path. "I needed to take a walk," she replied, gazing up at me. I nodded. "It's cold. You should go inside." Rosanna shook her head. "I haven't had a house the majority of my life, Elisa. I'm used to the rain by now." I bit my lip in angst, pushing my stringy, wet hair behind my ears. "Are you okay? I'm sorry about what happened. Loran and I..." Rosanna softly smiled, sighing. "It's fine. I just thought Theon was your mate, and when I saw Loran kiss you, it sparked up something inside of me. My dad cheated on my mom, so I feel strongly about that kind of stuff." "Your mom? I thought you said you didn't have a family?" "I used to. When my mom found out about my dad cheating, she couldn't stay in the pack any longer, so she took me and we left. We jumped from hotel to hotel and state to state. If you name any city here in America, I've probably been there." I furrowed my brows, cracking my knuckles awkwardly as I tried to think about what questions would be too personal to ask. "So you became rogues?" Rosanna shrugged. I don't really like using that term. People think rogues are trouble. We were just two wolves with little to no money who had to fend for themselves for a while. What happened to her? I asked, not knowing if Rosanna would feel comfortable answering. She died. She was attacked by rogues last year, and since then, I've been on my own. I'm sorry, I whispered, pulling Rosanna into a hug, wrapping my arms around her gently. Don't be. You showed me compassion when no one ever did. I never thought I would be cared about again. You made me realize I do have a purpose, whispered Rosanna, pulling back and looking into my eyes, smiling sadly. I smiled back, stepping out of the hug and shaking my head. Well, you should go back to your house soon. A storm is brewing. Rosanna laughed, walking past me as we waved a quick goodbye to each other, causing me to frown to myself. Rosanna was so young, and she had gone through too much. It wasn't fair to her. But then again, life wasn't fair. It never would be. As I rounded the corner towards the hospital, deciding against going home first, I took in a deep breath, preparing myself for the state that Theon could possibly be in. I was hoping and praying he would be in a stable condition. I walked through the doors, feeling guilty about the trail of water I was leaving, and made my way to Theon's room, slowly opening the door, seeing a lifeless Theon lying in his bed, still hooked up to multiple machines. The faint beeping noise from the machine was all that could be heard, and I felt tears start to well up in my eyes again as I perched myself on the side of Theon's bed, taking his hand in mine. Please wake up, I whispered, allowing the tears to dribble down my cheeks. Theon, please. I studied his still scratched and pale face, willing for him to open his eyes so I could see those emerald green orbs again. You can't be like this forever, please. I can't have you in a coma forever. More tears fell, dripping down onto Theon's sheets. I sighed deeply, shaking my head as I released Theon's hand, wiping my wet face free of tears. I'm going to stop the whipping Theon, I promise. Chapter 27. I watched out the window as the sun began to rise, causing golden light to shine through the glass and reflect throughout the room. I had spent all day and night in Theon's room, only popping out to go to the bathroom or to grab a snack. Lauren had come and sat with me for a little bit, but he had errands to run and needed to get everything prepared for tomorrow. My heart rate quickened at the thought of the whipping, and I ran my hands down my face, closing my eyes and sighing, an overwhelming feeling of anxiety building up inside of me. I gazed at Theon, who was still motionless, his chest barely moving up and down as he took in small, labored breaths. I turned my head as the click of the door echoed throughout the room, and I saw the doctor enter, smiling sadly at me. He still hasn't woken up, I stated, studying the doctor's eyes as her eyebrows furrowed. His body needs time. He was as close to death as you can get. I shook my head, closing my eyes for a few seconds, taking in deep breaths. Is he ever going to wake up? The doctor gazed at me, her face turning blank as she stood there, her mouth set in a firm line. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I nodded, understanding that she didn't want to give me any false hope. There was a part of me that didn't want to accept that Theon may be gone, but I knew the sooner I realized that it could be a possibility, the better. Thank you, I mumbled as I exited the room, making my way out of the hospital towards Geordie's house. I plodded down the path slowly, taking in the crisp autumnal morning air, allowing it to enter my lungs and almost cleanse my body. The village was quiet, and I knew there wouldn't be much trading today. People knew the whipping was happening, and most people would want to come and watch. I didn't doubt some would already be at the clearing, wanting to save a space so they had the best view of all the action. I shivered at the thought, remembering the searing pain from the whip as it met my flesh, causing my heart to pick up speed. I pushed the awful memory back down as I reached the front door, quickly making my way up the wide marble steps and into the bathroom. I stripped off my dirty clothes and hopped in the shower, lathering the shampoo into my hair. The steamy hot water soothed my skin, relaxing my tense muscles, sending me into bliss. Once I was finished, I wrapped myself in a fluffy towel, brushed my teeth, and made my way into the bedroom, fumbling around in the chest of drawers full of clothes that Heath had gifted to me. I settled on a white, knitted sweatshirt and black jeans, having to roll the bottom of the jeans up multiple times due to Heath's tall stature. I decided against breakfast, knowing my stomach wouldn't be able to handle it, and pushed the front door open, only to see Loran walking up the path, smiling at me. He pulled me into a hug, planting a soft kiss on the top of my head, his arms embracing me tightly, sending tingles to spread throughout my body. I pulled back, analyzing Lauren's tense face, knowing he was as nervous as I was. Elisa, I'm still not sure you should come. I don't know if you'll be able to handle seeing your pack, he said, grabbing my arm softly. I swallowed nervously, shaking my head. Loran, I'm coming. I don't want you to, he whispered, staring at me, his grip on my arm tightening slightly, looking between the door to the house and me. I shook my head, growling lowly under my breath. Don't do it. I'm sorry, I can't risk you volunteering, mumbled my mate, quickly picking me up and hoisting me over his shoulder, walking me back into the house. I pounded on his back, yelling, attempting to wriggle out of his grasp. Loran, let go of me. You can't do this. Elisa, please stop, pleaded Loran as he walked me into the study, settling me down on the couch and planting a soft kiss on my head, his mouth set in a firm line. I'll be back soon. I yelled as Loran shut the door quickly behind him, ensuring it was locked before I had a chance to slip out. Loran, come back and open this door. I swear to God. I threw myself against the door, growling at it when it didn't budge. I'm just going to shift and break it down. I wouldn't do that if I were you, came a voice from the other side of the door. We've been told to watch you, and if you leave the room, we've been given permission to stop you. I scoffed, shaking my head in disbelief that Loran had locked me away with guards at the door. He was never going to let me attend the whipping. I growled out in frustration, quickly searching the room for anything I could use that would help me, huffing to myself when I found nothing. Throwing open the drawers, I pulled out all of the documents, sifting through everything to see if anything was hiding that could be used. Eventually I gave up, dropping my head and sliding down the door until I hit the bottom of it. Because I wouldn't be there, someone from my pack was going to be chosen at random and be whipped. I had told myself I wasn't going to let this happen, but I had failed. Yelling, I picked up the desk chair, throwing it across the room, watching it with satisfaction as it landed in a heap on the other side of the room, the wall now with a significant dent in it. Eyeing up the chair, I picked it up yet again, glaring down through the window, analyzing the drop. Without warning, I threw it at the glass, shattering it instantly. The sound was deafening, and shards flew in every direction, some grazing my skin. I quickly grabbed Theon's hoodie, which was draped over the leather couch, and jumped from the window ledge, landing on the grass with a loud thud. My side burned from the impact. "What the hell are you doing?" yelled one of the guards from above me, glaring at me with dark eyes. Inhaling sharply, I picked myself up off the ground and sprinted across the clearing towards the tree line, shifting into my gray wolf and making my way into the trees, hoping to disappear. I swiveled throughout the forest, taking different twists and turns to avoid being caught. And once I eventually reached the other people, I shifted, pulling the oversized garment over my body, lifting the hood up and attempting to blend in, my heart racing. I gazed to my side as I stepped through the shrubs, into the forest, and I could see multiple pack members all on their way to the clearing, clearly not wanting to miss the intriguing event. They wanted to see who their Luna would be. I understood that, but I couldn't help but wonder if they all thought that this tradition was as barbaric as other packs did. We marched through the trees, trying to control my breathing as we walked, stopping myself from hyperventilating. Adrenaline was racking my body, sending copious amounts of energy surging through me, making me want to scream out in frustration. I watched multiple pack members rush past me, giggling in excitement, sending shivers down my body. It angered me, knowing that they felt nothing for what was about to happen. To them, it seemed like some cheap entertainment. I trembled as I stepped over logs and small rivers, my mind wandering to my mother and father, whom I hadn't seen in what felt like forever. I felt guilt swallow me up, knowing I had almost died and they had no idea. I wanted to see them and let them know I understood why they felt the way they did. They loved me, and I loved them. I didn't want to be without them in my life. I wanted them to learn to love Loran, just like I did, but I was afraid it would never happen. They seemed to have made up their minds. After about 10 minutes of fast-paced walking and allowing my mind to reach the darkest places, the trees finally began to appear more scattered and spaced apart, signaling to me that an opening was coming up. I could hear the noise of the crowd. Chattering filled the air, hitting my eardrums. I rubbed my sweaty palms together, shakily exhaling as I rounded the final tree and stepped out into the large opening. The crowd was large, making me feel even more anxious, knowing what I was about to do in just a few moments. I ducked behind a large group of people, trying to become invisible and blend in with the crowd. I knew most people would be too focused on what was going on in the middle of the circle, but I didn't want to be spotted until it was time. I stepped to the back of the crowd, allowing people to step in front of me to get a better view, keeping my position at the back, a meter or so away. I quickly scanned a part of the crowd, looking for anyone that I recognized, but I couldn't see over anyone's shoulders. However, I knew seeing my parents or Jamin right now probably wouldn't be ideal. I didn't want to cause a scene. Is everybody here? My head snapped up at the sound of Loran's voice. The crowd turned dead silent. I want to thank everyone for being here today. I understand there was a little confusion with the last event, but this one has been organized immaculately, and everything will be going to plan today. I'm sure everyone is very aware of the rules, so I would like all volunteers to please make their way into the middle of the circle. I pulled my hood down, taking a deep breath, preparing myself, but right before I could take a step forward, an iron grip locked itself around my waist, yanking me back. We have this place surrounded. Don't make a sound or we will kill everyone you've ever cared about, whispered an icy voice in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. Suddenly, a hand clamped over my mouth, pushing down hard, causing my teeth to press against my lips. I was then dragged backwards, leaving me trying to kick backwards uselessly, knowing that my faint, muffled cries couldn't be heard over Loran's booming microphone. I turned in my attacker's arms, twisting to see his face, but he tightened his grip on me, shaking me like a rag doll, keeping my back to his chest. As I was dragged deep into the trees and around a few corners, my muffled cries only getting quieter until I gave up, knowing there was no way I would be heard from where I was. My attacker spun me around, gripping me by my neck as he aggressively kicked at a pile of leaves on the ground, uncovering a small wooden door. He quickly flipped it open, glaring at me with deep brown eyes, forcing me down first so I couldn't run. He pushed down on my shoulders, urging me to climb down the ladder in the small tunnel quickly, but I slipped, falling a few meters and landing on the dirty ground. I took in a few deep breaths as I lay there, clutching at my side, which I was certain was now badly bruised. My attacker yanked me up, pulling a flashlight out of his back pocket, pushing me forward. I grimaced as the smell of blood and grime wafted up my nose, slightly burning it, causing me to scrunch it up. I slowly plodded my way through the tunnel, walking past multiple openings, trying to peer into the large rooms, only to be jabbed harshly by the man behind me, ordering me not to look, making me more curious as to what was in them. Suddenly, I was yanked to a stop, and my attacker pointed towards one of the rooms, causing my heart to race. I didn't know what he was going to do to me, but I knew if we were underground, it wasn't going to be good. I stepped into the dimly lit room, gazing around at the concrete walls and rusty cells before I was grabbed and pushed into one of the cells, sending me skidding across the floor and hitting the back of the cell wall with a thud. I clutched my throbbing head and gazed forward to see the cell door being slammed shut. "What are you doing?" I screamed as I gripped onto the cell bars, doing my best to shake them, but they didn't budge. "Oh, would you stop yelling?" I looked around to see where the aggravated voice had come from, only to see a tall, dark-haired woman walking into the room, a smug look plastered on her face. I squinted at her, trying to get a clear view of her face. The long dark hair, the freckles, the blue eyes. "I know you," I mumbled to myself as I studied the woman in front of me, furrowing my brows in confusion. She laughed, shaking her head. "I don't think you do, sweetie." "Yes, I do," I answered, racking my brain for any memory of this woman. I knew her from somewhere, but I couldn't put my finger on it, and it was messing with my head. "Just be quiet," she growled, moving closer to the bars, allowing me to get a full view of all her features. "Joan," I whispered, my eyes widening and my mouth hanging open. "Smart girl," she sneered, chuckling to herself. "What am I doing here?" I growled, getting frustrated with Joan's cocky demeanor. "That's a great question, but why don't you ask the person whose fault it is you're in this cell right now?" she replied, signaling at someone I couldn't see to enter the room. I peered around the corner, my eyes widening when the person stepped into the room, their complete form coming into view. I was frozen in place as I stared in shock at the person in front of me, the person whom I was least expecting. Chapter 28. "Rosanna?" I mumbled, gazing up at her in shock as she looked at me through the bars of the cell, tears dribbling down her face. "I'm so sorry, Elisa," sobbed Rosanna, covering her mouth with her hand, her entire body trembling. Joan shook her head, raising her eyebrows. "How does it feel, Elisa, to have someone you thought was your friend betray you? I bet it sucks." I growled, giving Joan a hard glare. Her response was only a snarky smirk. "I'm sorry, Elisa. She has my mother. She told me she'd release her if I did what she said," cried Rosanna, dropping her gaze and squeezing her eyes shut. "And since I'm a woman of my word—" "Here," grunted Joan as she sauntered up to my neighboring cell, unlocked it and threw the doors open, tugging out a frail woman. She shoved the woman towards Rosanna, who cried with joy as she pulled her into her arms, hugging her tightly. "Now get out, and don't come back. If either of you say anything to anyone, I will personally hunt you down and kill you," threatened Joan, snarling. Rosanna turned to me, gazing into my eyes with her teary and broken ones, her brows furrowed and her mouth set in a firm line. "What are you going to do with her?" "I said, get out!" growled Joan, causing Rosanna to duck her head and pull her mother out of the room along with her. So much was going through my head. Although Rosanna was younger than I considered her a friend. The day I had seen her out in the woods, bruised and hurt, scared for her life, I knew I had to do something to save her, but she only betrayed me in return. I had wanted the best for Rosanna. I wanted her to be able to start a new life with a pack that would love and care for her. I had tried to show her what life could really be like when you're surrounded by people who love you. I saw the regret and pain in her face as she left. I knew she was hurting, but when it came to family, they would always come first. I knew Rosanna did what she had to do to be reunited with her mother, even if it meant throwing me under the bus. "Maybe you should learn a lesson from this, Elisa. You really can't trust anyone," said Joan, picking at her nails. "Especially your beloved mate, Alpha Lauren." My eyes widened at the mention of Lauren, and I furrowed my brows, staring out at Joan's dark, tall figure, trying to make out her expression. "Why do you say that?" Joan chuckled, stepping closer to the cell, her cool breath slightly fanning my face as she spoke. "You know who I am, so I'm guessing Lauren has mentioned some things to you. However, did you know that your mate is the reason his own brother is dead?" I attempted to swallow, but my throat was bone dry, slowly closing up, causing me to take bigger intakes of breath. "She's lying." I furrowed my brows at the soft voice, gazing past Joan's left shoulder into the cell opposite mine, seeing a small, light-haired female figure sitting cross-legged on the floor, her side leaning up against the cell bars. Joan growled, stomping over to the cell and kicking at the bars, causing the entire room to shake, debris falling from the ceiling. "Shut up!" I pushed myself back from the bars, not liking Joan's aggressive side, but I knew it was something I was probably going to see more of. "The only reason you're not dead is because I want you to suffer," snarled Joan, kneeling to cup the female's chin, pulling her closer before forcefully shoving her back, sending her falling backwards onto the hard concrete floor. "You're pathetic." Joan snarled loudly, clearly not liking the disrespect. She reached her hands through the bars, grabbing the girl by the neck, yanking her up. "I swear to God, Emile, I will kill you right now if you don't shut the hell up." "Emile?" I whispered, my eyes widening as I peered closer through the bars, trying to make out the girl's figure as best I could. But the lack of light was making everything just fuzz together, becoming nothing but jumbled up shapes. Joan dropped Emile, causing her to land with a loud thud, before walking back towards me, shaking her head, her eyes raging. Jordy and I were a great couple. We loved each other, and we had every detail of our future planned out. But then, he met her. Emile huffed to herself, causing Joan to grit her teeth, closing her eyes and pinching the bridge of her nose, trying to calm herself down. He wouldn't speak to me. He wouldn't even look at me. He said it hurt him to see me heartbroken, and he wanted me to act as if he never existed, which is hard to do when he's about to become your alpha. I was making coffee for everyone. Lauren walked past and offered to take some up to Jordy and Emile, since he was heading upstairs anyway. I knew that was my chance. I studied Joan's distant expression. Her eyes glazed over as if she was reliving the story she was telling me, frozen like a statue with her arms folded over her chest. I specifically told him that Emile's was the left cup and Jordy's was the right, since Emile took sugar in hers. The next day, I woke up to screaming and sobbing. I was expecting them to announce Emile's death, but they didn't. Instead, they announced the death of our future alpha, Jordy Black. Joan swallowed harshly, her stare becoming even colder, as if she was pushing all the sadness back into her, refusing to allow it to resurface. It was then that I realized that Lauren had mixed up the cups. "I wasn't trying to kill Jordy. I was trying to kill her," mumbled Joan, turning towards Emile and growling, her entire body trembling. "You poisoned the drink," I said, my mouth hanging open. Joan smirked, cocking her head. "But Emile is supposed to be dead. Everyone thinks she committed suicide." Joan chuckled. "Who do you think wrote the suicide note?" I ran away, but then came back for Emile. I wanted her to suffer, just like I was. "What about Rosanna? What does she have to do with this?" I asked. "I've always said to myself that when Laurent found his mate, I would take her away from him, so he has to live with the constant heartache I have to live with when the love of your life dies. Now, Loran made it pretty obvious that something was up when the first whipping took place. Why would he stop the event? To save a girl he'd never met before? It seemed set in stone to me. But then, he announced he was organizing another event to find his mate, so I doubted myself. I had to get someone on the inside, and that's where Rosanna comes into this. I found her and her mother, so I attacked them, threatening to kill Rosanna's mother unless she did what I said. She was a spy, Elisa, and you trusted her so easily. It really helped me out a lot. I sat on the cold floor with my head in my hands, shaking my head. Joan sighed, flicking her long, dark hair behind her. You know, you and Loran almost had me fooled, but I kept Rosanna in there because I knew if you were mates, you would slip up eventually. And I was right. You confirmed my suspicions for me. You're sick, I spat. Loran had nothing to do with Jordy's death. And now you're blaming him because you're the reason Jordy's dead. It's your fault. Joan growled, tugging me forwards by my hair. Don't make me kill you now. I want Loran to watch, so I can see his face when he watches you die slowly in front of him, knowing there's nothing he can do to save you. I pulled against Joan's grasp, and she eventually let go, chuckling to herself. She stood in front of my cell, glaring at me for a few more seconds, before making her way out of the room, the sound of her feet against the steel tunnel exit eventually dissipating. Emile, I whispered, noticing her lift her head up, sighing. You're Lauren's mate then? She asked, moving closer to the bars so I could just about make out her facial features. She raked her hands through her matted blonde hair, shaking her head and sighing. Yeah, Emile, everyone thinks you're dead. Emile nodded, running her petite hand down her dirty face. I know. Joan threatened to kill everyone I cared about if I didn't leave with her. At the time, I didn't see a reason to live, so I went with her to save my family. My mate had just died. I had nothing to live for. She wrote a suicide note for me, claiming I jumped off a cliff and into the depths of a waterfall. That way, there would be a lot of reasons why my body was never recovered, and it would be believable. They inject me every couple of days with wolfsbane to keep me weak, making the job of keeping me locked away much easier for them. I'm unconscious a lot of the time, and when I am awake, I feel so weak, I can hardly move. I furrowed my brows, shaking my head. My thoughts raced back to the moment where Theon and I had been attacked, and we had been injected with wolfsbane to stop us from swimming our way out of the river. That was her. Theon was basically dead because of her. Chapter 29. 2 days. 2 days of sitting in the cell, longing for the days away, and withstanding severe dehydration. I lifted my head up, rubbing my eyes, hoping for my fuzzy vision to clear somewhat. And she's awake, said Emile, chuckling to herself. I told you, that wolfsbane really puts you out of it. I'm so thirsty, I mumbled, clutching at my dry, scratchy throat. Emile nodded. Yeah, that happens. Joan comes in with water every couple of days or so. How long have you been here? I asked, scooting closer to the cell bars in order to see Emile a little clearer. 3 years, she replied, huffing. I furrowed my brows, shaking my head. I really didn't know how Emile was strong enough to withstand all of this, but she was supposed to be the Luna, and I could see why. Her mental strength was something I was envious of. What was Jordy like? I asked, knowing that it may have been a touchy subject to ask about, but since both of our futures were unforeseeable, I figured it couldn't hurt to find out a little more about Emile's mate and Loran's brother. Emile smiled, closing her eyes, resting the side of her head against the cold, rusty bars. He was that guy that everyone loved. Every kid looked up to him. They all couldn't wait for him to become alpha. He was incredibly loving and caring, but he found it hard to let go, especially of Joan. I didn't blame him. They had been together for years, but when he met me, it hurt him to see her so heartbroken. He just wanted what was best for her, but she vowed she would never give up on him. I nodded my head, taking in everything Emile said, allowing her to vent. I had guessed she hadn't had someone to do that to in a very long time, and I was more than willing to listen. But she never got what she wanted, I said, offering Emile a smile. No, she didn't, and neither did I, sighed Emile. Sorrow plastered all over her face, masking her. I'm sorry, I whispered, a wave of guilt flowing through me. What's Loran like as a mate? Emile asked, angling her body so she was properly facing me. We actually met at the whipping, I said, unsure of how Emile was going to react. Emile furrowed her brows, squinting her baby blue eyes. What? I scratched my head awkwardly, tucking my now scraggly chestnut brown behind my ears. It's a long story. Emile shrugged. We've got time. I furrowed my dark brows, twiddling with my fingers nervously. Do we? How do you know? As long as Loran doesn't find out where you are, Joan will keep you alive." "Why?" I asked. "She wants to wait until Loran discovers your location. That way, she can kill you right in front of him. She'll get more satisfaction out of it that way." "Well, what stopped him from finding us? We aren't exactly far away from my territory," I said, feeling frustration course through my veins. "Wolfsbane. It's Joan's favorite thing to use. She scatters a little around the surrounding area. That way, it blocks the sense of smell, but there isn't enough of it to actually identify it as wolfsbane. So to anyone trying to track us, it would just appear as if there was no scent there to track. She uses it wherever we go." "So, you haven't always been down here?" I asked, confused. Emile shook her head. "No, we move every couple months or so. Joan gets a lot of different people to help her." "Why do they help her?" "A lot of them owe her, so it's either do what she says or die," answered Emile, her expression blank as if what she was saying was an everyday occurrence, which to her, it was. I sighed, shaking my head. My heart longed for Loran, but I was terrified of him finding me, because I knew I would be killed. I knew Loran would have to live with the pain of watching me die before his very eyes. I knew Joan was ruthless, and I honestly didn't know how we were going to get out of this one, but I held on to the last bit of remaining hope I had, knowing that it just may get me through this. I closed my eyes, leaning my head against the bars. My body felt weak and heavy, and my muscles ached when I moved, meaning I was trying to stay as still as possible, but I couldn't get comfortable on the cold stone floor. "Okay, the time for socializing is over." I snapped, my eyes open at the sound of Joan's voice, my head thumping as the echo of her heeled boots hitting the tunnel floor rang through my ears. She appeared around the corner, dressed all in black, her dark hair pulled back into a tight, sleek ponytail, and her eyes lined with smoky-looking makeup. "Since it's been 2 days and Loran still hasn't found you and I'm getting bored, I need you to tell me his weaknesses, so when he does show up, I'll be more than ready," snapped Joan, pulling up a metal chair, dragging it across the floor, and sitting down right in front of me, smiling. "And why would I do that?" I snarled, laughing in shock. "I thought you might ask me that," said Joan, smirking. "So for every question you don't answer, she goes 1 more day without food." I glared at Joan's stretched-out arm, her manicured finger pointing right at Emile's frail-looking body. I huffed, biting my lip, gazing into Emile's sunken eyes. Emile shook her head at me, urging me to keep my mouth shut, but I knew she wouldn't last much longer without food. Her body had been pushed to the edge, and it was just about ready to give up. If I was going to get out of here, I wanted Emile out too, and to do that, she needed to remain alive. "Don't say anything," mumbled Emile, glaring at Joan's back. "It's not your decision, it's hers," said Joan, her dark eyes focusing on my weak form, flashing a row of white teeth. "Now, Elisa, tell me, what is Lauren's biggest weakness besides you?" I remained silent, anger boiling up inside of me, getting ready to explode like a spewing volcano. "That's 1 more day," announced Joan, holding up 1 finger. Just as I was about to release all of the built-up rage inside of me on Joan, an awkward cough caused all 3 of us to turn our heads towards a man standing at the entrance of the tunnel, his eyes fixated on Joan. "Rosanna is here to see you," he said, causing Joan to scoff. "I thought I told that kid to never come back here," she said, shaking her head. "Kill her." She says it's important. It's something about Alpha Loran." At the mention of Loran, Joan chews on her lip, taking a few seconds to think. "Okay, send her down, but search her beforehand. Make sure she has no weapons or wires, nothing." The man nodded, exiting the room, causing Joan to smile down at me, clapping her hands together. Well, this could be exciting. I glared at her excited form, disgusted by how easily it was for her to wish harm upon someone else who, in reality, did no wrong. I was nervous to see Rosanna. I didn't know if she would speak to me. I didn't even know what to say to her. A part of me understood why she did what she did, but another part was furious at her for her part in this. However, I knew if someone was holding my mother captive, I would do anything to save her too, even if it meant hurting someone else. I swallowed nervously at the sound of feet hitting the tunnel floor, and I felt sweat build up on my dirty forehead, slowly trickling down and dribbling onto my neck. My eyes widened as Rosanna's small frame appeared from out of the tunnel, her curly brown hair pulled back into a long braid. She walked straight up to Joan, not even sparing a glance at me, even though I knew she knew I was looking right at her. "What are you doing back here, Rosanna? Didn't I tell you to leave?" growled Joan, rolling her eyes. "Kids never learn." "Alpha Loran knows the whereabouts of Elisa," said Rosanna, her voice completely emotionless as she stared at Joan, her eyebrows raised. Joan squinted, slowly standing up from the metal chair she was seated on. "And how do you know this information?" "He told me himself. He trusts me. He's planning an attack." Joan laughed, folding her arms in front of her small chest. "Tell me, Rosanna, why are you telling me this, huh? You got what you wanted. Your mother is free. Why would you still be trying to help me? Once I leave, Loran will eventually put the pieces together. He'll figure out I had a part to play in this, and he'll come after my mother and I. He won't stop until he finds us. I want to make sure Alpha Loran dies." My eyes widened, and I covered my mouth with my hand, holding back tears. Joan shook her head, glaring into Rosanna's bored-looking orbs. "Now, why should I trust you? I'm willing to report back to you on Loran's plan. That way, you'll have the upper hand. My mother means everything to me. I only just got her back, and I'm not losing her again, not for anyone," mumbled Rosanna as she glanced at me, quickly taking in my shaking form. "Rosanna, I don't want Loran dead. I want him to watch me kill his mate right in front of him, and then have him suffer for the rest of his life, knowing there was nothing he could do to save her. And she's never coming back to him," spoke Joan, staring off into the distance as anger pooled in her dark eyes. Rosanna shook her head. "You're going to have to kill him, Joan. He won't stop. Once you kill Elisa, he will never stop hunting you." "I can live with that," shrugged Joan. "No, if I'm going to continue to be a spy for you, I want Alpha Loran dead at the end of this. Without my inside information, you won't know what's coming. And trust me, he's got a lot of people. You're going to need me, or you will just end up dead," ordered Rosanna, puffing out her chest and raising her chin, glaring into Joan's eyes. Joan chewed on her bottom lip before offering a simple nod. "Fine. As long as I get the satisfaction of watching Loran break down in front of me, I'll be happy." Rosanna nodded, crossing her arms over her chest, her face still expressionless. "Well, I'm going to get a drink. Do whatever you want, but I will be keeping my eye on you, just know that," said Joan as she studied Rosanna before sauntering out of the room and down the tunnel, the tapping of her heels eventually dissipating. I wiped my tears away, and I grabbed the cell bars, lugging myself up off the floor, ignoring the dull ache in my quadriceps. "What are you doing, Rosalina?" I whispered, shaking my head, disappointed in the young girl standing in front of me. "Getting you out of here." Chapter 30. "What?" I mumbled as I stared at Rosanna's petite frame in front of me, her brows furrowed and her bottom lip slightly poking out. "I left with my mother just like Joan told me to, but I had to come back, Elisa." "I won't let you die. I would never forgive myself," whispered Rosanna, stepping closer to the cell, allowing me to see just how watery and glassed over her eyes were. "Did you know Theon and I were going to be thrown into that river?" I asked, shaking my head. Rosanna nodded, looking guilty. "Joan wanted to test Loran. She wanted to get his reaction to your near death, to try and confirm if you two were mates, but after, she still wasn't completely sure because you seemed to be spending most of your time at Theon's side. I was always going to save you, she asked me to, because she didn't want you to die that way, but I also wanted to save you, because I couldn't let you die. Why was Theon thrown in as well? Rosanna, he's on the brink of death because of this." "Theon was just in the wrong place at the wrong time," whispered Rosanna, looking down. "When is Loran coming?" I asked, feeling the heavy brick-like feeling in my heart lift slightly, finally feeling some hope. Rosanna shook her head. "He's not. Elisa." I furrowed my dark brows, confused, shaking my head. "What do you mean?" "I'm not telling Loran where you are. He'll act impulsively and charge down here. Joan will have the upper hand. It'll end up getting everyone killed." "Rosanna, are you actually being serious? Tell my mate where I am right now." I growled, slightly raising my voice, causing Rosanna to panic and hush me, her head shaking. "Be quiet. If anyone finds out I'm trying to save you, I'll be killed, and then you will never get out of here. Elisa, I know it's hard, but you need to trust me on this." I shook my head, running my hands through my tangled hair. "How am I supposed to trust you?" Rosanna shrugged, furrowing her brows. "Because right now, what other option do you have?" I covered my face with my dirty hands, sliding down the cold, stoned wall, allowing tears to dribble down my cheeks. I wanted everything to be back to the way they were before. I loved Loran. I knew that, but everything was so much easier before he came into my life. That was a given, but I wouldn't trade him for anything. I just wanted an everyday life. I wanted to work, have children, and have a loving husband. I didn't want this to be the norm for my life. My life had been completely flipped upside down, and my head was struggling to cope. I had been thrown in at the deep end, and I felt like I was drowning. My life really hung in the balance, but Rosanna was right. What other options did I have? Rosanna was my only hope, and I didn't exactly have anything to lose. Right now, it looked like I was going to die either way. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the small room, and I knew by the clinking of heels hitting the tunnel floor that it was Joan. She sauntered in, squinting her eyes at Rosanna as she made her way into the room, dragging the chair she had been sitting on into the middle of the room and adjusting the tiny light on the ceiling so it was pointing down at the chair. I gulped, unsure of what she was planning. "Right, you," said Joan as she pointed to me, unlocked the cell door and pulled it open, glaring at me. "What are you doing?" asked Rosanna, her form shaking as she stepped forward, attempting to reason with Joan. Joan ignored her, grabbing me by the hair and pulling me over to the chair, shoving me down into it. She smirked at me before turning to Rosanna, pulling a small flip knife out of her pocket and plopping it into Rosanna's hand, squeezing it together to force Rosanna to grip it. I turned my gaze towards Emile, who was watching the scene unfold with sorrow-filled eyes, before dropping her head and shaking it, as if she knew what was about to happen. "You want Lauren dead so badly that I assume you'll do what I say in order to make sure that happens," sneered Joan, stepping back and crossing her arms over her chest, leaving Rosanna facing me, gripping a knife. "What?" mumbled Rosanna, dropping her head, allowing it to hang loosely. "Prove to me you really want this, Rosanna," said Joan, forcing Rosanna to squeeze her eyes shut. "What do you want me to do?" Rosanna whispered, lifting her head to peer at Joan's tall frame through thick, dark lashes. "Stab her," ordered Joan, her voice emotionless, showing no signs of hesitancy. Rosanna's eyes widened, and she gazed at me, her bottom lip quivering. "I can't kill her." Joan rolled her eyes, moaning. "I didn't say kill her. I said stab her. I want her alive so I can do that when Loran arrives." Rosanna shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. "Come on, Rosanna. How much do you really want to be free? How much of all of what you said earlier was true? You didn't really think you could barge in here without being tested first. Now did you? You know how I work, so do what I say, or I'll kill you and your mother myself." I gazed up at Rosanna as she stared into my eyes, and I could practically see the cogs turning in her mind. If she didn't pass Joan's test, she'd die, and so would Emile and I. I watched Joan until she seemed distracted. Her stare settled on Rosanna's frozen body, and when I was sure Joan wouldn't notice, I sent Rosanna a quick nod, telling her I knew she had to do it, and I was okay with it. I tilted my head back slightly, sending my mind off to a faraway place, trying to think about the pain I knew I was about to endure. I would heal, I knew that, although the wolfsbane in my system would make the healing process much more difficult, but I didn't have any other choice. I watched as Rosanna moved slowly towards me, her heavy breathing echoing throughout the dark, dingy room. I gulped as I watched Rosanna squeeze her eyes shut as she lifted the small flip knife into the air, hovering it above my left thigh. The seconds seemed to pass so slowly, and I could practically feel my heart beating in my throat as I began to sweat, my hands quivering in front of me. Rosanna gritted her teeth, shaking her head as her clammy hand gripped the knife even harder, causing her hand to turn white. Then she plunged the knife into my leg. Chapter 31. My wound had healed nicely overnight, a small scabbed scratch remaining, although a nasty purple bruise was left behind, covering almost the entirety of my thigh. I let out a big breath, resting my head against the cold and wet cell wall, closing my eyes. My entire body had given up screaming at me whenever I moved. Everything was now just numb, leaving me feeling like a floating ghost of a former human figure. My mind was fuzzy, and it was becoming increasingly harder to think and make sense of the situation happening around me, meaning I spent the majority of my time slipping in and out of consciousness, waiting for Rosanna to reappear. "How do you think she's planning on getting you out of here?" asked Emile, rubbing her dirt-covered hand down her face tiredly. I shrugged, letting out a big sigh. "I don't know what to think anymore, but there's nothing we can do but wait." "I've been waiting a long time, Elisa," mumbled Emile, leaning back until her back was flat against the cold cell floor. Suddenly, the sound of heels echoing caused my eardrums to ring, and I turned my head towards the entrance of the room to see Joan striding in, a morose expression plastered on her face. "Well, don't you two look rather glum today?" she teased, smirking at Emile and me as she tightened the laces of her knee-high boots. I shook my head, no longer having the energy to answer, and not wanting to give Joan any satisfaction, so I ignored her, and was glad when Emile did the same. Joan rolled her eyes, her smirk dropping as she moved closer to me. "Oh, how I'm going to enjoy killing you," she laughed, rubbing her hands together. After a few seconds of glaring into Joan's stone-cold eyes, I noticed Rosanna's small head peeking out from behind the tunnel entrance, and she awkwardly cleared her throat. Joan turned and raised her eyebrows at Rosanna, crossing her arms over her chest questionably. "Any news on Loran's plan, then?" Rosanna nodded, stepping into the room. "I've been told a few more things that may give you the upper hand." "Perfect. Spill it," Joan ordered, taking a seat on the iron chair in the corner of the room, leaning back and crossing her legs, her body language conveying a very relaxed demeanor. Rosanna gazed at me for a second before cutting off eye contact and turning her attention back to Joan. "I don't think I should be telling you in front of Elisa, just in case. It's probably better to do it in private." Joan huffed, pulling herself to her feet as she grumbled, "Fine." Just as Joan was about to make her way through the tunnel to leave the room, Rosanna stepped back, pulling a knife out from her pocket and launching it towards Joan's back. Joan inhaled sharply, turning slowly to glare at Rosanna, her eyebrows raised. Joan reached around her waist, quickly pulling the knife from her skin, causing blood to trickle down her lower back. Rosanna's eyes widened, and she stepped backwards, biting her lip in anticipation of Joan's next move. I watched in horror as Joan threw the knife towards Rosanna, causing it to scrape her shoulder before clattering against the wall. Blood poured from Rosanna as she launched herself towards Joan, jumping on top of her, sending them both flying across the room, hitting the cold stone wall. Rosanna latched onto Joan's belt, tugging at her keys as Joan twisted Rosanna's free arm backwards, causing her to yell out in pain. Joan grabbed Rosanna by the neck, lifting her and pushing her up against the wall, causing Rosanna's face to turn a bright shade of red. "You really are an idiot, aren't you? Do you really think you can win against me and all of my men on your own?" laughed Joan, shoving Rosanna into the wall once again. Rosanna attempted to shake her head, her eyes watering. "No, I don't think I can win on my own, but I can win with the help of Elisa's old pack," she spluttered. I gasped, my eyes widening at the mention of my old pack, causing my heart to start to race even more. "They distracted the guards up top whilst I got the rest of your men on the same side of this underground place. Then I set it on fire." "You're on your own, Joan," coughed Rosanna as Joan dropped her to the ground, breathing heavily. Joan screamed and lunged at Rosanna, but Rosanna ducked, grabbing Joan's leg and pulling her down onto the floor with her, yet again fiddling with the keys on her belt. Joan pulled on Rosanna's braids, causing her head to yank back painfully, leaving her having to feel blindly for the hook the keys were attached to. Finally, Rosanna unhooked the keys, flinging them across the room towards me, causing them to land just in front of my cell wall, meaning I had to stretch out to grab them. Joan pulled herself to her feet, running towards the set of keys, but I snatched them off the ground first. I shakily unlocked my cell door, my numb body becoming very hard to move, as I used every ounce of strength I had to push the heavy iron cell door open just enough for my petite frame to squeeze out. Joan lunged for me. But Rosanna grabbed the knife, throwing it towards Joan's leg, causing it to buckle underneath her, crumbling to the floor as she growled out in frustration. Eventually, Joan stood up, clearly having had enough, and attempted to morph into her large black wolf, but looked confused when her human figure remained. Joan looked down at her thigh to see a small blue syringe sticking out from her black denim shorts. She painfully pulled it out, studying it with a furious expression. "Wolfsbane," she growled, throwing the syringe down on the floor and yelling out in anger, knowing that shifting would now be merely impossible. I made my way over to Emil's cell, frantically unlocking it and pulling her out of the cell, causing Joan to growl loudly at us. We turned, running through the tunnel and down the dirt trail leading towards the trapdoor exit. My muscles wailed out at me, begging me to stop running. Still, the adrenaline soaring through my body allowed me to continue, only thinking about finally getting out of here and seeing Loran, knowing I was not ready for death yet. As Emil and I ran, I could feel the heat of the nearby underground fire roaring through the tunnel. Turning to see the start of fiery flames at the other end, I knew they would quickly make their way over to us in minutes, trapping us at the end. Joan followed us, with Rosanna, who had now shifted into her wolf, following closely behind. Joan grabbed my arm, yanking me backwards, causing me to tumble over, but Rosanna pounced on Joan, biting down hard, causing her to scream out in pain. My body was sweating and shaking, and I could see the fire approaching quickly, the humidity getting higher by the second, smoke wafting through the small tunnel, making it significantly harder to breathe. We turned the corner, reaching the stairs to the trapdoor, and suddenly felt joy circulate throughout my body as I finally saw the exit, knowing there was hope that we would make it out alive. I pushed Emil upwards, urging her to start climbing, but she was slow, barely able to support her own weight due to the years of malnutrition. Rosanna pinned Joan up against the wall, who pulled out the knife from her leg, stabbing her deeply in the back, causing her to whine and pull away, releasing Joan. I gazed upwards at Emile as she climbed the stairs, finally high enough so there was room for me to join. I pulled myself up onto the bars, clambering up them as quickly as I could, practically carrying Emile up them as she fell limp in my arms, her body giving up. I heard Rosanna whine loudly underneath me, and I gazed down to see Joan kicking Rosanna against the wall, sending her flying through the air and hitting the dirt wall on the other side of the tunnel, the flames now trapping them. "Come on, Rosanna!" I yelled as I continued to make my way up the iron stairs, eventually reaching the top and being quickly yanked out by someone. The bright sunshine temporarily blinded my eyes as I squinted, and I hit the grass beside the trapdoor, lying there, breathing heavily. Once my vision had cleared, I vigorously rubbed my eyes to see someone standing in front of me, just over the trapdoor, looking down. "Theon." "Rosanna, hurry up," he boomed, furrowing his brows. "Theon," I yelled, covering my mouth in shock as I continued to shake, tears dribbling down my cheeks at the joy of seeing my best friend alive. "Hi, Bennett." Theon smiled at me, but soon turned his attention towards Rosanna, urging her to start climbing up the stairs. "What is that?" I asked, pointing at the large barrel Theon was balancing on the edge of the trapdoor. "Liquid wolfsbane. Rosanna needs to get out now so I can pour this down." "It's the only way to kill Joan," said Theon worriedly, shaking his head. I peeked over the edge of the trapdoor to see Rosanna fighting off Joan, pushing her backwards, narrowly avoiding the roaring flames that were now meters away from them, smoke wafting upwards, making it hard for us to see. Suddenly, Rosanna shifted back into her human form, yanking Joan down from the first step of the stairs, pulling her to the floor. "Do it, Theon." Theon shook his head, furrowing his brows. "There's no way I'm doing it whilst you're still down there, Rosanna." "Theon, do it now!" yelled Rosanna as she attempted to pull herself up the stairs, but was dragged down by Joan, who clambered over her, making her way up the iron steps with speed. "Theon, now!" Theon held onto the barrel tighter, refusing to pour it unless Rosanna was out, causing Rosanna to growl out in frustration, scanning the dirt tunnel around her for anything that could help her. Then, Rosanna stepped towards the roaring flames, grabbed a red-hot stone that was engulfed in the fire, and spun around quickly, her face contorted with pain from the burning hot rock. Rosanna launched the rock upwards, aiming for the barrel Theon was balancing on the edge of the trapdoor. I gasped as the red-hot rock flew through the air, hitting the thin wood of the barrel and causing it to split open from the heat and pressure. The gallons of liquid wolfsbane poured out, raining down and covering Joan, Rosanna, and the flames until nothing was visible. "No!" I yelled, grabbing onto the trapdoor, attempting to lower myself down into it, but Theon wrapped his arms around my waist, yanking me away. "Do not go down there, Elisa. You'll die." "Theon, we need to save Rosanna," I screamed, wriggling around in Theon's arms as tears dribbled down his cheeks. "Elisa, listen to me. There's no way she would have survived that." "She gave herself up," whispered Theon, gazing into my eyes, his brows furrowed. Tears poured from my eyes as I shook my head, refusing to believe that Rosanna gave up her life for mine. "No, she's still down there. Theon, I need to get her." "I'll get her," announced Theon, shaking his head. "You'll burn," I said worriedly. "Not if I'm fast," he replied, descending the stairs as fast as he could, hissing in pain as the liquid wolfsbane remaining burnt his skin, causing tiny blisters to emerge. I waited, hugging my knees to my chest as I cracked my knuckles and chewed my nails in anticipation, hearing Theon's hisses of pain as he started to climb the stairs again, gently placing the lifeless body of Rosanna on the soft green grass. I studied Rosanna's burnt body, her face badly burned. Tears dribbled down my cheeks as I softly caressed the cheek of the young girl in front of me. "You were only 15, I sobbed, my heart feeling as if it was about to beat out of my chest. "What am I supposed to tell your mom?" "It should have been me," I cried, resting my forehead on her chest. Theon watched me painfully, tears dribbling down his cheeks as he dropped his gaze, running his hands through his light brown hair in angst. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, sniffling as I tried to control my breathing. I longed for a heartbeat to start suddenly, but I knew she was gone. I pulled back, gazing at the small body in front of me, the body that once belonged to a vibrant and brave young girl who had her whole life ahead of her. But Rosanna Flores was gone. Chapter 32. "Elisa, we have to go," ordered Theon, wrapping his arms around my waist, helping me up. I stepped back, breathing heavily as I gazed down at the body of the young girl who had given herself up for me. She said my old pack helped? I whispered, looking up at Theon questionably. Theon nodded. They caused a distraction and lead whoever was outside away, but they should be coming back any time now, so we all have to go. Go where? I asked, struggling to keep my eyes open, swaying on my feet. Loran, replied Theon. The mention of Loran caused my heart to flutter, and I struggled to hold back tears at the thought that I would finally see him again. I wasn't going to die like I had thought, and I no longer had to regret not saying the things I wanted to say to the people I loved. I looked over at Emile, who was already on her feet, swaying a little, but she appeared to have control over her balance. Okay, let's go, I said as I took a few steps, but my feet crumbled beneath me, and I fell into a heap on the grass. Theon shook his head, making his way over to me and picking me up, swinging me around so I was on his back. There's no way you can walk, Elisa. You've recently been injected with wolfsbane, Elisa. Your muscles aren't going to allow you to walk, said Emile. What about you? Asked Theon, raising his eyebrows. I haven't been injected for a few days. Most of it has left my system. I'll be able to walk, but I'll be slow, mumbled Emile, raking her hands through her dirty blonde hair. I shook my head as I wrapped my arms around Theon's neck. We can't leave Rosanna. I can't carry you both, said Theon as he began to walk, causing me to whine. Once you're safe, I'll come back for her. That way, she can have a proper funeral. Tears blurred my vision as we walked, threatening to spill yet again. But I didn't even have the energy to cry. I rested my head on Theon's back, closing my eyes, but I was unable to sleep. My thoughts and questions raced inside my head, making me feel stir-crazy. Theon, how are you awake? I asked, squeezing onto him tighter. I was fully expecting never to see Theon again, even if I had survived. He was on the brink of death, and it baffled me how he was now up and walking. Theon chuckled, shaking his head. I guess my conscience knew you were in trouble. I huffed, rolling my eyes. I'm being serious. How are you here right now? What happened? Well, I woke up, and I didn't know what the hell was going on for a while, but Rosanna came to me and told me everything. It was a little hard to trust her, but she was right about Lauren. I knew he would act out in anger instead of thinking things through, and he'd end up getting everyone killed. Rosanna knew where Joan stocked her wolfsbane, but I didn't know she was going to do what she did down there. The plan was for everyone to get out, except Joan, explained Theon, dropping his head as he sighed. How come my old pack is involved? I questioned, my thoughts flashing back to my parents and the last time I had seen them. Rosanna went to them. The entire pack wanted to help, but we only needed a few for the distraction. However, your parents are desperate to see you, Elisa, and so is Jamin. They've all been so worried about you, said Theon, as he held onto Emile with one of his hands, helping her remain steady on her feet as she stepped over a large log. I want to see them, I mumbled, looking up as gray clouds started to shift above us, taking over and covering up any sight of blue. Spitting rain started to fall, slowly soaking all of us as we walked, but I didn't mind. I was happy to be out of that place finally. I was glad to finally see nature and feel the fresh air, even if it was cold and breezy. What do you think will happen once Joan's helpers get back and see what has happened? Asked Emile, chewing on her fingernails in angst. Theon shrugged. Rosanna said they were all only helping Joan because they owed her something, and she'd done something for all of them at one time or another. She demanded their help and threatened them, so hopefully, when they find out Joan's dead, they'll be more pleased than anything. We weaved through the forest slowly, butterflies forming in my stomach at the thought of seeing Loran again, not knowing how he was going to react. I know I probably didn't look anything near presentable right now, but I just wanted to feel safe in his arms again. How has Loran been? I asked Theon, nervous to hear his answer. Not good. He's wrecked his bedroom and office, and Heath had to stop him because it was scaring Millie. I don't think he's slept at all. He's just been out trying to find you the entire time. It was hard to watch, knowing I knew where you were, but as I said before, it was the best thing to do. What about the whipping? I mumbled. Rosanna told me he freaked out before it could start because some of his guards came searching for you because you'd escaped. When he sent someone out into the crowd to try and find you, and they couldn't, he canceled the event and sent everyone home again. So no one got hurt? I asked worriedly. Theon shook his head. No, nobody actually got whipped, but the nearby packs aren't very happy. Elisa, this is the second event Loran has canceled now on the spot, and people aren't overly impressed. I sighed, unsure of what to say, but I was relieved that nobody had actually got hurt this time, and I most definitely would not be letting Loran organize another one of these events. I knew that letting everyone know Loran had a mate came with risks, but I was willing to accept them. I wanted to be the Luna of the Dark Moon Pack. Chapter 33. As we twisted through the forest towards Loran's territory, I felt my heart start to beat faster, and my stomach fluttered. I could barely keep my eyes open, but the thought of finally seeing Loran was keeping me awake, adrenaline surging throughout my body. Theon picked up his pace, gently pulling Emil along with him as he pushed the last set of brambles out of the way, revealing the Dark Moon territory. I gazed across the field, but it was empty. "Where's Loran?" I asked Theon, my palms suddenly becoming sweaty. "He should be at Heath's house, since he ended up destroying most of his own," replied Theon as he thudded through the field, making his way onto the path and following it throughout the village until we reached a tight corner. Emil plodded slowly behind us, stopping to take deep breaths every minute or so, but Theon egged her on, knowing that our bodies were becoming weaker by the second. I looked up at the small bungalow in front of me, admiring its Victorian-like aesthetic, realizing that this was the first time I had actually seen Heath's and Millie's home. It wasn't how I expected it to be. I had imagined it to be large, modern, and extravagant, but all of the houses here seemed to hold a homely and lived-in feel to them, which I liked. Theon knocked on the wooden door, but I knew Loran must have already been able to smell me and was most likely freaking out behind it. Suddenly, the door swung open, and in front of me stood Loran, eyes wide. Theon gently placed me down, allowing Loran to come and wrap his arms around me for support, gazing down at me in shock. I admired his beautiful face, although his under eyes were extremely dark, and he looked as if he hadn't slept in days. Loran squeezed his eyes shut as he pulled me to his chest, holding me tightly, inhaling my scent. He pulled back, caressing my dirty cheek with the pad of his thumb, before trailing it down to my swollen lips. "What happened to you?" murmured Loran, his eyes becoming dark, anger taking over his once relieved and blissful expression. "We should get the pack doctor before we speak about everything, Loran. Elisa can barely stand up," spoke Theon, his arms still wrapped around Emil's waist. Loran looked up, studying Theon before dropping his gaze to the small, frail-looking blonde beside him. Loran squinted his eyes in confusion for a few seconds before his eyes went wide, and he started to run his hands through his dark hair in angst. "Emil?" Emil nodded, sighing. "Hi, Loran. How are you alive? We all thought you were dead." Emil nodded, running a hand down her bruised face. "That's what Joan wanted you to think." Loran's expression changed at the mention of Joan, and he turned to me, raising his eyebrows. I nodded, biting at my bottom lip. "It's true." Loran shook his head, hauling me up bridal style, before carrying me down the hallway and into the bedroom, gently placing me down on Heath's plush white bed. "Call the pack doctor now," yelled out Loran as he peered around the door back into the hallway. I heard Heath agree, clearly aware of my presence before Loran urged Theon and Emil to step into the room, closing the door. Emil plopped herself down on a large leather armchair with the help of Theon, sighing heavily and holding her head in her hands. "Are you okay?" asked Theon, concern masking his face as he knelt in front of Emil, looking into her eyes. Emil shook her head. "Not really, but I've felt like this for 3 years now. I'm used to it." "The pack doctor is coming," comforted Loran, making his way over to me, kneeling by my side, gazing at me, and then Emil in concern. "You need to tell me what happened." I nodded. "Rosanna was a spy for Joan because she wanted revenge on you. Joan tried to poison Emil and gave you the drinks to take upstairs, but you mixed them up and ended up giving Geordie the drink laced with poison. She wanted to kill me to get back at you, and she had Emil trapped for 3 years." Loran's eyes slowly glazed over, and it looked as if he was looking straight through me, as if I wasn't even there in front of him. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pacing around the room, running his hands through his hair. "Where is Joan now?" "Dead," replied Theon smugly. "Where is Rosanna?" asked Loran as he tried to control his breathing. Theon cleared his throat, dropping his gaze and chewing on his bottom lip. "Also dead." "I killed Geordie," mumbled Loran as he stopped in front of the door, leaning his head back against it, closing his eyes. "No, that's what Joan wanted you to think, Loran. You had nothing to do with it." "You had no idea," replied Emil, shaking her head. "Theon, how did you find them?" asked Loran, raising his eyebrows at him, shaking his head. "Rosanna came to me out of guilt. She wanted to save Elisa." "Rosanna gave herself up in order to save her," mumbled Theon, furrowing his brows. "You are sure Joan is dead? Because if she isn't, I will personally make her pay," growled Loran, cracking his knuckles. Theon nodded. "Yes, Loran." "Well, how?" Loran was cut off by a panicked knock on the door, causing him to roll his eyes. He flung it open to reveal Heath standing there, her brows furrowed. "Loran, you need to get outside now. There's a group of wolves here forcing their way onto the territory. There's too many of them. The guards can't hold them back." Loran growled, pushing past Heath and sprinting out the door. Emil and I instantly jumped to our feet, causing Theon to object, but we pushed past him anyway, making our way out of the house. I stumbled out the front door to see people clambering through the tree line, pushing past brambles, forcing their way onto the Dark Moon territory. The guards attempted to push them back, demanding to know what they were doing there, causing someone to clear their throat and yell for everyone to be quiet. I took a wobbly step forward to see my father standing at the tree line, glaring at Loran in disgust as he quietened down all of the trespassers, signaling for them to stand down and make their way back to him. "Dad," I called, causing my father to nod at me, before turning his attention back to my mate. "What do you think you're doing forcing your way onto my territory?" growled Loran, taking a threatening step forward. "We're tired of this, Alpha Black. This needs to come to an end now," spoke my father calmly, lacing his fingers together. "Tired of what?" asked Loran, shaking his head. "You've got to have over 100 wolves here with you. It appears to me as if you have come looking for a fight." My father chuckled, shaking his head. "Then you would be correct. The majority of nearby packs have come together because we are tired of your games. We will no longer fall to your knees just because you decide to host such a gruesome event, just to put a hold on it when it suits you. Our daughters have been through too much because of you, and we are here to ensure no pack has to go through this again. You've started something, Alpha Black, and we've come to finish it. You're playing a very dangerous game here," warned Loran, baring his teeth. My father shook his head, growling, signaling behind him, causing one of the trespassers to step forwards quickly, taking one of Loran's guards by surprise, locking him in a headlock, before forcefully taking him down. The guard fell to the floor, unmoving. My father turned his attention to a shocked Loran before raising his eyebrows, a smirk playing at his lips. "This is War, Chapter 34. I stood in shock as the world appeared to blur around me. Bodies flew at each other as people ran, morphing into their wolves, causing deafening thuds and cracks as their bodies collided. More of Loran's men appeared, sprinting towards the brawl, grabbing at anyone they could get their claws on, fighting fiercely. I stood frozen, feeling myself swaying on my feet as Theon grabbed my hand, yanking me backwards. He pulled Emil and me away, urging us to get back inside the house, but I refused, urgently shaking my head. "Theon! Loran could get killed! I have to do something!" I yelled, ignoring the screams from my muscles as I stumbled through the battle, narrowly avoiding being hit by a few wolves that were fighting. "Elisa, get back here!" screamed Theon, but I ignored him, pushing past people, my small frame allowing me to squeeze between spaces much more easily. I scanned the scene for anyone that I recognized, but the screaming and yelling was putting me off, causing panic to surge through me, my heartbeat quickening. I pushed past another few wolves, ducking under them as they clawed at each other aggressively, baring their teeth in order to intimidate the other. I studied the people around me, only to see Loran's wolf pinning down my father, his claws digging into his skin, drawing blood. I made my way over, calling out to Loran, causing his ears to prick up. He looked up at me frantically, growling loudly as I approached, causing my father to shove Loran backwards, making it easy to escape his grasp. "Dad, what are you doing?" I yelled as I reached them, tears brimming in my bloodshot eyes. "Elisa, you are going to get hurt. Go inside and find shelter until this is over," replied my father after shifting back into human form, pulling his shorts back on. Loran growled, stalking towards my father, baring his teeth, causing me to put my hand out in front of him. "Loran, don't. He's my dad." Loran's gaze flickered between my father and me, and eventually, he shifted back into his human form, pulling his basketball shorts back on. "Elisa, go back inside right now." I ignored Loran, turning to my father, my bottom lip trembling. "Please, don't do this. There will be no more whippings. Loran was just trying to protect me." My dad rolled his eyes, scoffing. "Well, look how that turned out. He got you kidnapped, and he wasn't even one of the people to save you. We were, Elisa. Come back home where you belong." "Dad, just stop, please. Tell them to stop. Everyone's going to get hurt," I yelled, gesturing to the battle that was happening behind us. "If that's what it takes for this tradition to be done with, then so be it," growled my father, grabbing Loran by the throat, causing me to gasp. Loran kicked his legs outwards, sending my father flying backwards, and he hit the grass with a loud thud, causing him to groan. Suddenly, Loran was pinned down by two large wolves, their claws digging into his chest, causing blood to seep out. I screamed, kicking and punching them as they growled lowly in Loran's face, saliva dripping from their teeth. Before I could swing another fist, I was yanked back by my father, his arms wrapped around my waist. I squirmed in his arms, yelling out at the wolves who proceeded to lunge at Loran, who was now shifting back into his wolf form. My father spun me around, cupping my face with his dirty hands. "Listen to me, Elisa. I cannot lose you again. Loran can't be in your life anymore. I know it's going to hurt, but this is going to be better for everyone in the long run." "Go to hell!" I spat at him, kneeing him, turning towards Loran, who was now accompanied by Heath, who morphed into her large wolf, lunging at the wolves in front of her. I watched as Loran and Heath snarled and growled, leaping onto the wolves, biting down on their necks, causing them to squeal in pain. "Mommy!" I heard a frail voice yell, causing me to whip my head around to see Millie making her way over to us, sobbing. "No, Millie, don't!" I screamed, running forward, but I wasn't fast enough. One of the bodies of the wolves flew through the air, hitting Millie in the process, sending her flying backwards. She landed on the grass in a heap, the heavy wolf landing on top of her. "Millie!" I heard Heath scream as she transformed into her human form, running over to her daughter and pushing the large wolf off her. Millie lay there motionless, badly injured. "She's not moving. Loran, she's not moving." Loran shifted back, running over to his niece, cradling her in his arms, begging for her to open her eyes. Heath sobbed next to him, crumbling onto the floor, her body shaking with desperation. I turned to my father, who stared at the injured young girl in front of him, his eyes wide. "Look at what you did!" I yelled, growling at him. Loran passed Millie to Heath, shakily getting to his knees, and making his way over to my father, grabbing him by the shirt. "Loran, no!" I begged. "Look at what you did!" yelled Loran, growling in my father's face. "I should kill you right now." As much as my father deserved this for what he had done, I couldn't help but think of my mother and how distraught she would be to live life without her mate. I couldn't do that to her. "Please, don't," I whispered, as Loran grabbed my father by the neck, hoisting him up, his grip tightening. He dropped him to the ground, landing a few punches across his face, leaving him bruised and bleeding. A shiver ran through me as I watched my mate beat my own father, nausea wafting through me, causing a tear to trickle down my cheek. "Loran, please stop." I sniffled, swallowing harshly as my mate looked at me, his eyes instantly softening as they landed on me. After a few seconds, he cursed to himself, pushing my father back roughly, turning away from him and making his way back to Millie and Heath. My father gulped, rubbing his neck in shock as he assessed the situation in front of him. I didn't want any children to get hurt. I shook my head at him, tears spilling down my cheeks as I watched Heath embrace her daughter, sobs racking her body. "He was the one who was supposed to be hurt for this," mumbled my father, gazing at me, his eyes wide. "Just go," I growled, glaring at him. My father dropped his head, nodding, making his way into the middle of the field, whistling loudly with his fingers, grabbing everyone's attention. "Everyone just go home. This fight is over." Chapter 35. I gaped in shock at the mostly empty field in front of me, which was now only filled with about a dozen unmoving bodies. The once green grass was now stained. I watched as my father looked at me longingly, dropping his head in guilt, dissipating into the woods along with his army he had gathered. There were many wolves who had refused to listen to my father, ignoring the fact that he had told them to stop. However, Loran grabbed them, pinning them to the ground, and took care of them. My father wasn't an alpha, so they didn't have to listen to them. He was just the one who had gathered them all for the fight, but they were all there willingly, agreeing it needed to be done. However, he was a member of the council, so he had authority, and was someone some people looked up to and followed. But once a child had been hurt, a lot of them turned on their heels, immediately exiting the territory, knowing that things were about to turn ugly, and the fight would most likely end in death for them. Heath cried behind me, cradling her only child to her chest. Her wails sent a shiver down my spine, and I turned, my brows furrowed, unsure of what to say or do. Millie was dead. Loran swallowed in pain, taking a limp Millie from his sister's arms, turning to carry her back towards the house, motioning for me to follow. However, before I did, I noticed a tall man make his way through the trees, taking in the scene in front of him, shaking his head in disapproval. "Alpha Jamin?" I asked in confusion, scowling at him. At the sound of my voice, Loran turned, growling, jogging back over to me, still holding Millie close in his muscular arms. "What are you doing here?" spat Loran, his eyes shifting to black. Alpha Loran, I mean no harm. I tried to stop Elisa's father, Davis, but he went against my orders. I came to stop him, but I see he has given up on his own. I can only apologize and let you know I had no part in this, spoke Jamin calmly, holding his hands out in front of him. Laurent shook his head, growling. He's done things he can't take back. I hope you'll let him know that the only reason I'm currently not making him pay is because he's Elisa's father, and I know she'd never forgive me. That is the only reason he is alive right now, but that doesn't mean I won't change my mind on allowing him to live. Jamin nodded in understanding. As I said, he went against my orders, and I do not take that lightly. There is no doubt he will be kicked off the Pack Council and will be punished accordingly, but they are family friends of mine, so I'm sure you understand my predicament. Laurent rolled his eyes, huffing. If I ever see him again, I will kill him without question. Let him know. Jamin nodded once, his gaze drifting to my shaking form. I also wanted to check on Elisa. I am happy our pack could do what we could to help you escape, and I am relieved you are alive. Thank you, I whispered, sending Jamin a small smile, grateful that he was so selfless. Did you need any help with cleaning up? Asked Jamin, motioning to the scattered bodies. We can handle it, mumbled Laurent, turning and walking back to the house. Jamin scanned the field, his eyes settling on his shocked nephew. Theon, you've been ignoring my calls. Your mother is worried about you. Theon shrugged. I was too busy being unconscious and fighting for my life. Sorry. I huffed, shaking my head. Jamin raised his eyebrows questionably, waiting for Theon to explain. I'll explain another time. I'll be fine. Very well. Are you going to be staying here, or do you think you will come back to my pack? Your mother would appreciate knowing your whereabouts, said Jamin. I'll be staying here for a bit, but I'll come back and visit. Don't worry. I'll call my mom, answered Theon, running his hands through his light brown hair in angst. Jamin nodded, turning to leave, offering me a smile. Oh, Elisa, you should organize to meet with your mother. She had no part in this, and she's really been missing you. I think your father and her have really been struggling with their relationship at the moment, so she could use your support. I nodded, a frown forming at my lips. Through all of this drama, it had been hard to find time to think about family, but I missed my mother dearly. I wanted to see her, especially now that I had just escaped death a second time. I knew that life was never guaranteed, especially after witnessing the deaths of people close to me. We all made our way back to the house, Heath pulling on a large shirt over her body, dropping to the ground by Millie's still body, and placing her in the bed. Tears dribbled down Heath's cheeks as she caressed Millie's forehead, kissing her gently. You were all I had. My eyes welled up with tears at Heath's words as Laurent made his way over to me, pulling me to his chest as he silently cried, squeezing his eyes shut in pain. I reached up, stroking his cheeks as I gazed into his eyes, attempting to calm him down. Suddenly, the pack doctor burst through the doors, taking in the scene and fumbling around with her equipment, ordering Emile and me to sit down on the bed, before noticing Millie, her injuries severe. Is she? Whispered the pack doctor, causing Laurent to nod sadly. The pack doctor furrowed her brows, exhaling heavily as she studied Millie and Heath. I think it's best if they go somewhere more quiet so they can be alone. I want to see my mother, cried Heath, her bottom lip quivering. I got it, mumbled Theon regretfully, carefully picking up Millie, taking Heath's hand, and walking out of the bedroom. Laurent inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as he attempted to calm himself. He was clearly in distress as he kneeled down in front of me, gently placing his palms on my knees. I thought I'd lost you. I swallowed, nodding my head. I know, but you haven't. I love you, whispered Lauren, caressing my cheek softly as the pack doctor unpacked her equipment, laying it all out on the bed. I love you too, I said, tears dribbling down my cheeks. The pack doctor assessed Emile and me quickly, nodding to herself in approval. They should be fine. They need plenty of rest and food, especially Emile. Other than that, they both should make a full recovery. Thank you, mumbled Laurent as he opened the door for the doctor, closing it behind her. I really don't know how the two of you are still alive, if I'm honest. Chapter 36. It had been 1 week since everything had happened. I had spent the past 7 days in bed, getting up only once or twice a day to use the bathroom. I had been staying in Heath's spare room with Laurent, whereas Emile had been in the pack hospital due to her condition worsening. I hadn't seen Heath much. She had spent most of her time in Millie's room or out in the woods, going for runs that seemed to last most of the day. Laurent had tried to be there for his sister as much as he could, but Heath was reserved and kept her feelings to herself, although I had heard her cry to Laurent once or twice when she thought I was sleeping. Loran and I had spoken about my plan to stop the whipping, and he had admitted to knowing something was up, which was why he had locked me away. We had pushed that aside for now, knowing there were more important things to deal with. I looked up towards the door as Loran entered, doing up the last button of his black shirt. "It's almost time." I nodded, smoothing out my lace black dress against my body, taking a deep breath to calm myself. Loran took my hand, pressing a lingering kiss on my forehead, caressing my cheek. We walked out of the house, winding through the now quiet village, making our way through the array of blossom trees. I looked around to see that everyone was already here, all dressed smartly in black. The gathering was small, as Heath had requested that only those close to her and Loran attend. I gave Theon a small smile as I made my way over to him, pulling him in for a quick hug. "How are you feeling?" he whispered, pulling back and gazing into my chocolate brown eyes. I shrugged. "Better, but I don't think that's really important right now." Theon nodded, dropping his gaze. I took a few steps forward, parting the small crowd as I gazed sadly in front of me. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked at the 2 tombstones delicately placed underneath the blossom trees, right next to the lively, streaming river. Scanning the grass around me, I knelt down and picked a few bright yellow flowers, placing them down in front of the tombstones. "Rosanna, you had your whole life ahead of you, and I admire you. Family was what was most important to you, and you were willing to do anything for them. I started to feel like I was part of your family, and you were part of mine. You were a good person, with a soul as pure as it could be. I never had a sister, but you were mine." I sighed, flickering my teary gaze over to Millie's tombstone, swallowing nervously. "Millie, you were loved by everyone. Your smile and bubbly personality could light up a room and make even the saddest of people feel something. I know you would have grown up to become a wonderful woman just like your mother, and you will be forever missed by everyone." I stood up, feeling Loran lace his hand with mine, smiling at me sadly as he pulled me away to the back of the small crowd, as other people said their piece. "Are you going to say anything?" I asked, nodding towards the tombstones. Loran breathed deeply, shaking his head. "I said my goodbyes before everyone else arrived." I nodded, leaning up to peck Loran on the lips, knowing he was struggling much more than he was letting on. I turned, running my hands through my long brunette hair, noticing Heath's stiff form in the corner, watching everyone say goodbye with tense eyes. I made my way over to her, smiling sadly as I looked up into her gray, stormy eyes. "Heath, I'm so sorry," I whispered, furrowing my brows, unsure of what to say. Heath nodded, her face emotionless as she averted her gaze, looking over me as if I didn't exist. I sighed, understanding that Heath still needed some time to grieve, but as I turned to walk away, Heath cleared her throat. "Elisa, what you said about Millie, thank you," she said, nodding at me, causing me to smile softly, making my way back over to Loran. "Elisa, this is Rosanna's mother," said Loran, gesturing to a small, dark-haired woman standing next to him, her mouth set in a firm line. "I'm so sorry for your loss," I said softly. Rosanna's mother nodded, offering me a small smile. "Thank you. Rosanna told me about how you two didn't have a pack. Is that true?" I asked. "Yes, it is." "Well, you are very welcome to join our pack. We would love to have you as part of our family," I replied, offering Loran a quick smile, flickering my eyes back to Rosanna's mother. "Thank you very much for the offer. It's very kind, but there are just too many memories here of my daughter. I know she would want me to move on and live instead of wallowing in my grief. However, I would be very grateful if I could be granted permission to visit her grave from time to time." I nodded, furrowing my brows. "Yes, of course." "Thank you," said Rosanna's mother, before making her way through the crowd. "I like that you are taking charge of the pack now," said Loran, smiling at me. "Well, I am now the Luna of the Dark Moon pack," I replied, leaning my head into Loran's chest as he wrapped his arms around me. "Yes, you are." Epilogue. 5 months later, I smiled at my mother, laughing as she sat on the couch next to me in Heath's small bungalow. "I really have missed you, darling," whispered my mother, tucking a loose strand of my brunette hair behind my ear. "I missed you too," I replied, pulling her in for a long hug, squeezing her tightly. "It's so nice seeing you happy," she said, beaming. I smiled, turning towards the front door as it was gently pushed open, revealing a sweaty-looking Loran. "Hey, Magda," he greeted, flashing a row of pearly white teeth. My mother nodded, offering Loran a small wave of her hand. "Hi, Loran." Loran turned his attention towards me, running his hands through his hair nervously as he chewed on his bottom lip. "There's something I want you to see." I furrowed my brows in confusion, looking up at him strangely. Okay. Loran took my hand, leading me out of the house after letting my mother know we would be right back, leaving me on edge. Loran, what is it? I asked as I was led through the now bustling village, winding down the stone path, my heeled boots clicking against the rock every time I took a step. I've been working on something for a couple of months. It's taken a while, and I've had a lot of help from everyone, but it's pretty much almost finished. And I wanted you to finally see it, said Loran excitedly, making his way off the path, pushing past a few rows of beautiful oak trees, acorns scattered around the floor delicately. I stopped, gazing up at the large brick house in front of me, my mouth hanging open, and Loran looking at me sheepishly, a small smile playing at his lips. What is this? I squealed, covering my mouth with my hands. We needed a house of our own. I knew Heath was getting tired of me, you and my mother living under her roof. We built a brand new one for my mom, too. She hasn't seen it yet, but I'm sure she will want to stay with Heath for the time being. I know she's been getting much better recently after everything, but I think she still needs my mother there for support. So we built it so my mom can move into it when she's ready. How is Heath doing? Has she spoken to you much? I asked, frowning. Loran shrugged, gazing down at me. It'll take time, but she's been doing a lot better since Anthon came into her life. I'm glad she's found someone. She deserves it, replied Loran. So this is where you've been sneaking off to? I laughed, shaking my head, admiring the beautiful house in front of me. Loran smiled, pulling me in for a hug, kissing me softly on the forehead. There's no furniture yet, but I thought we could go out and pick some together. Plus, now Emile is back, I'm sure she would love to help out, since interior design is her thing. Of course, thank you so much. You're amazing, I whispered, pressing my lips softly to Loran's, moving mine against his gently as he took hold of my waist, pulling me impossibly closer to him. So, how'd you like it? I gasped, pulling away from Loran to see Theon standing in front of us, peering up at the house, Emile by his side. You helped? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Theon nodded, flexing his muscles, causing Emile to snort. Well, thank you. It's amazing, I replied, making my way over to Theon, pulling him in for a hug. I pulled away, looking around me at the beautiful house, my friends, and my loving mate. Life was finally peaceful again, and I was looking forward to the future. I knew nothing would ever be the same again, and my life had changed entirely, but maybe it was for the better. There were people I would miss for the rest of my life, but I knew it was better to celebrate their lives and who they were as people, rather than wallow in the pain I was feeling from the loss. I had learned that tomorrow was never promised, and the future is never certain. However, what I was certain of was that I belonged here as Luna of the Dark Moon Pack, and I belonged with my beautiful mate, Alpha Loran Black. This was my life now, and I couldn't have been more thankful for it. And it all started with the whipping.